Hasan.
Hasan.
Hasan. Hasan.
Hasan.
Hasan.
Hasan Piker, going on this vulgar rant, mocking wounded war vet for losing his eye fighting for our freedom.
Have you ever heard someone mention the Streisand effect and wondered what they were talking about? This phenomena is named after actress Barbara Streisand. Sometimes when you try to cover something up, you end up bringing more attention to it than if you had just let things be.
He won't condemn Hasan Piker. Remember that shit?
The assemblyman will not denounce Hasan Piker, who said
America deserved 9/11, dude.
the assemblyman just said in his response,
Hasan Piker says America deserved 9/11.
There you go. There you have it.
My friends, we have toppled a political dynasty.
Now to the Michigan Senate race, where
El Sayed is campaigning in Michigan.
Appearing on stage at 2 Michigan campaign rallies.
He's proactively campaigning alongside Piker.
The man who says Hezbollah's flag is his favorite because it's dope.
Why would you align yourself for raging anti-Semites?
who has defended Hamas terrorists.
Calling them the lesser of two Israels compared to the evils. Lesser of two.
That's what I find a bridge too far.
When I went up to my good friend Chat and said, hey, can you walk me through some more controversial statements of Hasan Piker, even ChatGPT went out of its way to soften the edges of Hasan and give me context. Thanks, but no thanks, ChatGPT.
Hasan Piker is campaign poison. Placing yourself on the wrong side of a 90-10 issue is only going to make you look bad. It's going to be good for me. It's going to be good for the candidates that I work with. Turns out it was true. Abdul El Sayed at 27%. Oliver Larkin. Malak Heroes, everybody.
Nice to meet you, Hasan.
Welcome to the broadcast.
Thank you for having me.
Oh my gosh. What's going on, man?
What's up, dude? Good to see you again. And I really enjoyed that, yeah.
How you been?
He's trying to get that out.
Wow.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is a very special day. Now, you might be thinking, is it a special day because you recorded the episode of the podcast earlier? And I would say to that, no, it's not a special day for that reason. You might be thinking, oh, is it a special day because you are finally back home and you worked out? And I would say, no, that's not the only reason why it's a special day. You might say, is today a special day because, Turkey won the game last night? And no, that's not the reason why it's a special day. You already know why it's a special day. It's because it is Friday, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. Wait, what the fuck? Oh my God, I clicked on the wrong video for once. That's crazy.
It's Friday then.
I clicked on the wrong video. Bad omen.
It's Friday then.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's because it's Freaky Friday. It's Fucked Up Friday. It's Fuck a Fan's Mom Friday. You already know what it is. It's Friday, but you can call it Friday. You can call it Friday. This is the time for us to celebrate and thank the labor union for all the long and hard battles that our forefathers fought long and hard, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, to make sure that we have a goddamn weekend. So if you like the 5-day work week, thank a union. If you like the Fridays, thank a union. It's Mufasa Friday, and the vibes are going to be immaculate as always. This is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news because there's a lot going on in my life because I wasn't a chud-ass loser last night as opposed to all these other nights. That's right. All right. So first and foremost, okay, that's crazy. I don't know why it just like automatically started playing. What the fuck? Is autoplay on? Oh, it is on. That's crazy. That's crazy. The autoplay is on and it literally played this on its own. That's wild. We haven't even carried the flame yet. That's that's a good omen. It was a bad omen that I hit the wrong Mufasa song, but it's a good omen that is what my algorithm is so dusted, bro. It's crazy. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, it's Friday, coming to you live from stolen land, stolen Tongva territory, We are in West Hollywood, Los Angeles, California, the heartland of the American empire, the gay mecca. It's Friday, June 26, 2026, and we got a lot going on, and I'm going to be talking about that. Did you drink? No, not really. I just had like one beer that was... I'll get into it. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, about what's going on in the world of Hasan, HasanAbi, Piker, in between the time period where I press the start streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, that's what I'm going to do. You already know. And as far as personal news goes, last night I ended the broadcast, as you guys know, and I headed to SoFi Stadium. Okay? And let's be real. Shouts out to Todek for getting me and my brother a ticket to enjoy the game. I was there with Tark's brother as well. Big HasanAbi, big Turkish show of support. And of course, my expectations were, since Turkey had got knocked out, that it was not going to be great. Okay? I thought because Turkey had gotten knocked out that this game was probably not going to be as exciting. But let's be real. It was exciting. And a big part of the reason why it was exciting is because although I still had the pessimism of the intellect, I maintained the optimism of the will. On my way over to SoFi Stadium, I had to walk 2 miles, did the long march, basically, getting into SoFi Stadium. And let me tell you, folks, first goal was in the first 2 minutes. And I heard the cheers from outside of the stadium, and I ran in. I got in. I sat my ass down and I watched. Now, I have a lot of thoughts, but as far as the Turkish team delivering a victory or a resounding defeat to America, the United States of America, the empire, in an anti-imperialist act of warfare on the pitch. While the United States might advance out of his group session, Turkey will be going home the real victors. It was not the B team. Shut the fuck up. That's copium. It's copium. What a game it was. With the last second goal. To all the salty Americans in the chat, we did it. We fucking did it, dude. Remember Gallipoli. Although the Anzac forces showed us, took revenge for Gallipoli originally, we brought it back. We brought it back pretty hard, and it was a great game. It was a very, very fun game. Defeated second string team. Shut the fuck up. It was not the second string team. Everyone thought we were down and out. But we were there. And yes, so was my GOAT, Eric Adams. Okay? Os bayrakları. Os. Yeah, also, didn't Pulisic get, like, nutmegged? Yeah. We humiliated them. Yeah, B team my ass, by the way. That's their star player. Yeah. So what the fuck are we talking about? Yeah, hashtag we are Charlie Turk. Hashtag Gulad Mafia. Up. What's that? Oh, I'm sorry. Did Arthur Gulad just take your virginity? Oh no, I'm sorry. That's how That's how soccer is played, okay? And it's not called soccer, it's called football now. Just saying. Just saying. When am I getting you in the LFC Chinese jacket? Yeah. Arda Güler was elected best player of the match between Turkey and the United States. Lost to a twink. Wait, do they have... Do they have like Arda Güler twink fan cams? What the fuck? Oh my god, I didn't even realize that was a thing. That's crazy. Man, we had 9 scrubs in trying to get them some playing time because number 1 seed already locked in. Get out of here. Okay, I think a lot of people are being a little fucking silly about this defeat. Because you don't want to hold the L. It's fine. I will order additional copium for all of you Team America, U.S. men's national team fans in the chat, okay? No, it's fine. You guys can order some additional cope, okay? No, it's fine. You don't want to hold the L. You're like, oh, no, we already advanced out of the group. We didn't care about it. It's like, yeah, really? Well, guess what, dude? You got fucking clapped. Okay, you should be excited that we didn't score more goals to ensure that you even lose your first seed. Okay? That's all I'm saying. What is this? The Ghanaian shaman Nana Kwaku Bonsam has issued an apology to Turkey after claiming he accidentally cast the spell on the Turkish national team. Honestly, it was a huge mistake. I had prepared a special amulet to weaken Ghana's intended World Cup opponent, but during my ritual, my apprentice slipped up the map and the energy shifted towards Turkey instead. When I watched Turkey's recent matches and saw the missed chances and unfortunate moments, I realized something had gone wrong. I sincerely apologize to the Turkish people. You were never the target. I'm currently working on an antidote amulet to break the spell completely and make things right. Yeah, well, guess what, dude? It's too fucking late. Loser mentality. Mexico came and took 9 points. No goals conceded. Yanks in shambles. 2 starters, 9 backups. Y'all are coping. Y'all are coping. Shut the fuck up. Y'all are coping. Shut up. It's fine. You should be apologizing to the U.S. No, he should be apologizing to Turkey because he obviously very clearly took a very good team that's supposed to be very good that had fucking zero team chemistry. It was unbelievable. Turkey literally has, I think, the most expensive team, right? Like, it literally the most expensive team. And they couldn't fucking play for shit. It was disastrous. Yeah, in the group. Yeah. Not even close? No, dude. In the group. In our group. In our group. Yeah, obviously not in the world, dude. What the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, I assume there's the French team and all these other teams are fucking way more expensive. Anyway. I had Ferdi Kadıoğlu in my fantasy team. He's my biggest disappointment. Still love him, though. Stick to politics, little bro. All I'm saying is, we had, like, we were supposed to be so much better, okay? That's it. That's just the truth. We were supposed to be a much better team. And guess what? We got our shit pushed in. It was awful. No goals until the last game? Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking joking? We got destroyed. It was terrible. Yes, I'm saying we, bro. This is what the World Cup is about, okay? This is literally the one time where people get patriotic, myself included, okay? Yes. Yes, you don't even know, bro. You didn't, thank God there was no camera on me. Holy shit. I became a demon last night, okay? I was screaming obscenities in Turkish. I got real Turkish. I was teaching Tarık like things to say. I was teaching him about hakeme gözlük, eline de sözlük. Kafam girsin. I was teaching him like I became a little bit of a hooligan. When you say we, is that Turkey or the U.S.? Of course I'm talking about Turkey, bro. Yes. Is Austin literally in the Discord complaining that he's Austin? Why does someone know that you're in my house? No. Holiganlığı sen nereden biliyorsun amına koyayım? Oğlum biz Türkiye'de büyüdük. Ne diyorsun ya? Allah Allah. Çarşı. Yok ben Fenerbahçe, bizim aile Fenerbahçe ailesi ama yani. Make sure AT&T doesn't find out you're in the same box as Ludwig. Yeah. Tarık brought coworkers together last night. It was impressive. It was he's an impressive guy like that. He was able to get coworkers to be united for once. Yeah, hopefully AT&T didn't. Well, I didn't take any photos with Ludwig, so no worries. AT&T won't get mad. Çarşı Beşiktaşlı ol. Hayır, biz Beşiktaşlı değiliz abicim. Benim ailem Fenerbahçe ailesi. Eğer başka bir takım tutsam öldürürler beni yani. It's so funny because I have obviously no allegiances to any fucking team whatsoever. But deep down inside, when people will be like, "Well, why don't you support Beşiktaş or why don't you support Galatasaray?" Absolutely not. It's like weird that I still have that like holdover resentment towards a team, even though I have never been like super supportive of Fenerbahçe either. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't really matter, but it also matters, if that makes sense. It's brainwashing. Adana Spor komünist takım. Öyle mi? İnanmıyorum bu dediğine. Alright, anyway. British Turks support Tottenham. Come enjoy the disappointment. What is this? That's crazy. This is a fucking ruthless meme, dude. Fuck you. Alright, I'm blasting on. So you're like the opposite of the Trump curse. When you show up, people win? Yes. That is exactly what happened. That is exactly what happened. I brought life back to the fucking Turkish team. And it's really messed up that you guys are making fun of me like this. Vay anasını, o kadar fonetik sizin aile he? Evet, aynen. Bro. I was feeling it, dude. I was feeling it. I was feeling fucking patriotic. Yes, the HasanAbi bump. It turns out the HasanAbi bump very much exists for sports teams as well. Think about it this way. New York Knicks. I went there, Madison Square Garden. Knicks won after losing in the Donald Trump team. If Turkey had the German Turks on their team, they'd be top 3 in the tournament. I know. Germany stole all of our fucking best players. It's bullshit. Okay. What about the Lakers game, though? Yeah, that's true. Okay. Fair. Yeah, that wasn't good. Anyway, we laughed at Eric Adams, but turns out he was correct. Turkey versus USA is the World Cup's only group stage match where both countries' biggest city is divided by a saltwater strait. Istanbul straddles the Bosphorus. New York is split by the East River, which, despite the name, is a tidal strait, not a river. Stay tuned for more cutting-edge, geography-based World Cup analysis. Yeah. New York is the Istanbul of America is real. That's real. Okay? Did you see the Chinese 9/11 that happened today? I know. I have a special correspondent that's going to be coming on to talk about that in a second. Once I'm done doing the intro and talking about my personal news and complaining about SoFi Stadium, I think, here, I'll just say it. Okay? I think it should be illegal to host major events in Los Angeles, California. Straight up. I think it should be illegal to host major events in Los Angeles, California until we figure out public transit, adequate public transit. We are not a city that is capable of hosting major events. Okay? Straight up. And I mean it sincerely. Like, I don't think that we should be allowed to host another, like, no concerts, no major venue events. I think we should retool SoFi Stadium. We should do it. We should just do a do-over. Okay? Here's why. Perhaps a problem for me is that I went to one of the greatest American arenas of all time, so close to my experiences, SoFi. I went to Madison Square Garden. Okay? And Madison Square Garden is one of the only appropriate stages for sporting events in the United States of America because there is literal fucking public transit. Okay? So going from Madison Square Garden to SoFi Stadium was whiplash. I could not fucking believe it. Now, obviously, all of the Los Angeles arenas are ass because the city is ass. Let's just be real. It's dog shit. Okay? It's fucking dog shit. It's disgusting. And we do not deserve it. Okay? We do not deserve to have it until we get public transit. Here's why. Most of these other places around the United States of America at least are like vast enough because you have to drive 45 minutes to go wherever the fuck you need to go anyway. SoFi Stadium is massive. 70,400 people were inside of this arena last night. Okay? And because Los Angeles is a car-reliant city, that meant, 50,000 fucking cars. It's unbelievable, dude. It is fucking ridiculous. Getting in to walk into the arena is already a bitch. You're walking 2 miles. You're walking 2 fucking miles. Why are you walking 2 miles? Because it's a 70,000 occupant stadium that's ginormous. So you need 70,000 fucking cars in the goddamn parking lot. So the fucking arena is surrounded by ginormous swaths of fucking land for the cars. No vertical parking. It's just wide open, miles upon miles of Chevrolet fucking SUVs and Cadillac Escalades and Priuses for all of our eyes to see. If you want to see it, here, let's look up the fucking aerial view of this disgusting monstrosity, dude. Look at this shit. Look at this shit, bro. Parking lots upon parking lots upon parking lots. It is fucking insane. And it's right next to the Forum, too. I'm telling you right now, there's no way to explain to you how bad the traffic is getting out of this place. I walked for like 3 miles. I walked for like 3 fucking miles. Dodger Stadium, too. It's disgusting. And of course, that's still not enough parking for all the people to drive there and park there, obviously. Hella people take Uber. Guess why? Because there's no fucking public transit. Okay? There's no public transit. It's not reliable. And it's non-existent. And the public transit that kind of exists is unreliable. Parking costs a fucking arm and a leg on top of that. There's no mass transit hubs around this fucking, around this stupid stadium. It's smack dab in the middle of the city. And they've like opened up so much space just for the parking. And guess what? There are only so many lanes on these major roads. So all of those hundreds of thousands of fucking cars that are trying to leave the surrounding malls, the surrounding neighborhoods, and the arena, they get jammed up. I got in an Uber after walking 2 miles last night. The guy was going in the wrong direction, it seems. I sat in that Uber for 25 minutes and I asked the guy, what is going on? And he says, last week or 2 weeks ago or whatever, there was a Kanye West show here. I sat in traffic for 2.5 hours. I said, nope, I'm getting out. I walked home. Okay? Or at least I walked another 2 miles until I could leave the fucking traffic dense area, run into a side street, and then call an Uber. Now, are there no major venues in Europe? Europe is dense. Are there no major arenas in Europe? No, they do have them. Madison Square Garden is also a major arena in America. So why does it work in Madison Square Garden, but it doesn't fucking work in Los Angeles? Yeah, I'm not going to be in the city for the Olympics. I'm definitely leaving LA for the Olympics. I fucking hate that shit. I cannot believe it. I don't even know what's going to happen. It's going to be fucking bedlam, dude. It's public transport, chat. That's it. It's the only reliable way to effectively lower traffic density. I can't, it's so, I think we can make people communist. We can make people be in favor of 15-minute cities if we just explain to them how much easier life could be if we actually had decent public transit in this stupid goddamn city, dude. I'm so mad. Yeah, that moment when you realize Dodger Stadium has been like that since 1962. Yeah, it's ass. It's ass. A better future is possible, man. A better future is possible. And I don't know why. Don't know why we don't actually advocate for this better future. You understand me? It's fucking bullshit, dude. Yes, but your entire city planning is shit, not just public transit. The city is built car-centric, sprawling, no real center, like dog shit. Not Just Bikes did a great video on it. You'll love it. Yeah, I won't love it because I live it, okay? And I hate it. I don't love it because I live it and I fucking hate it. It's unbearable. It's a hellish nightmare. And it's a somber reminder when I actually have to sit in fucking traffic. But like, this is not normal amounts of traffic. This was like in just absolute, utter insanity. Absolute, utter insanity. Completely unacceptable. Anyway, watch top 7 largest parking lots of the World Cup. Wait, what? There's a video
Messi's
for it?
magic. Cape Verde's clean sheet against Spain. Oh, would you stop it? Look at that absolute filth. I'm not sure whether some of this stuff is even PG. There are some things that America does better than anywhere else. Milkshakes, they've pretty much got those nailed. Blues music, the existence of which is the only positive argument for slavery. And miles of concrete, as far as thine eye can see. This is an electronic sign for a car park outside of the Gillette Stadium, known as the Boston Stadium throughout the course of the World Cup, which claims to have been voted as the #1 lot. I've so many questions. Voted for by who? Who thought to even conduct such a vital poll? The #1 lot where exactly? At the Gillette Stadium? In Massachusetts? In the...
What is this content? Dog, what do you mean? This is literally... This is the most American content you can have. Okay? There's no greater American content than what are some of the biggest fucking parking lots in the United States of America or around the world, honestly, but it's mostly going to be in the US. Compare the LA arena with this one. What is this? Coliseum? China? I don't get it. I don't understand. Where are the parking lots? Where do they put the cars? Where are the parking lots? Bro, start the video over. You didn't hear what he said? Yes, he says something about blues being the only positive outcome of slavery. He's making a joke. It's out of pocket. I know. What do you want me to do? Go back in fucking time and kill him? Yes, dude. He said something completely unacceptable. I'm moving on from it, and I think you guys should also move on from it. What do you want me to do? Oh my God, a random YouTube video that I clicked on said something unbelievably out of pocket. I'm going to kill myself now in a video game. And I think we should all just close our eyes and lose our fucking shit. What do you want? What do you want? Why does everybody go, rewind? Rewind! God damn, dude. I'm trying to fucking move on. How about not keeping it going? Turn this off immediately. Does it look like I'm looking at a YouTube video, you fucking moron? Does it look like I'm currently watching a fucking YouTube video? Or am I just looking at a fucking stadium in China? You fucking idiot! Does this look like a static image? Or is it still the same YouTube video? If you're gonna get mad about something, figure out what you're fucking mad about. God damn, I'm 43 minutes in and I'm already so fucking annoyed. Anyway. Oh. Look at your community. Look what you've created. Dude, I literally pop off on a bi-weekly basis on this shit. And then there's like 18 weeks of thought pieces about how much of a fucking white nationalist I am. What are you talking about? The entire reason why half of like woke Twitter and half of like woke TikTok hates me is because anytime somebody does some out-of-pocket woke 1.0 shit, I'm like, move on, move on, move on. Okay? And then they immediately go, here is a 45-minute think piece on why HasanAbi has created a mortal wound. And here is he is actually white supremacy founded. After his 10 plus years of fucking advocacy against white supremacy, we found it. He was insufficient in his reaction. And just like that, a little F. Perfect day. Perfect way to start this goddamn day. Yeah. Here's how Hasan enables fascism. Anyway. Mercury's in Gatorade. From what I heard, Los Angeles is apparently going to stagger business hours like they did in 1984, use special lanes on freeways specifically for Olympic-related traffic, hire extra buses temporarily, I assume, and use no new venues or stadiums. Supposedly, it's definitely going to be a shit show. It's going to be disgusting. It's not going to work. And it's going to straight up destroy the city. There might be riots. Because if you put people through that SoFi Stadium situation every single day, all around the city and all around the state, but especially all around the city, people are going to riot. Okay? People are going to take their California certified weapons and do an armed insurrection. Way more people for the Olympics, These people are coming from civilized parts of the planet, like Guatemala, where they actually have working and relatively reliable public transit. They're not going to understand what the fuck is going on in this third world country, in this developing nation that is in the heart of, a state that is the fourth biggest economy on the planet. Okay? They're just going to be like, I don't get it. I live in El Salvador and we have trains there. You live in Los Angeles. This is one of the richest fucking cities in one of the richest states. What do you mean you don't have buses? What do you mean it's all parking lot? I don't understand it. Yeah, India has a lower GDP than California, and it actually has trains. Yes. I'm telling you, people are not aware of what the fuck is going on. Like, people don't understand how bad this is. Okay? People do not understand how devastating this is going to be. We should have never hosted the Olympics. We are not ready for it. We don't deserve it. Plus, the Olympics are already a way to just like melt the homeless. It's like a scheme. I swear to God. Anyway. Hasan has never been more of a transplant in his entire life, Lamau. I'm a transplant for this take. I've been living in this hellish nightmare for the last 13 fucking years of my life. We've moved far beyond transplant status at that point. And every single person that is a lifelong California resident, lifelong Los Angeles resident will agree with me. What Los Angeles, California resident, lifelong California resident is like, oh, dude, like, you don't understand. It's actually pretty awesome. I love car reliant infrastructure. I'm an LA native. Okay. Does that also come with a side of schizophrenia where you hallucinate a robust public transit system? Because if you fucking bring up the bus lines, I'm going to headbutt you over the internet. Okay? Oh my God. He just said, I agree. It sucks. It's just manageable. Oh my God. Dude. Oh God. You deserve to watch the riots unfold in your fucking backyard when people from all around the world pour into this goddamn city. Like, have you looked at a map of bus routes in LA and train routes in LA and compared it to like an actual city of similar size? Los Angeles is sprawled the fuck out. So there's a lot of problems there to begin with. It's a sequence of suburbs and exurbs tied together. Okay? It's not a normal city at all. A big part of the reason why we won't tie these different suburbs and exurbs together is because rich neighborhoods don't want Black and brown people coming into their neighborhoods. They don't want poor people coming into their neighborhoods. That's the number one NIMBY argument against it. The other reason why is because obviously it would be a nightmare to fucking deal with the traffic in the interim, and it would take a decade to put together. You've been to Dallas is like LA times 100? Yeah, that's true. Dallas is pretty bad too. Yeah, see, 25 years LA native here, took the bus and the red line to subway during high school. I thought LA Metro was just all right until I had to be in Korea for 3 months, and I was radicalized to fucking hate cars. Yes, every Los Angeles native never leaves Los Angeles. I take a bus to work. I take buses and trains. It's not great, but it's manageable compared to most of the country. I hope we can get some of it fixed before the Olympics. Okay, listen. Go and exist in any other European city, European capital, any other city in Asia for like a month or a week or 2 weeks, just fucking 2 weeks. And you will understand what I'm talking about. Like, look, man, I grew up in Istanbul, okay? And Ankara. I know what it looks like in a objectively much poorer country, what it means to have a diversity of options and robust public transit. Okay? You're out of your dang mind. And Istanbul has a fuck ton of problems with traffic too. And even then, at least it has a working metro working metro system. And also, one of the biggest problems with buses in Los Angeles is that they're not fast and that they're not frequent and they're inconsistent. And if you have inconsistencies in public transit, then it's not reliable. Then it might as well not fucking exist. There aren't enough buses. There aren't like specific bus lanes anyway, so they get stuck in fucking traffic too. And when you don't have constant fucking buses, then it's not real transit. I largely agree with you. I just thought your take that LA will collapse under the Olympics wasn't perfect. It will collapse under the Olympics, and you will see it. Mark my fucking words. Okay? Anyway. So yeah, I spent 4 months backpacking through Europe. Their public transportation in literally every country, except maybe rural parts of Italy and Germany, are vastly superior to anywhere in America, save for New York. And this is coming from a 35-year California resident. Yes. So yeah, a lot of people are utterly oblivious. You had a disagreement with the chatter and he got racist transplant. Yeah. I know. I don't really care about that. I am a rootless cosmopolitan, okay? I grew up as a global citizen. I don't have any, like that kind of shit doesn't bother me at all. I can live anywhere and everywhere around the planet, and I choose to live here in Los Angeles, California. I'm going to be very honest, brutally honest about its problems, especially when it comes to not having reliable, a walkable city, and which of course comes from our car reliant infrastructure, and having reliable public transit. Okay, that's it. All right, now let's bring in Austin's show. Austin, get in here. Get your ass in here. Bring a chair. Get your ass in here, Austin. Ladies and gentlemen, Austin show.
That's right. I'm here. Ladies and gentlemen, I outdressed Hasan today for the first time. He showed up to the Fear Amp podcast without a suit.
The one time
I
don't wear a fucking suit, Austin came in.
I showed up in a suit.
And he had a suit.
That's right. And
I didn't even know he was going to do it. Like, it's not even a bit. Like,
it's not a bit.
They caught me in real time being shocked.
And, I think it's in an effort, because I've found that people aren't taking me serious enough on the Fear Amp podcast. So I thought by putting on the suit, everything that I say that gets clipped out of context mostly, people would start to take me more seriously. So I've started to wear a suit. And I've got a trans flag pin, which I don't see on your suit, which is very odd.
Yeah, I have a DSA pin.
Oh, you have a DSA,
which is basically
right.
It's all encompassing. It's like it's the trans pride. It's everything.
Mm-hmm. Oh, so there's a lot of, okay, I get it. That's great.
So like when you wear the trans pride one, like it's like you could maybe be saying like we want more trans drone pilots. You know what I mean?
Right.
Whereas like this says trans pride, but also is not.
Are you saying that the trans flag represents trans?
You could be. I mean, it could be
trans people in the military.
Yeah, you could be like, you could literally be saying like only representation matters.
Look,
we want more.
Let's be clear. If I were to
we
choose
want more
between
trans drone pilots.
If there was a binary choice between two options, between a straight drone pilot or a trans drone pilot, I'm going with the trans drone pilot. But like those are your only two options, and you have to choose. You have no choice.
What difference does it make?
You have no choice.
They're both murdering people.
I know, but you have no choice. Think about it. Let me. I know. But you have no choice. No. Listen to me, chat. You're missing the point. Obviously, the choice is none at all. Obviously, that's the obvious choice. But I'm saying, what if you didn't have a choice, right? But the choice. No, you do have a choice. You do have a choice, and it is none at all.
He came in and he's digging already. He thinks if he puts a suit on, people are gonna be like, "Well, that guy is making a really good."
I mean, honestly, some of you probably are taking me a little bit more seriously because I have the suit.
Yeah,
no,
but that means that your words hold more weight. So now they think it's a campaign promise. That you're gonna say trans drone pilots. More drone pilots. I'm hiring more drone pilots, and I'm making sure they're all trans.
Right. No, I'm just saying, given if they were to ask me the question, I would probably have to. You know what? I would divert the question. I'd say no. We shouldn't have any drone pilots. I don't even think we should have a military. I think we should. I think we should abolish the military. That's my campaign.
That's your campaign promise?
Abolish the military.
So fucked. You're so fucked. This is going on Fox News.
I'm abolishing the entire military. We have the best defense is no offense. That's my rule. That's it. You know?
But yeah, he came in here because he wanted to suit mog me.
Yeah, I wanted to. I have not. Unfortunately, I've failed because like this shirt is over. It's too big.
Yeah, it's so large.
It's so large.
Mine or something?
No, it's mine. I don't know. I found it in my closet, and it was the only thing that I could. The other ones need to be dry cleaned, and they were dirty. But you hate my tie. You don't like my tie.
That tie is so ugly.
It's the only tie I could find that was pre-tied, and I don't know how to tie a tie, so I had to do it. I had to pre-tie it and just put it around my neck and cinch it up there.
You're a baby. If you're gonna wear a suit, you need to learn how to tie a tie.
I know. It's millennial gray.
Yeah, even the tie is millennial gray.
I know.
Oh my god.
I know. Well, I thought I have a Versace suit and a Gucci suit. I just thought that would be too much for this occasion.
Wait, this is literally, you said this was custom made in Italy.
It was, but it's not Versace or Gucci, but this is a custom made suit in Italy, imported to the United States.
That's more expensive and more costly.
I don't think I got a discount. Davide gave me a discount.
It's literally more fancy than getting a fucking Gucci suit.
Oh, well, anyway, it's custom. It's custom.
I, on the other hand, am fucking wearing Penguin, dude.
Like, is that a socialist brand?
No, it's not. It's just like fucking, Nordstrom Rack shit.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Because I'm a real, working class hero.
Well, I mean, I'm a working class hero too. Look, I feel like I'm dressed like somebody who goes to work.
Your shoes. I haven't even seen your shoes.
Okay, I didn't have any suit socks, so I'm just wearing like Calvin Klein, black socks. Normally I put.
You did the brown shoes, black socks.
I know, but I had to see it it was for the podcast, so like my feet were cut off.
You're wearing a navy blazer with brown shoes. That's
No. You could tie it with the brown belt. See?
Okay.
Huh?
The tie is way too long. I don't know why you got the Trump tie, dude. What the fuck? Here, hold on.
That's right.
Let's stand up together. Let's do it. Let's do the fit check. Fit check.
Hold on, I can tuck it in. Okay, see? Huh? Only one of us is suited to run for office right here, and I don't think it's this guy.
Come on. Casual Friday.
Come on, look at me. It's
Casual Friday.
See, look, I'm already ready to campaign. Look at me. Come on, you gotta admit. I'm already ready to hit the trail. I mean, come on.
I got this.
Hey, I appreciate all the work you've done for my campaign.
I'm not gonna work with it.
Come on, put me in New York and put me against Richie Torres. Bitchy Richie is what they call him. That's right. Richie Torres. Very sad.
You're gonna carpet bag to the Bronx?
Yeah, I think so. I think I could do it.
You would lose so hard.
You think so?
Yes.
You think you would beat me? That's not pretty putting a lot of confidence in me. But
Yes, I think you would lose to Richie Torres.
I would lose by 1 billion.
Yeah, you
to
would
Richie
lose
Torres.
you'd lose to Richie Torres by like more votes than even exist in the fucking district.
Really?
Yes.
I mean, they like him there,
No.
but they would dislike me more.
Yes, because you're carpetbagging.
What does
into
that?
The poorest
What does that
district.
mean?
It means when you fucking fly into a district that you don't have any association with, just so you can run against the incumbent, just so you can run against like a person.
Oh, okay.
And you literally have no association with the Bronx whatsoever.
Right.
It's the poorest district in the country.
Yeah.
It's also, let's just say, demographically outside of your, you're a rich white gay man. This is the poorest
I'm Lebanese,
black
yeah.
district
Yeah.
in the country. One of the
Right.
poorest black districts in the country.
In my defense, I didn't know that.
You would literally lose by
Well,
unbelievable numbers.
I would make the argument that he lives in the district and he's not in touch with the people that live there.
It still doesn't matter.
So I would say
It doesn't
from a
matter.
distance, from across the country, I can see that he's not in touch with. I'm more in touch from across the country than he is, and he lives there. You know what I'm saying? Somebody said run against Tina Kotek.
You saying all black people are homophobic? Yeah, that's what I was mentioning. That's what I was saying, you fucking idiot.
What?
Yeah, I'm saying that. That's what I was saying. I'm glad you got it.
Well,
no,
that's
I was
the
saying
vibe that
a random fucking dude.
I'll be honest, that was the vibe I was getting too. So I'm
gay
happy.
white guy coming in from fucking Portland, Oregon.
Yeah, I'm happy that I
to
wasn't
the Bronx is not going to win against Richie Torres.
I honestly,
also, Richie Torres is gay. You
What?
fucking idiot. Yeah,
Richie's
he is
gay?
Yeah, he is. He's bisexual.
Oh my God. I didn't know that. I really didn't. I really should have known that. But I didn't. I didn't know he was gay.
Yeah.
Or he's bisexual?
I think he's bi, yeah.
Oh, wow. Sad.
Austin pulling at Debbie Wasserman. Yeah, right now there's big drama happening in Florida.
I didn't
right
know
now.
he was bisexual. Wow.
Yeah.
I'm finding out for the first time. Still doesn't make him
All right, well,
a
Austin,
good candidate.
I didn't just bring you here to suit mob me. We obviously have a story that we have to run.
Oh, yes.
This is, of course, bringing both of our interests together.
Right.
China
I know.
and 9/11.
Yes. Those are both of your interests.
Well,
I mean, I'm actually
and also
fascinated. I like
aerial
I like
incidents.
China. Yeah, you could
Aerial
aviation
incidents.
in China. Let's go with that one.
Yeah. Beijing experienced its own 9/11.
That's right. It did. 9/11 Beijing.
Small aircraft crashes into Beijing's tallest skyscraper.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Independence Eve. Hold on. I'm going to.
Are those twin towers too?
Hold on 1 second. Let me just do this real quick. So we fucking. Okay. Yeah. Beijing, a small aircraft appeared to have struck the tallest building in China's capital on Friday afternoon. A shocking incident in one of the world's most fortified cities. Dramatic footage from Beijing posted on social media showed debris falling from the 109-story CITIC Tower, also known as China Zone, as well as the tail section of the plane and a broken window of a taxi cab on the ground.
Yeah.
A CNN journalist witnessed people evacuated from the skyscraper, gathering on the streets near the entrance, along with fire trucks, police cars, and an ambulance. Now, let's watch the video. But what I find really interesting...
Don't steal my talking point.
What I find really interesting...
We're coming straight from the financial district in Beijing, and I can tell you, Wolf, that the
He's going to steal my talking point.
What I find really interesting is that everything is better in China.
Yep.
Including the buildings.
Yep. He's stealing it right
including
now.
the protection.
This is
including
the theft.
how hardened the buildings are.
Yep.
Because
exactly what I told him before
when this happened on 9/11 in the United States of America,
it went through the
it
building.
happens in China, and the building is just like, nah, it's fine.
The plane bounced off the building.
Yeah.
The plane bounced off the building. And before you say it was a small plane, we've had enthusiasts try to repeat 9/11 in the United States, and it's gone through the building with small planes.
Yeah.
It bounced off.
Yeah, that's my talking point, by the way. He's stealing it right now.
No. I shared this with him before the thing. This is my one talking point.
It's so funny that, you don't like it when someone steals... Someone copy paste your talking points about political incidents.
Well, in this particular case,
financial area of Beijing, where we're coming to you from now, has been totally sealed off. Police here in Beijing are telling people not to take photos of this scene. So this building
Well, see, that's where I
is
draw the line.
109 stories tall, and in the upper reaches of
Don't
the
take
building,
photos of the
just
scene, why
around
not?
7 p.m., right around
Classic
sunset,
China.
that's when social media started to light up. China's heavily controlled social media with reports of a small
Bro,
aircraft
what the
crashing
fuck is
into
this goddamn tower made out of, by the way?
Yeah.
Because, like, one of the things that Americans always used to cope about is that, like, Chinese infrastructure is dog shit. Like, China can only, you know, build these robust buildings and things like that because it's, like, made out of tofu dregs. And, like, there's, like, tremendous... there's tremendous deregulation in China, and that's the only... What are you doing with your shoulders?
Oh, I have a motor tick every once in a while.
Okay. Well, they always talk about, like, how, you know, Chinese buildings, like, they put them up because they're made out of tofu. It's fucking bullshit. It turns out whatever the hell they're putting in their buildings, like, it's windows. Like, and it's still like what type of window could just hit a fucking small plane, like receive a blow from a small plane and just, you know, nothing happens.
Well, like, you know, and think about our houses. Have you ever seen a car go through a house? Like, it goes through the house.
I had my Denver DSA orientation last night, bro, and no one knew you. Made me look stupid, dog. Unsubbed.
What?
He's lying.
No, he's lying too.
Of course he's lying. I was literally with Denver DSA like a week ago.
Oh. I was with Portland DSA. I'm going to start going to their meetings. Do they have meetings?
Yes, of course they have meetings.
I'm going to start showing up in a suit.
Oh my God, you're going to go to the Portland DSA just because they're going to know you there. That's crazy.
No, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to do that because
you're not even going to become a dues paying member. You just...
How much are dues? I could probably put it in my...
Okay, how much? Well, you could do solidarity dues. Like,
what are those?
You can, however much you can give.
However much I can. Well, that's
like recurring monthly payment.
I'll talk to my team.
Put you down for $1,000.
$1,000 a month?
Yeah.
Well, let me talk to my team about it, and we're gonna see how the funds work. Do you buy a percentage of the party? Is that? Do you own? Is it like an equity play? What's the whole thing?
Put down, there's no equity play, Austin.
Why did I put on the suit and all of a sudden I'm like want to invest?
Yeah,
I don't know what it is.
Crashing with skyscraper in Beijing, the capital of China. It's crazy. They just ate it, dude. It doesn't make sense. The building only got a bit of a scratch on the surface. What the hell of this? Have you turned this AI into? Oh, so this isn't even like real. This is the actual. No,
it broke like one window. Wait, I got a conspiracy theory. What if this is like propaganda and they faked a plane? What if they faked a plane crash?
Wait,
to show how strong their buildings were.
Wait. I don't understand. Why is that photo way worse? Why is that photo making it seem like it was a way worse crash? Are they trying to literally
make it seem
Americans
worse?
Are so mad that the Chinese 9/11
But it broke the plane in half.
Americans are so mad that the Chinese 9/11 didn't work. So they're just like, no, it was devastating. Actually, they're faking it.
She did 9/11.
You're never gonna get invited back to China, dude. Holy shit.
He didn't do it. He wasn't even around during 9/11, was he?
Oh my God, that's it?
Yeah.
That's, dude.
Yeah.
The copium on this is unbelievable. That like this was the actual impact site, and Westerners that were fucking butthurt, or even this Turkish
what is this
account
from?
was so butthurt that they faked the impact site to make it look like way worse.
That's crazy. I will say this person probably faked it for clicks to try to make it seem more, because that's not getting any clicks. Nobody's liking that. That just looks like a window fell out, right? So you got to make it look more exaggerated. You know what I mean?
In World War II, a B-25 bomber crashed into Empire State Building and it mostly damaged the facade. Photos on this day, July 28, 1945, plane crashed into the Empire State Building.
Oh. Well, I mean,
it doesn't look like it mostly damaged the facade.
But a B-25 is pretty...
That's a hefty boy.
Was that intentional? Do we know? Do we know back then? I don't know. Well, I'm curious. I mean, how do you miss a building? You know?
I don't know. You were one step from a 9/11 review. I mean, it is kind of crazy. It was from the fog.
Oh, the fog? Well, I mean, come on. You still know the buildings are there. Oh, fog? Okay. Foggy weather in New York.
I cannot believe it, dude.
It like hit a little. That's wild. Even though like a Cessna, like to hit the building and bounce off like that is crazy. Because like the Cessna, it's probably like a Cessna 172 or something, and it's you know.
Austin's mic is way louder. Yes, he loves yelling, bro. What do you want me to do? He wants you to hear every movement of his lips. Okay.
Yeah.
Like this story is unbelievable.
Yeah.
Upper reaches of that building. And ever since we've looked at Xiaohongshu, Chinese
Oh my gosh,
social media,
Xiaohongshu.
we've been able to see the tail number,
What?
which
It's
registers
the
to
Chinese social media app,
domestic
like
general
TikTok.
aviation company here in the outskirts of Beijing. And one more point before we go, Wolf. We should note that drones, aircraft are not allowed anywhere near this part of Beijing. You can imagine this similar to Washington, D.C., where drones and aircraft not allowed anywhere near the Capitol or the White House. Seemingly inconceivable that this could happen in this fortress of a city, and we're trying to find out.
How did it not get shot down? That's what I want to know. You know?
I don't know. I don't know.
Really
what
starts to
happened.
make you question the air defense capability of China.
Oh God. Oh my God. Here we fucking go.
I think when you talk about superiority in terms of air defense systems.
Yeah. Also, why is this reporter in a muscle shirt? That is a good question. Why is the CNN reporter in Beijing in a muscle tee and reporting live when
he probably wasn't expecting to be reporting
dog?
it live.
It's hours after the fucking incident happened. Put a goddamn shirt on, man.
Do you think he should wear a suit?
Yes.
Are you okay?
Yeah, put a suit on.
Yeah, he is just wearing a tank top.
Like
that is not
this?
appropriate.
He's just like, are you having a fun time in Beijing? Like, what's going on here?
Yeah.
Bro was on vacation. Chill. Yeah.
That's wild.
CNN has not yet received an official response from the authorities. The person who answered the phone at the relevant district branch at the Beijing Public Security Bureau on CNN told they were not familiar with the situation. They then referred CNN to another number, but the call went unanswered.
Are they just
CNN
not
has
gonna
also reached out to the Beijing municipality government as well as a number listed on the aircraft's owner for information on the incident. Like, the guy died, I assume.
I mean, honestly, he may have just gotten off in the building. You know? I mean, look at how the other half of the plane was completely intact. You know?
Yeah. Yeah. New York, Beijing is a place where every day you wake up, you could experience everything from a plane crashing into our skyscraper to a person who's celebrating a new business that's about to open.
I don't understand that.
That's an Eric Adams joke.
Oh.
Eric Adams literally said that.
Oh.
New York is the greatest city in America. A new business could open in the morning. 9/11 could happen. That's
He
what
said that?
Yeah, he did.
Was that a part of his campaign or?
Yeah. What is this? OR1 candidate, Mr. Show. Hasan Piker has Austin Show, OR1 candidate on the broadcast.
Oh my God! People are gonna. People are no,
You're
dude.
fucked.
People are going to think I'm a real candidate.
You're fucked.
No,
You're fucked.
That's crazy. Look at who is taking APAC money. That's awesome. That's awesome. What is this? The district?
These are all the Oregon representatives.
Oh, that would be
and
insane.
the senator, Ron Wyden is a senator.
Mm-hmm.
Suzanne Bonamici is the rep.
Oh, I know these
one.
people. I
Cliff
won't.
Betts
Yeah,
from 2.
I won't be voting for
He's
any
a
of them.
broke boy. He only got 10 grand. You're not voting? You're not going to do your civic duty?
No, I'm not voting for Ron Wyden. We have another one that's good. Jeff Merkley has taken $0 from the APAC lobby.
Yeah, that's why he's not on this list.
Yeah, Jeff Merkley. Merkley is our senator. Wyden's, but I'm abstaining from voting from anybody
you
who
gotta run
takes
against Suzanne Bonamici.
Bonamici.
You got to run a racialized anti-Italian slant.
Campaign.
You got to be like, why the fuck do we have Italians
I think
representing this beautiful state?
I think I could beat Suzanne Bonamici. I think there's appetite.
Yeah.
Here.
We've come to the end of what was a very eventful 2023, right? So when you look at the totality of the year, if you had to describe it, and it's tough to do, in one word, what would that word be, and tell me why?
New York. This is a place where every day you wake up, you could experience everything from a plane crashing into our trade center to a person who's celebrating a new business that's open. This is a very, very complicated city, and that's why it's the greatest city on the globe.
Mr. Mayor,
What? That's crazy.
Yes.
You could see that. You could see a terrorist attack.
He literally said that. That's
Why would that be? That's not really,
New York,
a good thing to market. So when I see things like this, I say, why not me? You know what I mean? Why not me?
That's so funny. This literally happened in New York City before the size of the plane matters law. It's not just that China has crazy buildings.
Oh
no. Do we know what kind of aircraft? It must have been like a Cessna.
It looked
right?
like a Cessna.
Yeah,
a Cessna adjacent plane.
Yeah, I'm still gonna fucking glaze the Chinese buildings though.
I mean, it does look pretty nice. It does look pretty nice. It wasn't a 737. That's right. It didn't have,
I cannot understand how this happened. Like, especially in Beijing.
Yeah. Well,
since May 1st, Chinese capital has been effectively drone-free under sweeping new rules. Residents are now allowed to buy, rent, or fly drones without government approval within the city's sprawling jurisdiction. Yeah. Wait, it was this? It was a Sunward SA-60L Aurora Chinese light sport aircraft designed and produced by Sunward Aircraft.
So it's
a division of Hunan Science and Technologies.
It's
an industrial machine manufacturer located in a Lugu High Technology Development Zone.
It looks similar to a size to a Cirrus. Look up a Cirrus SR-22.
It doesn't matter.
You don't want to get down the rabbit hole.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know.
Well, I have to go to the airport anyway.
Oh wow.
Speaking of which, did you want to cover anything else with me? I've got to go. I got to hit the trail.
No, you can.
I've got to hit the trail. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Oregon 1. He's running. He's running.
What is District 1?
And his policies are nothing. He's like, his policies are,
I'm gay and Lebanese.
And then also on top of that,
I hate white people. I hate white people. My policy is thanks for good to see you and thanks for coming out. That's my policy.
That's crazy.
And honestly, I think I could earn a few votes that way. Good to see you. Thanks for coming out. That's what I'm gonna say. Hey, I'm gonna work for you. That's it. All right. See you guys.
All right. Bye, Austin. Bye. All right. That was Austin's show. Mr. Show, like I said, is running for office. He is running for office in Oregon 1. That was probably the first campaign candidate interview I've done that was completely devoid of policy. Because he is completely devoid of policy. He doesn't know anything about what's going on in the world, and he doesn't care. Quite frankly, he's just the seasoning, okay? He's just eye candy. That's what his goal is, to be here. I'm voting illegally for his opponent. Oh, me too. I am not endorsing him, and I am actually going to endorse even the Republican. If there was a Republican running against him, I would endorse the Republican running against him. Let's make that clear. Okay. Anyway, there was an Iranian attack this morning in the Strait of Hormuz. We're going to get to the real world news now, now that Austin is gone. And yeah, we have a lot of work to do, a lot of coverage to get to. And I'm going to go pee real quick.
Major setback to the Iran peace deal. Iranian forces have attacked a container ship in the Strait of Hormuz. The strike could threaten efforts to fully reopen the waterway. After the attack, there was a jump in oil prices. Ed O'Keefe is at the White House. Hey, Ed, good morning.
Matt, good morning. This Iranian attack on the container ship comes just a day after President Trump insisted Iran is, quote, being very nice and agreeing to everything that I want. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who's just back from the Gulf region, said before the attack, quote, we're going to have a problem if ships are hit, adding that would be a violation of the agreement. It's not clear yet how this attack might impact the ongoing negotiations between the U.S. and Iran, Matt.
All right. We're also hearing more about a clash on Capitol Hill that resulted in some yelling between the president and some senators from his own party after a meeting at the Capitol that erupted into chaos. So what happened there, Ed?
Yeah, you'll recall a closed-door meeting between the president and Senate Republicans turned into a shouting match on Wednesday after the president pressed Louisiana Senator Bill Cassidy and others to explain their votes for a symbolic resolution to protest the war with Iran. Well, Cassidy spoke about the confrontation in an exclusive interview with Face the Nation moderator Margaret Brennan.
If you're not telling me answers, I'm going to push for those answers. So when the president was berating the 4 people that voted for the War Powers Act, frankly, I'm not there to be berated. And the president wasn't invited to dish out verbal abuse.
But that's what he did.
I raised my hand. I said, Mr. President, do you just want, is that a rhetorical question that you're asking, why do we vote for it? Or are you really interested? He goes, I'm really interested. I stood up and I said, this is why. And I listed those objectives that I did not see being achieved and how the kind of endpoint of the war kept stretching out longer and longer. He began to speak over me. Unfortunately, I raised my volume to match his, and we spoke to each other like that.
The Senate is gone for the next 2 weeks. The House is gone for a week, and there's still no resolution on things like trying to take up that elections bill that the president wants to see them pass. Of course, Senate Republicans have said they don't have the votes to do it. Matt?
All right, Ed, thank you. We know you'll stay on it. And Margaret Brennan will have much more of that exclusive CBS News interview with Senator Bill Cassidy this Sunday on Face the Nation.
The United Nations has halted the evacuation of thousands of seafarers in the Strait of Hormuz. That's after a vessel came under attack. Our military analyst, Professor Michael Clark, is here in the studio with me. Hello again to you, Michael. What do we know?
When we get to the Jew bunk, yes, yesterday we got, we farmed big donos for the Jube. So, yes. Elisa Slotkin is openly calling for new leadership. This is a transparent move from Schumer. He sees his time is up. Got to expose this plot before he gets the MSNBC spin as new leadership. They're going to try and anoint her. Oh, hell no. If there's new leadership, it's Chris Van Hollen or bust, okay? Straight up. If there's new Senate leadership, I'm in the tank for Chris Van Hollen, okay? Straight up, all day, every day. We ride at dawn. If they try to hit Slotkin as the new leader in the Senate, are you out of your fucking mind? Absolutely. No shot. Anyway, 1 week into the U.S.-Iran MOU, Iran denies it accepted inspectors. Cargo ship was attacked in Hormuz. Iran gets big oil waiver. Saudi Arabia seeks Gulf-Iran summit. Lebanon-Israel talks are stuck. Iran denies agreeing to buy U.S. soybeans with frozen funds. More technical talks ahead. While undoubtedly the MOU has eased tensions, lowered oil prices, improved regional environment, its promises should be taken with a grain of salt. Sharp discrepancies between the U.S. and Iran already emerging, and the fallout of the U.S. credibility/stature already playing out across the Gulf. What about Ro Khanna in the Senate? It's also very funny. Galabav tweeted, he doesn't want our beans. Sag. Why won't Galabav take our beans? Sag. Yeah. There was a Lebanon-Israel agreement that took place earlier today. Is it Lebanon and Israel, or is it Hezbollah and Israel? Because Lebanon and Israel have had many agreements. They amount to nothing. Can you clarify for Twitter whether Austin is actually running for Congress because Hostwood is losing their fucking minds? Great. Great, let him. Let him think it's real. Austin, people legit think you're running. Yes. Hostwitter. Like Hostwit? It thinks you're actually running, and no. Dude, this motherfucker changed his outfit already, dude.
Yeah, because I'm going on a plane.
Anyway.
No.
All right, get out of here. Get the hell out of here. I'm talking about.
I need to make it clear it's a joke.
I don't think it's a joke. I don't think it's a joke at all. It's real. It's real. It's real, guys. It's real. Yeah, and I will be endorsing his opponent. We be covering the sentencing of the Prairie Land protesters. Yes, of course. Nice. Myself and some HasanAbi heads phone bank for Maylot last night and made over 31K calls. People power. You love to see it. Hell yeah. Your stream is in this clip. What is this? What is this clip? Oh.
Mom Donnie's popping up all around the country.
They're saying we need Medicare for all.
Free college.
People are ready for a new generation of leadership that are actually going to address the issue of money in politics.
And it is a clean sweep for the Democratic Socialists of America.
Dude. By the way, the fucking Denver. God, I love Denver DSA so much. I mean, straight up. Listen. I'm going to keep it $150. Okay. Outside of NYC DSA, you guys might be the second best in the nation with a lot of the content that you put out. This hat is better than New York City DSA. Okay. Straight up. I've said it already. This hat is the best DSA merch. This hat is the best DSA merch that they have ever made. Okay. And while Denver apparently has the worst food, as everyone keeps repeatedly mentioning over and over again, Denver DSA has so much fucking motion. I believe in you. Okay. Is Portland dead still spamming you? I mean, Portland DSA is basically the Portland Democratic Party. Like, what are we talking about? Like, Portland is already the mecca of socialism, where people look at the DSA as like not radical enough. Okay. People look at the DSA and they go, that's reactionary politics in Portland. Anyway. What the hell? Did you forget about Philly DSA? No, I love Philly DSA. But content-wise, Denver DSA puts out incredible content. Austin Show, or OR1 candidate, on his Zionist opponent, Suzanne Bonamici. I think I can beat Suzanne Bonamici. I think there's an appetite. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. That's awesome. Wrong. Portland is anarchist. I know. People only critique the food because it takes a couple weeks for your taste buds to adjust the elevation. It dulls flavors initially. What? Then why did people in Denver also say their food is ass? It's not like people who were visiting Denver that said the Denver food is ass. They said, go to Aurora instead. Denver food is notoriously ass. I live here. What, you think their taste buds have not adjusted to living in Denver after many, many years? They live there. I'm sure they're adjusted to the fucking altitude. What is this? Socialism and National Socialism have more in common than you think. John Hinckley, wait. Look, man, I love your previous work. Awesome stuff, but you're completely wrong here. This is easily your second biggest mistake ever. This ain't going to impress Miss Foster either, Chief.
Communist.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. They're cooking his ass. John Hinckley, you're way off. Not the first. You really missed the mark, unfortunately. Oh, my God. Hey, no bless yous. Science you only, okay? This is a rugged hashtag. This is a rugged r/atheism subreddit style community. Anyway. Unfamiliar with his other work, but this is a good first impression. John Hinckley, the now free would-be assassin of Ronald Reagan, says socialism is the future. Yeah, well, Socialist News Media, you spoke too soon, and so did Liv Agar, actually. Why are you dodging the question of if you endorse the Austin for Oregon movement? No, I don't. I endorse their opponent. I literally endorse Austin's opponent. I don't even care who his opponent is. They will be better. A Republican would be better suited for that position than Austin Show. How can I make this more clear? Oh, it's awesome. Oh my God. The more Republicans freak out about the DSA, the better things get. Okay. This is literally DSA's time to shine. It's aura edit time. Okay. And I know motherfuckers are going to make a lot of aura edits off of this. Here, I'll play this from the top so I can do it some service for Melot Kiros. Okay.
The effect happening around the country. In short summaries, there are many Mamdanis popping up all around the country.
They're saying we need Medicare for all.
Free college.
People are ready for a new generation of leadership that are actually going to address the issue of money in politics.
And it is a clean sweep for the Democratic Socialists of America.
What the mayor is doing here should be done all over this country.
We lost our way there for a while with Bill Clinton, but guess what? We're motherfucking back. It's the Democratic Socialists of America party now.
A plus 17-point net favorability rating on Democrats. That is actually better. Capitalism has absolutely fallen through the floor. Look at this. Socialism, on the other hand, up like a rocket.
Poll has her at 26 ahead of Gavin Newsom, Kamala Harris, and
oh my God, Hope Corps. I'm going to cry.
It reminds me of this saying that says, a society becomes great when old men plant trees under the shade of which they know they'll never sit.
Today begins a new era.
Wow. Wow. Wow. Chills. Hope Corps. Socialism Corps. Rama is more based than Zoran. Say it, Hasan. Wait, what? I say it every day. I don't say America deserved 9/11 every day like Scott Libido claims I do, but I do say Rama is more fucking based than Zoran every day of the week. She's my mayor, okay? She's the real mayor. She's my president. MN DSA sees you, big dog. Listen, just as I can't choose a caucus, it's like asking me to pick between my children. The different DSA chapters all have wonderful things that they do. Okay. All right, I tried law. I saw you look at it. What? Look at what? No, I didn't see it. Okay, what is this? Oh my God. Are there any West Virginians in the chat today? I'm in talks with developing an Eastern Kentucky chapter of the DSA, and we're developing our own chapter to combine into an Appalachian chapter of the DSA. I know our history, and I know DSA ain't dead here, just unorganized. Please get into contact either through Reddit, user Rev Up Your Engines Law, or Instagram, main. Okay. Isn't that like a slur or something? I don't know what's going on there. Also, trying to organize through Reddit, what are we doing? Or Instagram, Meta, what are we doing? Come visit Metro Detroit DSA. I will. Idiocracy Nazi descendant Anna Paulina Luna submitted a bill that literally had a Claude sign off in it. Yeah, I saw. Speaking of DSA, bottom comment. Gabor Mate being interviewed by Hasan Piker, but it's Hasan Piker being psychoanalyzed by Gabor Mate, Mr. President. DSA can't even win a Democratic House primary. Lamau. Ooh. Yikes. Yikes to that one chatter. Too liberal for you too. Dude, writing for liberalism as though it's this, hip, young, cool new thing on TikTok is so funny. It is a fucking dead ideology. It has made way for unbelievable amounts of fascism that we have seen from the MAGA cult, and you're still holding on. It's Gucci bag time, little bro. Let it go, bruh. Let it go. Bruh. Let it go. Bro, why did they put you in F tier? Soda Poppin University considers the OG of live streaming, ranked multiple core members of Black Boy Max at F tier on a streamer tier list.
Now
Jason is C tier, F tier, Black Boy Max, Lacey, Stable, Ronaldo. I mean, I don't really give a shit.
Actual rapper. And he's going to be the first Twitch streamer to be a rapper. Grammy.
I think at this stage, he put all politics in F tier. I think, guys, let's be real. Okay. You might have noticed that I've had quite the eventful year, or quite the eventful past couple of years. And the more I have had real world impact, the less I have been, relevant in the Twitch streamer sphere. And those two things move in the exact opposite direction. I don't really care if people, if other streamers think I'm a bad streamer. I've moved on to different things.
Nominated and also come out of the closet.
Is that BB No Money? Who the fuck is this? Black Boy Max.
Oh, an object of fear or alarm, a bugbear, originally 18th century. Okay. Oh, there's a different word that is a slur. That's why I thought it was a slur.
I do not know who this is.
People taking Chance seriously and not realizing he's joking is sad. Lol.
I've seen the name, but I have not watched anything.
Soda Poppin always is a memer.
Not sure what's going on there, but good for him.
Oh my god, he put Ice Poseidon at fucking A tier.
Thought it was gonna be BB No Money or something.
All right. Next.
Next.
This is one of the big boys coming in from the WCOM. Lacey.
F tier.
You don't watch him?
Nope.
Do not watch. All right. Someone here who you've been fighting for weeks now on Twitter, and you probably still don't even know his name.
Who am I fighting on Twitter? Stable Ronaldo. I have an open Twitter. Am I fighting him on Twitter?
You don't even know.
Am I? Should I open Twitter?
Nah, that's fine.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Dude, the only clip I've seen of Stable Ronaldo is that one you showed me on the podcast.
Mm-hmm.
And then there was one clip that was so fucking funny from him where he was like sitting there talking to that worker, and the worker did not give a fuck about him.
Yeah.
And he's like, you want to go through my clips? I've got time. And I thought it was the funniest.
He said he likes you. He's just done with politics on Twitch. He said, yeah, I don't really care. You and Chatter's not understanding. This is an OG ranking. They're ranking 2013 to 2015 era streamer impact. Yeah. Oh my gosh, right now the poster board. Yeah, Soda Poppin is an OG Twitch streamer, and he's very funny. I like Soda a lot. I haven't really been keeping up with whatever the fuck he's been doing. I think he got like a 2D girlfriend or something, right? And then he just kind of like, he literally is the guy who got a girlfriend and then just stopped most of the things that he was doing. Like he got off the internet. Don't bully Vebe. She's cool. Yeah. And now he looks kind of jacked, which is weirding me out a little bit. I've never seen him with this much muscle on his body. I just realized I haven't seen like a Soda Poppin clip or just Soda Poppin in real life in a long time.
Okay, so you actually watch him. This has to be better.
I don't actually watch him. I just seen the clip.
And it was funny.
Yeah, everything is short form nowadays.
Okay.
No, in comparison to what he used to look like, he's in better shape. I'm not even kidding.
This is a tough one.
Never watched it really aside from the clip.
Okay.
NMP Law said you were his favorite streamer.
On Twitter,
Thank you. Thank you, Nick
and then all of
Pollum.
a sudden it just vanished.
Yeah, it's gone.
Up next, I like this guy. He's nice. He has aura. And he taught me a lot about things I don't know about because he's younger than me.
Okay. Jason the Ween. I'll be honest, my impression of Jason went higher recently.
Why?
I saw him beat Trainwreck's ass in a CS 1v1, and he's also apparently a League player. So this guy games, but he doesn't stream any fucking games, at least not from what I've seen. So, ew.
Yeah, Nick Paula might be the only divorce court victim that is still a fan of mine. Usually when people go through family court or divorce court, they become automatically resentful of my existence for some reason. So we take those. We take those W's, okay? We take those W's. That's a big one. That's a huge one.
I saw him stream like he was at the Streamer U. It's IRL. Everyone was fucking loud, screaming. I open his stream the other half of the time. He's like in a car on his way to an event, just sitting around fucking just waiting with 3 other fuckers. C tier.
That's not bad.
Again, doesn't do any content I like. I like Jason. He seemed like a nice guy.
He is. He's a nice guy.
Not even nice. Seemed like a entertaining guy.
Okay.
In a non-cringe way.
Thank you.
Divorce court dad here, still subbed and always will be. Hell yeah. Okay, we got some more. Anyway, yeah, Soda Poppin' is the Soda Poppin' is a OG for sure. Bro, someone dug up some real dirt on Zoran. Yeah. I will say, I will confirm this. Zoran Mamdani 11 says books, FIFA 2003 and SimCity 3000 computer games. 11-year-old Zoran Mamdani was featured in a New York Magazine story about what gifts kids want for the holidays. One of his answers was SimCity 3000. Today, he has a real-life city to run. I will say, I can confirm it because this is what he told me in our interview as well. So he won't lie. He was not lying. He did say he was a FIFA guy, and I was like, that's a jock game to play. And he was confused that that was even a thing. Still games more than HasanAbi? Okay, shut the fuck up. All right. You're a bitch. Okay, where was I? All right, let's get back to the Strait of Hormuz, and then we'll talk about domestic politics. We haven't done a lot of IR shit in a minute. And since there are hits in the Strait of Hormuz, the situation must be monitored.
About what has happened here.
It's interesting, Sam. In the last hour or so, we've seen more material coming out from the UK Marine Trade Organisation or Operations Group, who are very accurate about these things. So the ship was the Ever Lovely, and it's called that because it's owned by a Taiwanese company called the Evergreen. So that's why. It's flagged in Singapore. But what they said is that this ship was hit on the starboard side on the bridge, broke some windows, and that was it. No control surfaces, no functioning of the ship was affected whatsoever. And the ship has now gone out of the strait. It didn't even have to stop.
So what does that tell us about who did it?
That tells me that if it was hit on the starboard side and it was just off the tip of Oman, of the Musandam Peninsula, so the side it was hit was the side facing Oman, not the side facing Iran, which would indicate it wasn't a drone, not a missile, and the damage was so small. I think it was somebody in a small boat firing something at it, probably an RPG, a rocket-propelled grenade, something like that, which did a small amount of damage. But what it indicates is that attack led the IMO, the International Maritime Organization, to suspend operations for a while. What that tells us is it takes nothing to close the Strait of Hormuz. And as this process goes on, negotiations between America and Iran, the Strait of Hormuz will open and close and open and close according to this battle of wills between the International Maritime Organization, which the Americans want to promote, this route round Oman, this difficult route, and the northern route around Larak Island, which is what the Iranians say. You've got to use this route. This is the Persian Gulf Straits Authority, which we've established, which has no legitimacy, but they're claiming that you've got to do things according to their authority. So there's that battle going on, and every time they want to make a point, they'll find a way of closing it. Equally, every time something happens in Lebanon, which is supposed to be part of the ceasefire, they will be able to say, well, because of what's happening in Lebanon, we're closing the strait. And I think we'll see the strait open and close on a regular basis.
Trigger, isn't it? It's...
Exactly. So it's going to be very difficult. It gets more difficult because this Omani route, right around the tip of the coast of Oman, it's already, I mean, the depth there is only about 25 meters, so it's already pretty shallow. It's rocky. We're in the middle of the southwest monsoon in India. That's June to September. In July and August, the southwest monsoon normally brings very humid air from the Arabian Sea into the Gulf and creates mist. It throws up sand into the air. Visibility gets very difficult. And so you've got captains in the Gulf in low visibility with little boats zipping around. Most of them are smugglers. They're smuggling cigarettes from Iran to Oman, lots of other things too, but a lot of cigarettes. So you've got little boats zipping around, and nobody knows the difference at a distance between a little boat that's a smuggler's boat and a little boat that's an IRGC gunboat, which has got rockets on board. It's very fraught, and it will get more fraught as the visibility decreases, as it normally does in July and August.
And meanwhile, we've still got something like 11,000 sailors still stuck.
So, fewer than that now, because some have got out. But that was the figure the IMO gave. 11,000 seafarers trapped the wrong side of the strait. We don't know how many have got out. Quite a few ships have gone out recently, but not enough.
All right. As ever, thank you very much.
Meanwhile, overseas, another big obstacle to peace. Iran-backed Hezbollah says 3 civilians were killed in an Israeli drone attack, calling it, quote, a flagrant ceasefire violation. Israel says those killed were with Hezbollah. Holly Williams traveled to southern Lebanon to see the destruction firsthand.
In the ancient city of Tyre, Israeli strikes shattered this neighborhood. We were given permission to travel to Tyre by Hezbollah, but they didn't control what we filmed. Since this conflict reignited in March, the city's been battered. Israel says it's striking Hezbollah, which is backed by Iran and designated a terrorist group by the US.
This one here.
But Rashid Mahmoud Al-Zain told us he has nothing to do with Hezbollah.
Oh, wow, it punched a hole right through here. Look at that. Gone.
And showed us the damage to his house from a strike right next door. Al-Zain told us they were given a warning to get out by Israel's military, and nobody was injured, but said he doesn't have enough money to rebuild. Tyre's around 8 miles from where Israeli forces are now occupying a section of Lebanon, nearly 250 square miles of territory. Israel says it needs the occupation to protect its own people from Hezbollah rockets and drones. Many people here in Lebanon do not support Hezbollah, but in Beirut we saw one of the ways the group wins hearts and minds, handing out free sandwiches. Ali's a computer science graduate who told us he loves America for its culture and freedom, but also hates it for supporting Israel.
I have a lot of hate for the United States for supplying Israel and killing my families, killing my friends.
Despite US officials saying that a ceasefire was agreed last week and a lull in the fighting, there has been more deadly violence in recent days. Israel and Hezbollah have been enemies for decades, but now this intractable conflict could derail US negotiations for a lasting deal with Iran. Gail.
Holly Williams reporting from Beirut. We thank you.
This morning, a race against time in Venezuela as the death toll rises from those
Iranian official on the ship attack. Iranian official quoted by New York Times suggested the attack on a ship yesterday was largely intended as a message to Oman. Oman's decision to coordinate with the IMO on evacuating ships angered Iran, which was to be in the key position to determine navigation through the waterway. What the fuck? With Oman, I hate to see, I'm going to be honest, that was the Ashura ceremony. Shia give free stuff. Ashura. What is this, bro? You see Trump is on Reddit True Tide. Eli Lilly gave him the jab before approval. I'm also on Reddit, but like my politics, I get mine from China.
All right, y'all. Welcome.
There is no shot that Donald Trump is on Reddit True Tide before me. That is fucking bullshit, okay? That is bullshit. That is bullshit. I don't want to believe it. That's crazy. Come on, man. I mean, it's supposed to be coming out soon. Explosion in Iran. Iranian state media reports explosion was heard moments ago in Tahiruya Shirik in southern Iran. The source of the sound is not yet known, IDIB says. Exclusive footage smoke seen rising. Explain what it is. It's one of those peptides / GLP-1 agonists. It's literally like Ozempic, but it's for Ozempic that makes you jacked. He got an approval early from Eli Lilly. There was one 79-year-old approved for early access, and his birthday was last week. Oh, so it's a meme. So we don't know if it's actually real or not. Because you're so... Is it real? Did Eli Lilly actually confirm it or not? It's blue and on bullshit? Okay, Jesus Christ. All right, guys, come on. Anyway, Oman's decision to coordinate with the IMO on evacuating ships angered Iran. The Iranian official, who asked not to be named because he was not authorized to speak publicly, said Oman's providing an alternative route to vessel for transiting the strait had angered Iran and undermined its control over the passageway. White House bats down speculation that Trump got access to Eli Lilly obesity drug for compassionate use. There's only one patient approved for this access, and it's someone who was 79 in April. Dog, you think Trump is the only one who was 79 in April? What is happening? What is going on, Blue Anon? Calm down. First of all, retatrutide is one of those drugs that, like, you'll know. If he just, like, randomly starts losing weight, out of nowhere, then you'll know. Yeah, it doesn't make you jacked. It just helps you retain more muscle than other GLP-1s and similar agonists. Yes. It's speculation. Confirmation would violate HIPAA law, but the process for the application is only meant for life-saving treatment through the Compassion Program. Okay, well, I'll cover it. It's something that I'm obviously very interested in. So I'll fucking cover it. God damn it. New bold progressive is endorsing Maylok Quiros. Progressive Change Campaign Committee, the PCCC, is endorsing Maylok Quiros over Representative Diana DeGette in Colorado 1 per release first share with Axios. Next Tuesday's primary seen by the left as their next big target coming off wins in New York City. New York's political earthquake put Maylok Quiros' lead in recent polls shows that voters want a fighting Democratic Party that's not owned by corporate interests, billionaires, or corrupt Trump allies like AIPAC. Diana DeGette has consistently gone to bat for her big funders and big pharma, big insurance, and other corrupt interests, the exact opposite of what Democrats and the country need in this moment. We proudly support Maylok Quiros as the change agent in this race, shaking up a system rigged for billionaires against working families. Adam Green, co-founder of Progressive Change Campaign Committee, says, yeah, that's great. They're not Pinos. I mean, this is PCCC. It's not the Congressional Progressive Caucus. I was talking about the Congressional Progressive Caucus that obviously has backed Diana DeGette, who is a member of the Congressional Progressive Caucus. Oh my God, you guys are so on board with this fucking dumb... Oh God. You guys are so silly for this story. Okay, God damn it. There's like real shit happening in the world, and you're like, Donald Trump, is he on retatrutide or not? God, it's so fucking stupid. More to the story than just age. This person has had their identity protected because of risk of retaliation if they had their name go public. It's not a candidate. In the study, it's one person who was allocated early treatment. I just don't think Donald Trump would be taking Retta. I don't think he would. I think he's too much of a bitch.
Let's talk about this news that I think might be a good lesson in how internet rumors start. Because the way that you have this start is with a report from Stat News yesterday about Eli Lilly giving access to an experimental obesity drug to a 79-year-old patient. It's called Reddit TrueTide. If you are even remotely on fitness, TikTok, or those feeds, you've heard a lot about it.
Clavicular and Trump are both on Reddit.
Take it, and so far it's been proven to be very effective for weight loss. But it is not FDA approved yet. And according to Stat, Eli Lilly and the FDA have allowed one person to gain access to the drug via compassion.
I know someone that did the clinical trials, and he literally swears by it. Like, he can't sing its praises enough.
Use, which lets patients with serious and life-threatening medical issues access experimental drugs. And a clinician apparently ordered it to treat someone for refractory obesity with obstructive sleep apnea and pulmonary hypertension. The person was reportedly 79 years old when the request was made in April, and so you had sources saying it drew the interest of top health officials, suggesting the person receiving this drug was well connected. And so then, with that stage set, you had people going, okay, who is 79 in April, is generally a big person, is well connected.
But isn't it just a massive cheat? No. I know many people on GLP-1 agonists. It's fucking life-saving. It's a miracle drug. And the reason why people say it's a miracle drug is because, look, a lot of people don't, you will never understand it if you've never needed something like this, but like, there is a thing called food noise, okay, for a lot of people. Like, it's something that, it's like saying, yeah, wearing glasses is cheating.
A lot of people going, is it Donald Trump? And what you saw is that the reporters at Stat, they did the same mental math. But with one writing, given the demographics and the peculiar nature of the application, I asked the White House if this patient was President Trump, and adding, I did not get a direct answer. And so the fact that the White House didn't give an answer, it kind of just created this space for people to run wild with the theory. And so you have people kind of just compiling evidence to prove it, and they also didn't have to look that far back to try to do that. Because, I mean, just yesterday, Trump gave remarks praising Eli Lilly.
Because right here in...
Yeah, see, Zepbound saved me. I've lost over 110 pounds on it. These meds are amazing. So many people, dude. It's a game changer. It's a life changer. It's a lifesaver. I will ride for it till the end of time.
Eli Lilly has just announced, great company, by the way, drug company, a $3.5 billion investment.
And then you had Trump. He's told this story before. It is actually, I am not a fan of the man, but I just appreciate this story. He started talking about weight loss drugs and that friend who's apparently using them.
Who takes the fat drug? And a friend of mine who's extremely fat, sloppy, but very brilliant. He's a brilliant businessman, but he's a slob. There's no question about it. Very neurotic person, which you need sometimes to be successful. But he said, President, I just came over here and I bought, I won't say Ozempic or whatever the hell it was, but I bought the fat drug. I said, I didn't know you used it because it's not working. And I used him as, he's begging me not to use his name, so I won't. But he's a very successful guy. He's actually a pretty well-known guy. Brilliant business guy.
He's literally talking about Elon Musk, by the way. Why does our first sassy gay president also has to be Hitler? Well, the last one was actually pretty good. It was Abe Lincoln.
Worth a lot of money.
And well, with that story, you have a lot of people wondering, who the hell is this friend that he is just roasting? You also had some saying it sounded like Trump was really just describing himself, especially because, again, this is not the first time he's told this story. And actually, this popped one of the last times because you had a lot of people think that he was talking about Elon Musk. But now, with all the people that were running these theories, you had the White House kind of ending this and shutting the rumors down. Or with a rapid response account writing, no, it wasn't President Trump, and you people are truly sick and deranged. The spokespeople also slamming the reporter who said that she asked the White House for comment, and the White House Director of Communications writing, how is this a real quote? You're just a big idiot. You certainly made a name for yourself by completely embarrassing yourself at the expense of being thirsty for clicks and peddling falsehoods. You know, the deputy press secretary also saying, because this has to be spelled out for Lizzie Law, who has proven herself to be an unserious gossip columnist, this application was not for the president. Though again, like, it does appear she in fact asked them prior to publishing only to get the runaround. And I do have to add, even though I didn't think that it was the president taking this, and I also don't care if it was or it wasn't, act like people are crazy to think that it might have been Trump is so stupid. Like, people have eyes, they see how he looks, the age in these stories, it seems to possibly connect. He has also talked about making GLP-1s more accessible to the general public. So it's not the craziest leap, especially if you do not give a comment when asked for comment. But then also, while we're on this topic, I have to note, like, this isn't even the biggest controversy regarding weight loss drugs today. Because on the other end of the spectrum, we're now seeing reports about parents giving their young elementary age kids GLP-1s in a desperate attempt to fight childhood obesity. And actually with that, you have doctors talking to the Wall Street Journal and saying that childhood obesity is actually very hard to fight, and the consequences, they're severe. Right? Specialists are seeing high blood pressure, poor blood sugar control, liver dysfunction in kids as young as 4 years old, and children dealing with issues this severe, they generally don't grow out of it. With this, you had one doctor adding, I see kids who have developed type 2 diabetes at 10, 11 years old, and saying they need help so desperately. Then also with this, most GLP-1s, they're only approved for kids as young as 12 years old, though they are also being tested on kids as young as 6. So doctors, they've been having to go off label to prescribe them, and it's—
Dude, our society is so busted that like this is a necessity for like children so fucking young. It's so busted. Our dietary habits are dog shit. What's really interesting about this is that, so the way fat cells work is that they never go away. They just shrink, but they never fully go away, which is why, especially if you have like a really healthy regimen, really healthy diet, and you lose all the fucking weight, you have to keep up with it for the rest of your life, because no matter what happens, you will literally very quickly blow back up, especially if you just like, you know, unless you do liposuction. Okay, that's an unbelievably complex and sometimes deadly surgery. Yeah, that's true. Adipocyte cells just deflate. Props for being a stem cell. Yeah, this is my only stem cell. It's ironic because anytime I talk about fitness, people say this is bro science, but like it's the only thing I know about and care about as far as like in the stem cell category. So, it is bro science. It's not bro science. It's just science. Oh my God. Just because bros care about it doesn't mean it's not real science. Fuck. It's literally like when we talk about like calories in, calories out. That was probably one of the worst elements of Woke One, was like the line that was blurred between like fat acceptance and being comfortable in your own skin versus just literally being anti-science, which then turned into one of the most insane things I've ever seen. People who were getting paid by like Nabisco coming out and saying you should eat Oreos. Otherwise, it's fucking, you know, you should eat Oreos, and anyone who tells you not to eat Oreos is actually fucking being like a piece of shit, being reactionary. It was mind-boggling. Obviously, there's numerous systemic factors that play a major role in how difficult it is to maintain a healthy lifestyle. Obviously, not walkable cities is a huge problem. Yeah. Not having any walkable cities is a huge problem. There are so many issues, but like, you know, some of the basic stuff that people say is bro science or bad or dangerous or whatever is technically true. Like calories in, calories out is technically true. Anyway. When you say you only care about it because of fitness, it is bro science. Yes, sure. Don't they die though, the fat cells? You can't be forever cooked, right? No, I mean, you're not cooked. You just have to keep up with your diet to make sure it doesn't, you know, get out of hand, to make sure you don't fucking yo-yo. But yes, fat cells do not die. They just stay, they shrink and they become, you know, they never become non-existent, but they shrink. But that means that your body is more comfortable rebuilding those fat cells. So unfortunately, if you were fat at any point in your life, it is a lot easier for you to gain weight and to develop fat again. Anyway, but I've been able to do it. You can too. Anyway, so yeah, they deflate like water balloons, but you can fill it back up like a pre-stretched balloon. Fun fact, fat cells redistribute over time towards male dominant or female dominant areas of your body if you take HRT. Wait, really? I didn't know that. But yeah. The problem with calories in, calories out, yes, is that people think that all calories are the same. They're not the same. And they don't have like a healthy spread, a healthy percentage of protein, fats, and carbs. You need to have a healthy balance on all of those things because you need all of those things. It's possible to break down fat cells. They're just extremely resistant to true breakdown. They partially fill and can be filled with water to maintain their presence because evolutionary starvation is the biggest risk to death. Therefore, deleting fat cells is very hard to dedicate resources to. Anyway. Yeah, I'm on estrogen and my ass got fat immediately. Nice. Can I have fat cells moved to my D? God. Bro, be serious, man. Can we be fucking serious? Anyway, let's keep
It's been a controversial choice. Right? There are some fears that it could lead to insufficient nutrient intake, that could harm bone growth and puberty. And then on top of that, these are drugs that really only work while you're on them. So if you stop, you're going to gain the weight back. And we don't know if there are consequences to starting it as a kid and then this just going on for decades and decades. Which is why you had one doctor saying we don't have enough evidence to safely prescribe under 12 at this point. Adding, I think that potential is there for positive impact, but there are.
Bitch, I wasn't joking. Wait, like my dick? Can I have a fat hog? I'm trying to have a fat dick. Okay, dude. That's not a thing. Okay,
not
stop.
Enough studies yet. And whatever your opinion here, like this is a serious issue. Around 1 in 5 kids in America, they deal with obesity. It's as you have parents trying other methods first, right? The journal talking to parents who completely changed their kids' diets, enrolled them in sports. They started doing family exercise only to see the kids still gaining weight. And so with that, you had one doctor who's been prescribing the drugs to kids under 12 saying, we don't know what the long-term effects could be, and that can be scary and unsettling. But then adding, I do know that having obesity when you're 7, especially severe obesity, is very likely going to lead to, for sure, a reduced quality of life, premature mortality likely, really not a good life. So once again, God, we have a lot of things that I want to hear from you on today. What are your thoughts with any of this, whether it be the Trump stuff or what's happening with the kids?
Anyway. So that's the speculation. I can't believe Kyle did 20 minutes on this, dude. I cannot believe it. That's the drama, though, about whether or not Trump is on Ozempic, the new version of Ozempic, which is retatrutide, which is what Clavicular has been using. It's going to be, I think it already completed its third phase of the clinical trials. So Eli Lilly is going to be mass distributing it soon, and your boy will be on it. How many Blackberry Dr. Pepper Zeros is too many in one day? I don't know. All of the other GLP-1 agonists basically fucking shred your one. Okay, you guys are wrong for that. You can have more than one. Anyway, all of the GLP-1 agonists, they melt your fat, they suppress your appetite, they cancel out food noise. And if you've ever been a fatty, if you're a former fatty, if you're a current fatty, you know exactly what that is. It's literally, food noise is a constant thing. I'm always thinking about food. There's not a single moment of the day where I'm not thinking about food. When I'm eating food, I'm thinking about my next meal. And this is something that a lot of people don't realize. Like, this is a very real thing that former fatties know very well and current fatties know very well. I think about food every single second of the day. I think about food. I dream about food. I dream about foods that I haven't consumed yet. I dream about, what kind of food that I would have. And then it makes me sad because I'm like, oh my God, I can't have that food because if I have that food, I'm going to gain weight. It's literally all I think about all the time. As a matter of fact, now that I'm talking about it, I'm sure plenty of other people are also thinking about it. There's not a single moment where food is not in my mind. Not even just in my mind, but top of my mind. Okay? In a way that literally like changes the dynamic of the day for me. Okay? It's in my mind while I'm literally eating food. Okay? And it is a weight that I have to constantly deal with on my shoulders. Gauge time by when I will eat again, that too. And it sucks. It's ass. And I know, like, people don't understand this because, like, there are just people out there who don't do that. Like, there are people out there who do not experience that at all. Okay? Which is so strange to me because I've never known a moment in my life where I haven't been like that. Okay? So a lot of people who have never had that, a lot of people who have just never had that issue will be like, what do you mean just stop eating? And it's like, dude, it's not that easy. You're out of your fucking mind. Not gonna lie, I fucking hate eating. Yeah, I will never know that feeling. I will never know what it feels like to hate eating. I love eating. I'm an eater. I live and die for eating. Eating is probably one of the most, like, eating food is literally part of the reason why I exist. Perhaps it's also the reason, maybe it's part of the reason why I have never felt like chronic depression in my life. Because why be depressed? I have food to eat, like new foods I haven't tasted yet, or even old foods that I have tasted that I would like to taste again. You know what I mean? Like, I have a reason for existence, and that is eating. And for me, I've clearly like found ways to manipulate my mind. Like, for example, I love treats. I love sweet treats. Okay. I have a big sweet tooth. So what do? Okay. 0 calorie, 0 sugar sodas. That's one way that I trick myself into having sweet treats throughout the entire day. And then the other thing that I do is I have protein snacks. I have protein subs. I love chips. Okay. I love chips. So instead of having fucking Pringles or, Ruffles or Lay's or any of those other brands, I eat Quest chips, right? So at least I'm still getting my protein intake, and it doesn't taste as good, but it tastes good enough that I can trick myself into believing that I'm having fucking chips. So then I'm like, okay, I'm full. I've gotten enough chips in me. Because if it tasted more delicious, I probably want to crack open multiple bags. But it tastes just good enough that I can eat one and be satisfied. Okay? Same with, Halo Top ice cream or other like shittier versions of ice cream. Ice cream that's like real and good, like Salt and Straw, I need the whole pint. Okay? I can down it like it's nobody's fucking business. See, I'm talking about food again. I love food so much. Ice cream that is like one of those protein substitutes is just good enough to satisfy my craving for ice cream, but it's not so good that I have to eat like 1 million fucking pounds of it. Okay? So there's also that. Same with all the other protein snacks that I have, like protein Pop-Tarts or, protein, like a protein shake. I love milkshakes, but protein shakes are fine. You know what I mean? It satisfies the craving. It kills the need, but it's also not so good that I want like 1 million fucking, I want to slam back multiple protein shakes. Stavi calls Halo Top methadone. Oh my God. By the way, 100 pack from Amy Goodman's peace sign. Thank you, Amy Goodman's peace sign, for the 100 pack. As a fatty who is allergic to dairy and can't eat protein-enriched things because it's just whey protein, I'm jealous. Yeah. So Working out is low-key goated because you can eat more. That's literally not true. And that is the wrongest thing you could possibly say. You can never outwork your diet. Okay? That's literally untrue. That's the wrongest thing. It's the classic. Abs are made in the kitchen is a cliche, but it's true. Okay? You cannot outwork your diet. It's just virtually impossible. Okay? As a matter of fact, there's a reason why people say it's better to like walk long distances as like a way to lose weight rather than like sprint or rather than do like high intensity interval training, because working out actually increases your appetite and increases your starvation. Your body's like, oh my God, feed me. I need to, you're breaking down all of this muscle. We need to rebuild it, which will then cause you to eat more, and you could accidentally gain weight if you're trying to lose weight, for example. Anyway. So. Yeah, zone 2 is the best for losing fat. Abs are made in the gym, but revealed in the kitchen. Sure. What is this? I literally work out to simulate my appetite. They check my body fat when I started the gym when I was 20 and it was like 3%. That's crazy. Yeah. The thing is, like, obviously, if you're, you know, like a fucking ultra marathon athlete or whatever, yes, you can fucking outwork your diet, I guess. But the average person doesn't walk nearly as much. The average person doesn't work out nearly as much. Most people are far more sedentary than that. And that is precisely the reason why I say most normal human beings cannot outwork their diet. Okay? I mean, it's partially true. Like my cut calories when I'm going to the gym and my maintenance calories when I'm not going to the gym are the same number of calories. Anyway, I run a 5K 3 times a week and it keeps me in good shape. Yeah, that's crazy. Holy shit. My knees buckled thinking about that. And by the way, that chatter is like 3%. When that chatter said like I got my body fat tested and it was 3%, that means like he needed medical intervention to obviously gain weight. Otherwise he would die. Okay? Because 3% I think is literally like, I mean, each body is different. Some people are more comfortable at 10%. Some people are more comfortable. Some people can be comfortable at 7%. It's, you know, naturally. But when you get down to that level, it means that like skipping a meal could kill you. Okay? Like 3%, if you're a woman, means you're dead. Anyway, do you find that you struggle with the extreme swings between your physical activity and your job, sitting in a chair 8 hours a day? I'm struggling to find the balance outside of my training sessions because I just sit at home for work. No, I mean, I've gotten so used to it. My ass is fat, luckily. I can sit on this chair. I have a good chair, and it's fine for the most part. I mean, like, I woke up, dude, I woke up at 5:30 this morning so I could go hit the gym. And the reason why I did that is because I shot the podcast earlier and I knew that I had to hit the gym or otherwise I would go fucking crazy. So, you know, I just, as long as I get that out of my system, I'm good. Anyway, this conversation is making me hungry, bro. Dude, I know. Okay. It's just know that every moment that I am live talking to you, in the back of my mind, I'm thinking food, yum. I'm just revealing that information to you if you didn't know already. There's never been a moment There's never a moment throughout my day where I am not literally consistently thinking about food that I will eat in the future, food that I've eaten in the past. Like right now, I'm thinking about my Uber Eats delivery. Okay. I haven't made it yet, but I'm thinking about it. I'm like, ooh, should I have the teriyaki chicken today or should I have the Middle Eastern chicken today? Ooh, that's going to be delicious. Maybe I think I want the teriyaki chicken. Do I go with the extra side of straight white chicken breast or do I not? You know? Fat LARPing is crazy. You think this is a LARP? Are you fucking stupid? Dog, have you ever seen me on camera with food, including the times where I eat throughout the day, but also, like, go back to the Shoykot Chakrabarti clip of me and him eating together, and you will see if I'm fucking LARPing or if I'm a real one. I get sad when I'm full. There's still yummy food on the table. It's weak, man. I finish all the food on the table. I don't leave food on the table. Anyway. Okay. Breaking. U.S. CENTCOM announces a wave of strikes on southern Iran. The memorandum of understanding has no impact whatsoever. In Lebanon, a U.S.-backed agreement was signed with the Lebanese government recognizing Israel and ensuring that the Israelis will remain occupying the south. Now the U.S. is actually bombing Iran directly again. In other words, the U.S. couldn't honor clause 1 of the agreement and end the hostilities on all fronts. Here's U.S. CENTCOM. U.S. strikes in Iran in response to attack on commercial vessel. U.S. Central Command forces conducted strikes against Iran June 26 as powerful response to yesterday's attack on a commercial ship that was transiting the Strait of Hormuz. U.S. aircraft struck Iranian missile and drone storage locations at coastal radar sites after Iran hit MV Ever Lovely on June 25th with a one-way attack drone. The Singapore flag cargo ship was exiting the Strait of Hormuz along the Omani coast at the time of Iran's attack. The unwarranted aggression against commercial shipping by Iranian forces clearly violated the ceasefire. Furthermore, Iran's dangerous behavior undermined freedom of navigation as commerce increasingly flows through the vital international trade corridor. CENTCOM forces continue to provide safe passage coordination and support to commercial vessels transiting the strait. The U.S. military remains present and vigilant to ensure all aspects of the agreement with Iran are adhered to, obeyed, and in full force and effect. There was an Iranian official who said Iran struck this commercial vessel because the commercial vessel was not coordinating with Iran, but instead coordinating. What is this? Pete Buttigieg Substack. A terrible thing happened to my family. What the fuck is this? Pete Buttigieg had Child Protective Services called. Jesus Christ. That's unacceptable. Anyway, we'll get back to that later. But of course, as is the case, Barack Ravid is the guy who gets to announce the U.S. military conducted strikes in the area of the Strait of Hormuz, U.S. official tells me. I feel like it's a flex, dude. You know what I mean? To me, it feels like whenever Barack Ravid gets to be the one who explains this, I feel as though this is a flex. It's like flex mode, beast mode, you know? After market close, as usual. Yeah. You know, when you get used to it, when you get fucking used to doing a thing over and over again, it becomes routine. It becomes a habit. It's much harder to shake that habit. And you can't really fault US CENTCOM and even Iran to consistently have this tit for tat back and forth, you know? They do memorandums of understanding, but then old habits, they die hard. It's not easy to kill old habits like that. So, Operation Epstein's Fury is back on the table potentially. I don't think it is, but we shall see. They're calling you and Mayla anti-Semitic in the Denver Post. Yeah, I saw. We'll cover that later. We'll get to that. Do you think hawks have food noise, but for death and destruction? What the fuck? Is the Denver Post right wing? I don't think it is, but it's like, it's kind of libbed up. So it is right wing to us. Did you get a new DSA New York hat? No, I did not. That was Romke's fault, by the way. I don't know if he's in the chat right now, but I only have the black DSA New York hat, and I'm still waiting on my burgundy New York DSA hat. You're on notice, Romke. You get no free hat from New York DSA after this? Out there. I brought you guys gifts. This motherfucker. Yeah. And the one thing that I did not actually intend to give them as a gift, I only gave some of them away. I didn't give all of them away, for the record. But I did think it would be nice to give the fucking Breakfast Club guys some DSA merch. But here's what's fucked up. I left my hat, the New York DSA hat, not the Denver one that I'm currently wearing, but the New York DSA hat in the green room. And one of the camera operators literally took it and told me, "Oh, dude, you forgot one of the gifts that you were giving people in the green room." So I took it for myself. And guess what? I didn't have it in me to be like, "No, dog, that's actually my hat." Like, I wasn't intending on giving that. So I just let him take it. I was like, haha, okay, yeah, great. And now I miss the hat. It's my favorite fucking hat after the Denver DSA one. Bro, why didn't you say that? Dude, come on, man. That's fucked up. That is not... You would not be able to overcome that social mountain, okay? That's crazy. That's crazy that you think someone in a situation like that where you're like giving gifts out and this guy also thinks that's a gift, you're going to be like, "No, that's not a gift, that's mine." No, it feels crazy. Yeah, that's literally like a fucking Larry David plot point, dude. No, I did not nail the interaction at all. I lost the interaction. Anyway. Yeah, so US CENTCOM, you're overthinking it. All right, let's talk about Venezuela. There are a There's a massive search for survivors in Venezuela as earthquakes hit Venezuela this past week. And the death toll is climbing. I believe it's about above 500, but there's still like 50,000 people, close to 50,000 people that are not accounted for. We don't know what the numbers are going to look like at the end.
This morning, a race against time in Venezuela as
But
the
it's
death toll
terrifying.
rises from those devastating back-to-back earthquakes. At least 235 people killed so far, another 4,300 injured, with hundreds still believed to be trapped. Emergency crews digging through mountains of concrete and twisted metal. Crowds cheering as people are freed from the rubble. 4-year-old Adrian carried to safety. Venezuelan TV showing 3 more children covered in dust pulled out alive. This woman saying she held onto a door frame during the quake and watched her friend disappear.
USGS estimates at least 10K dead based on the size of the area affected.
Family members calling out for missing loved ones. As many as 25,000 still unaccounted for, as experts warn the death toll could ultimately top 10,000. New aerial footage capturing the extent of the devastation. High rises leveled, blocks upon blocks reduced to debris. And we're getting new accounts of the initial moments of chaos when 2 earthquakes struck
10K is the lower end of that estimate, chatter.
within just 39 seconds of each other Wednesday evening.
At the end of the road where I was, the building collapsed. Cracks were appearing in the front of the buildings. Everyone was terrified.
American Alex de Riviere was along the coast when the quakes hit.
It all started to really settle in when the buses started shaking. Immediately, like, people started screaming and panicking.
Now an international aid effort is mobilizing. The U.S. military and State Department sending support. And in Miami, volunteers with the Global Empowerment Mission are packing up relief supplies.
What are the things that are most in need right now?
Everything is important. Food, medicines. There are families that lose everything.
Relief flights will begin arriving this weekend, but the airport in Caracas, the country's main airport, so badly damaged that it is closed, and that is complicating relief efforts. Mary?
So many challenges ahead, Victor. Thank you.
Now we're taking you to Venezuela, where crews are racing to dig through the rubble after Wednesday's deadly earthquakes. The death toll is now well above 200, with thousands more still missing. Christiane Benavides is in neighboring Colombia, a staging area for relief supplies. Christiane, good morning. What's the latest?
U.S. military involvement feels weird. Dog, this is literally the one good thing that the military does. This and like the Army engineers. It's unironically the thing that the military is capable of doing because it has like tremendous capability of like moving units of goods necessary, and also heavy machinery. We should only do this and nothing else. You know what I mean? We should do a fundraiser like you did for Turkey, Syria a few years ago. Yeah, I might set something up. Yeah, they're very good at rapid response and logistical support. So this is low key what the military should be doing. Usually we're the ones who are making buildings look like that, not coming after buildings look like that to save lives.
Gail, good morning. These were among the strongest earthquakes to strike Venezuela in over a century, and they happened back to back. They were so strong, in fact, that even here in Colombia, people said that they felt the ground shake too. And now there's a desperate search for survivors.
A frantic scene in Venezuela as rescuers dig through the rubble trying to find survivors after 2 deadly earthquakes rocked communities along the northern coast on Wednesday. The damage is catastrophic. Buildings smashed to the ground, homes ripped apart, and people's lives upended. Among those found alive in the rubble, this man giving a thumbs up from the stretcher. But for others, it's the unthinkable. Horrible. With tears in his eyes, this man says horrible.
Iran is being bombed again, bro. Dog, I know I covered it already. What the fuck, man? What the fuck? I know. Subscribe and rewind. I know. We already covered it. Jesus Christ, chatters. Holy shit. Every time, bro. Every time. I move away from one story and instantly I get I get yelled at.
We have seen way too much. His young nephew and niece were found deceased, and scores of people are still missing. This mother of three says she's desperate. She doesn't know where her son is. 24-year-old gamer Gabriela Suarez was streaming live from her home in the country's capital, Caracas, when the earthquakes happened.
It started getting harder and harder. I could feel the ground moving.
She says her communities, both online and in person, are rallying to try to support the efforts on the ground in Venezuela, where millions were already facing economic instability and lacked steady access to resources like power and clean water before the quakes.
We've been through...
Everything happens to streamers? No, it's because streamers are always live. That's why. Streamers are always live, so then it's like unironically a reliable way to see what's going on in real time. Because, you know, there's always a streamer from whichever country where something devastating is happening is always going to be live in real time.
Every single thing I can imagine, and we're still trying to pull through.
Now, the U.S. has promised $150 million in aid. It is also sending 2 U.S. Navy ships, which are on their way to Venezuela. And here in Colombia, 2 relief flights departed in the overnight hours, with more expected later today.
That's why we were one of the first media outlets to break the Charlie Kirk assassination story.
Historic vote last night. The New York City Rank Guidelines Board approved.
Yeah. I'm going to work on putting together a fundraiser for the relief for victims of the Venezuelan earthquake. All right. Due to the sanctions, Venezuela doesn't have the communications infrastructure outside of Caracas to properly communicate, which would lead to more deaths. Yeah, I mean, there should be sanctions relief regardless. Answer the question. Can you answer the question? What's the question? Bro, you cut the Trump getting shot when he was still on stage? Yeah. One of my least favorite things that I am forced to do on this broadcast is like, everyone has a story that they want me to cover. Everyone has a story that they want me to cover, and everyone has their own local politician that they want me to fly out to and promote. And it turns into a shit show when chatters are constantly spamming the one story from their local neighborhood that they desperately need me to cover, or their one, local candidate running for state office or something that they need me to go and promote. Okay? I'm one guy. I'm a one person operation. Okay? I'm already maxed out on the resources. I can't do everything all at once. You need an RV and you can travel to way more states? Are you insane? I have to fly everywhere. I can't RV to places. That's way slower. What are you talking about? I cannot stand stream traffic controlling. I'll never understand coming on someone else's stream and telling them what to talk about. Yeah. Anyway, going back to the Lebanese Israel framework, senior correspondent of Al Jazeera English, Zaina Khodr, says details of what was signed in the Lebanon-Israel framework agreement still not made public, but the aim is to de-link Lebanon from the Iran track. Hezbollah is not party to the agreement, so it doesn't mean anything. Okay? Israeli public broadcaster quoting a senior political official on the agreement, Israel will maintain a security zone along the borders of the Yellow Line in Lebanon until Hezbollah is disarmed. The IDF's freedom of military action will be maintained through the security zone. 2 areas have been agreed upon where a pilot program will be implemented. One area outside the Yellow Line, south of the Litani, and The second outside of the original yellow line, north of the Litani. So it doesn't really mean anything, right? It doesn't mean anything at all, as a matter of fact. This deal, I mean. Here is the details.
The tenacity of Prime Minister Salam, the resilience of Ambassador Karam, and the patriotism of the Lebanese armed forces. Thank you all so much.
I gotta pee.
Your Excellencies, Ambassadors, Mr. Secretary, I want to first express my appreciation to Secretary Rubio and his incredible team. Under his leadership, we've advanced President Trump's vision of peace and security, of peace through strength. We've advanced a historical and important process forward. I want to express my deepest appreciation to my colleagues, Dr. Dresden of the NSA, our foreign ministry personnel, our IDF officers, who worked alongside, together with me, under the leadership and guidance of Prime Minister Netanyahu and his team back in Jerusalem. I also want to thank Her Excellency, Ambassador Hamadi, for being a very tough negotiator. You and your team set an example for patriotism to your country. You fight like a lioness, Miss Ambassador. In my opening remarks 4 days ago, I expressed concern that this train was running off the tracks, that Iran and its proxies wanted a train wreck. Well, with a lot of hard work under your leadership, Dan, together with Secretary Rubio and his entire staff, indefatigable team, we've put the train back on the tracks, and it's running in the right direction. Final destination? Peace between our two countries. Real peace, where both countries will live in security, where Israel's and Lebanon's sovereignty will be respected, honored, and protected. In this performance-based trilateral framework agreement, Iran is out, Hezbollah is out, and the road to peace between Israel and Lebanon is in. This would not have been possible without the resilience of the people of Israel, and especially the residents of our northern Galilee, who have remained resolute in the face of Hezbollah terror. And last but not least, I want to thank the real heroes who have made this possible, the men and women of the IDF, who
oh my God, like he legitimately, yeah, the men and women of the IDF have made this peace possible by blowing up and also militarily occupying southern Lebanon. Thank God. Thank God for them. How do you even say this out loud? Also, like, what is the expectation here? Like, what's the expectation from Hezbollah to be like, oh, well, I guess the Lebanese government that is basically like a comprador state. Fix your noise gate? What are you talking about? He needs to fucking fix his noise gate. It's like he's giving head to the mic? What? What are you? Not you? Fuck my life. You're being an audio pervert for a dude, for the Israeli ambassador? Anyway, we're going to be talking about the rent freeze and stuff in a second. But there are some other things I wanted to cover as well. Yeah, Gottheimer went back on CNN to complain about democratic socialism. AOC on Jen Psaki at 9 p.m. Eastern tonight. Will she carry the flame? Will we carry the flame today? That's the real question. We haven't carried the flame at all. Next hype train level 10, we carry the motherfucking flame, okay? Anyway. What was I going to do? Oh, here. This was Donald Trump being asked about the Iran ceasefire.
Mr. President, you said that Iran violated the ceasefire. Will they face any consequences?
You'll find out.
Do you consider the ceasefire to still be in place?
I don't like the fact that they took a shot yesterday, actually 4, we knocked down 3, at a ship.
Bro, I literally just said, I can't, this is what I mean. We can't be doing this all day, man. I can't wait for the fucking midterms to be over.
Not an Allied ship, but a ship, a very expensive ship. And it was fine, but it took a little beating. They shouldn't be doing that, so you'll find out.
Will the U.S.
You'll find out.
Will the U.S. respond? What is your message to Iran?
When I respond, you're going to find out.
Sir, why do you think they did that if the talks, you've said repeatedly they're going well? What do you think the motivation is for Iran in attacking a ship?
They're a little bit different. That's why I think of it, 47 years, no president did what we're doing. So you just asked a question.
I mean, on both ends, honestly. 47 years, no president actually assassinated a head of state like this. But then 47 years, no president also gave such a great sanctions relief package to Iran either.
Question, you'll find out. Okay, I think we had enough. This is so important. I want to have it stand on its own. These people are incredible patriots. They're people of great respect and religion. They're among the most respected people in our country, and I just want to thank Dan. And
he looks skinnier from this angle. Oh my God, you guys are so fucking annoying. You're so annoying.
Ben and Todd and Vince and everybody for Paula, always Paula, because she's been here from the beginning. We have a white.
He looks exceptionally jaundiced today. That's the healthy tone of his skin. Okay, it's just normal. Pod save again. Once again, finding any reason to pearl clutch, stall momentum, fearmonger, reactionary framing.
Democratic Party, if not its voters.
Oh God, I bet John Favreau has some choice words about Daria Lisa.
And what we saw yesterday evening were Democrats across the city turning out and voting for a new kind of politics.
A slate of 3 candidates endorsed by Zoran Mamdani won their Democratic primaries in deep blue House districts. In the 7th.
Listen, this man sincerely voted for Katie Porter. Okay. Look, I don't have any beef with the Pod Johns. I just have reasonable disagreements. Okay. I don't have any beef with the Pod Johns. I just have reasonable disagreements from time to time with the Pod Johns. Okay.
District, Democratic Socialist Claire Valdez won the open seat over a pretty progressive opponent endorsed by the retiring Democratic member of Congress. In the 10th district, Progressive City Comptroller Brad Lander defeated incumbent Dan Goldman in a race that was largely about Israel. Both men are Jewish. Lander ran as a self-proclaimed liberal Zionist, but hit Goldman on voting against legislation to block military aid to Israel and taking money from pro-Israel lobbying groups. And then the biggest upset of the night, 4-term Representative Adriano Espaillat, head of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, and the first undocumented immigrant to serve in Congress, lost his Harlem Bronx district in an upset to a leftist community organizer named Daria Liza Avila Chevalier, a Democratic socialist who also believes in abolishing prisons, police, and all deportations. She might be the most left-wing candidate to ever win a Democratic primary in our lifetime. There's been a lot of focus on her old tweets, which she has deleted and mostly apologized for. I'm fine with that. My general position is to give people a chance who want to take back something they said or posted. Certainly would love to take back things that I've posted. Here's where I have a problem. She has not apologized for attending an anti-Israel rally on October 8th.
That's crazy, man. That's crazy. Bro, please talk to Ben Hamas Rhodes about this, please. Okay? Please. Like why should she apologize for that? Oh, I'm sorry. Was 75 years of apartheid too soon? How many years of apartheid is it? How many years of apartheid should the Palestinian people withstand until it's appropriate for there to be a pro-Palestine rally at any point? I don't know why, I don't know why liberals think this is like a good line. I don't think this tracks with the average person. I'm not kidding when I say this. I don't think, guys, test it with your parents, your lived up parents that probably are now anti-Israel. Because I want to hear, I want to hear why you have no clue what you're talking about. Jewish Jack 002. Are you a Brandon supporter? I'm Jewish, Jack. It's the Mac attack. I'll give you something you can understand, okay, as a Brandon supporter. I think it is unbelievably inappropriate for Joe Brandon to fly to Israel right after October 7 and give Benjamin Netanyahu a bear hug than it is for an American citizen to protest against Israel's apartheid and protest at the behest of Palestinians on October 8. Straight up. One caused incalculable material damage and aided and abetted in Israel's genocide, as it was aiding and abetting in Israel's apartheid and occupation prior to October 7 and certainly after October 7. The other is just being on the right side of history, the right side of a moral issue, but perhaps a little too early for the taste of many liberals. You know what I mean? Is 9/11 for people that are into Israel? Most of us don't have that relationship with Israel. Some of us didn't even have that with America after 9/11. Yeah, but it just doesn't make any sense to say it right now because Jon Favreau is not a massive dick rider of Israel. Okay, he's not. He's probably more pro-Israel than the average person is because he was in fucking he worked in the Obama administration, but he's also certainly not as it's not a genocide, but all right. Oh, you're a denier. You're a denier of the Israeli genocide. Okay, what else do you like to deny? Are there any other things that you like to deny? I just hope you understand that one day this will be akin to Holocaust denial, which is completely unacceptable. Just so you understand. You're just, a modern day neo-Nazi at that point where you're like, nah, it's not real. It's not a real genocide, dude. And I know all the talking points. You're going to be like, the UN is lying. The ICJ is lying. The ICC is biased. They're all anti-Semitic. Everyone's anti-Semitic. That's why they anti-Semitically are saying that Israel has done a genocide. Obviously, it wasn't. It was a defensive genocide, and therefore it's not a genocide. Could you help explain his POV? I don't understand what his point is. He's saying that no one could have known that Israel was going to do this early, and that it's inappropriate to protest against Israel so close to October 7. Now, to these guys, my question always is, what's the sufficient timeline? What's the sufficient timeline? When would it be appropriate? Is it after a week? Is it after Israel killed as many civilians as the Palestinian resistance had on October 7? What is the point where it's appropriate to protest against Israel? Because the interesting situation here is that history did not start on October 7. The events that predated October 7 is what triggered October 7, and that is 75 years of subjugation, apartheid, forcing people to live in this hermetically sealed open-air prison, destroying their lives and livelihoods, destroying all hope, showing the 2.5 million to 3 million Palestinians that live in this open-air prison known as Gaza, that Israel was not going to ever diplomatically solve or resolve this problem. It's the endless violence and endless starvation, counting of calories, all this stuff. It's the death and destruction of what it looks like to not have what it looks like to try and maintain some sort of non-resistance posture in the West Bank. So Israel left these people in a dire state, in a desperate state, with no options whatsoever. Okay. And after 75 years of apartheid, occupation, ethnic cleansing, forcing people to live in this complete surveillance state with no autonomy whatsoever, no future whatsoever, of course, people were going to fight back. And it was going to be gruesome because the actions of the people who are occupied, right? The actions of the militant resistance that forms after 75 years of apartheid is going to match the intensity and the violence of their subjugation by the occupier. This is how it works. To steelman the liberal position on this, they're basically saying the genocidal response had not yet happened. So any rally is about how resistance is justified on 10-8 is just celebrating 10-7. Personally, I think that doesn't really track because they are counting on they're counting in decades of blockade on Gaza and apartheid in the West Bank. Yes. Anyone that knew enough about the situation to literally go out to a pro-Palestinian rally on 10-8 knew exactly what Israel was going to do and knew exactly what Israel had done leading up to October 7. It's that simple. I knew. You heard my commentary on 10-8. Like, here, I'll take it one step further. I kickstarted the fundraising initiatives for Gaza, a week in after October 7, when no one else was touching it with a 10-foot pole. I talked to someone in ANIRA, one of the many organizations that we fundraise for, to the tune of $1.8 million or something larger than that. Obviously, the total was much larger than that, but just this community alone, we raised around $2 million for PCRF, Palestinian Red Crescent, ANIRA, right? And I had to coordinate with organizations that were active on the ground because many of the organizations were not even allowed into or were not allowed to operate in Gaza, all this stuff, right? So here's the thing. Should I apologize? Oh, no, it's 1.2 million. Sorry. Should I apologize? Was that too soon? How could I have known that a genocide was going to take place? You know? Perhaps it's because I knew what Israel had done. Perhaps it's because I knew what Israel had done and what Israel was doing and what Israel was going to continue doing. Israel cut off the electricity in Gaza on October 9. And that's it. So I think the other million was a second fundraiser. Yes. History did not start on October 7. So if people were out at a pro-Palestinian rally on October 8, those were the people who were knowledgeable about Israel's actions leading up to October 7. It's that simple. You are the main reason why Jewish people are harassed and abused on the streets, bro, and no one is saying it. Wait, first of all, this is probably the most wrong anyone has ever been. If you think I'm the main reason why Jewish people are harassed and abused on the streets, you are delusional. But if you think no one is saying I'm the reason for why Jewish people are harassed on the streets, you're doubly delusional. What are you talking about? Every fucking Zionist institution in this country blames me just like you are for the increase of anti-Semitism. What are you talking about? They, just like you, are delusional and think that there is anti-Semitism here in my criticisms of Israel when there isn't. And you miss the forest for the trees as far as the growth of anti-Semitism in this country that has come as a byproduct of your hysterical behavior in some ways, ironically enough, and also the litany of neo-Nazi commentators that have taken advantage of the situation to foment anti-Semitism. That's what's ironic. For saying the truth, this guy and many other streamers are the reason why Jewish people are getting harassed more often. Mate, you are disgusting. I actually know what I'm talking about. Realistically, all you are is a bully. Really? What am I bullying? Your emotional support apartheid state? That's what I'm bullying? Get your head out of your ass, man. You are literally the reason why anti-Semitism is rising. Straight up. It's this kind of idiotic behavior. It's this arrogance, it's this hubris, it's this sense of entitlement that Israel only gets unlimited support from the West, and anything short of that, any criticism whatsoever of Israel's actions, any demand to reconsider this allegiance with Israel is met with, you're an anti-Semite, you want all Jews to be killed, you need to lose your job, you need to be deplatformed, you need to be banned from entering different countries, including yours. You're saying, mate, so I assume you're from the UK. Like, because of your consistent anti-fascist and your principled anti-genocide position. People hear that and they think you're an insane person. Nobody likes a cry-bully. Israel is the cry-bully nation, dude. You will never understand this, I don't think. And doing all of this while simultaneously forcibly associating it with Jews and Judaism is causing incalculable damage not only to discourse, but is literally the reason why anti-Semitism always rises. Israel does it, and then Jews living in the Western world that are Zionists will then turn around and sincerely say, no, that's right. That's right. It's very important. And if you criticize it, you're anti-Semitic. You are literally fomenting anti-Semitism without even realizing it because you're fucking hysterical. I don't think you'll ever be convinced, though, because you've been brainwashed. Also, it's really funny. No one is saying it. Your country literally banned me from entering for my criticisms of Israel. The idea that, like, no one is saying it. No one is blaming me. Incorrectly blaming me for the increase of anti-Semitism is ridiculous. Anyway, keep assuming that all of the criticisms of Israel is coming from a place of anti-Semitism. Okay? Not good news if you're gunning for the progressives in Colorado statewide. Over 50% of the ballots come from 65 plus age voters. Not great for Quiros, especially Gonzalez, but Weiser is likely to win. A sizable share of older resist lives by committing to an 8-0 redraw. Younger voters also tend to vote later, especially on election day, so I'd expect a large surge similar to what we saw in New York. That's fucking terrifying. That is terrifying. I can't take early vote analysis seriously. Guys, shut the fuck up. It's good to be scared, okay? You're crazy. We should be scared. We should be scared. We should be scared, and we should use all of that fear to channel it into phone banking. Okay? Hold on. I'm going to get the link real quick. I don't know where it is. I get where you're coming from, but how can you say it isn't anti-Semitic unless you also address whether you'll be gaming later? Okay, stop, dude. Turnout so far in Colorado, one looks encouraging for the progressive slate. The whiter renter heavy base is deep red, while turnout lags in the Hispanic areas in the west and the black neighborhoods in the northeast. Not worried at all as a Denverite. If Weiser pulls 70+% in Denver as an incredibly niche figure against Colorado lib heartthrob Bennett, I promise you Quiroz is going to smash Colorado 1. No, you should be scared. You should recognize the sense of urgency. Okay? And then you should use all of that frustration and anxiety in order to soothe that frustration and anxiety. You should absolutely push for phone banking. You should smile and dial ASAP. Phone banking is already happening in limits with Denver. Denver DSA has. I'm getting the link right now so we can blast it. Oh, is it win.Quiroz Colorado? Quiroz for Colorado /phone bank. Is that the one? Or is it mass call? Hold on. Join National DSA for mass call with Maylot Quiroz and special guests. It's from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. tonight, Friday, June 26th, PDT, which is 8 p.m. Eastern time and 5 p.m. Pacific time. Okay? It's 5 p.m. Pacific time tonight. Be the change you want to see. We got to get Maylot in the office, okay? She's the next priority target. She's wonderful. She's brilliant. She's bold. She's brave. Have we given up on Julie? No. I mean, phone bank, hashtag phone bank has more. This one has more. This is the virtual event. I'll just pump the DSA one for tonight. I'll just pump the DSA one for tonight. Okay? The more I talk, the more clicks this guy gets. Everyone should know he's anti-Semitic and a bully. That's it. Buddy, there's 28,220 people in here, and they've probably heard me combat anti-Semitism aggressively virtually every single fucking day. If you think that you're going to be able to convince people that I'm actually anti-Semitic, you're out of your fucking mind. I've combated far more powerful forces than one random guy in the chat, especially with these kinds of heinous smears and allegations. And they've always fucking failed. There is currently a person running for a Senate seat that yesterday tried to tie me back to associate me with a heinous anti-Semitic attack against a synagogue. Okay? And that person who kickstarted this process only a couple months ago has only lost what remained of her fan base in the process of doing so. Perhaps the more interesting question for you is, why doesn't anybody think this person is anti-Semitic? Is there a great deal of footage out there where this person is combating anti-Semitism? Would someone like Nick Fuentes, who is an out and about anti-Semite, a Holocaust denier, or even a Holocaust enjoyer, would ever fight back against anti-Semitism as viciously as Hasan has at all? These are questions you could be asking yourself. Okay? You are an unbelievably hysterical person if you think that I am in any way, shape, or form fomenting anti-Semitism and not actively trying to combat it, as dumbasses like you in the most hysterical, most arrogant, most entitled manner are Absolutely creating more anti-Semites. You are alone in here. There are plenty of anti-Zionist Jews in this community. Okay? Anyway. Hasan, they aren't alone. Fox News interns are in here. Bro, I don't even think I think the Fox News interns are probably annoyed with how much I fucking bring up bring up anti-Semitism and fight back against it. Okay? Even the Fox News interns are like, oh, here we go again. HasanAbi doing his daily combating of anti-Semitism. We get it, bro. Enough is enough. Anyway, where was I? What was I going to show you? There's more I wanted to talk about. Yeah, we got Josh Buttheimer. We're going to be covering him on Jake Tapper. Speaking of anti-Semitism. But I got Buttheimer. Don't worry. Hold on. I want to post it. What Kami says, thank you for the 50 bones. Holy moly. If you're anxious about this race, join the mass call from anywhere around the world. At 8 p.m. Eastern Time tonight. You're currently piping through my car speakers. You sound great. Thank you, chatter. I love when there's a reverse. I love when there's a reverse audio pervert in the chat. Guy who says, oh shit, we're at Hype Train level 4. I didn't even realize. God damn. Ladies and gentlemen, support independent media, support the Piker Broadcasting Service, the People's Broadcasting Service. As you guys know, at level 10 on the Hype Train, if we get to level 10 on the Hype Train, I carry the flame once a day. And today we're going to have this one that literally auto-played. Okay? That literally auto-played. But before we do that, obviously there's a lot of other stuff that we are going to be covering. We were talking about Daria Lisa and John Favreau's takes on Daria Lisa, and then I'll get back to Melot Kiros.
October 8th, 2023, a rally that was condemned by Zoran Mamdani, AOC, and Brad Lander. The other problem I have, she sat for an interview with the New York editorial board last week where she said she's against all deportations. She's for open borders because, quote, bordering is a very modern construct, actually. She wants to abolish prisons, and refused to say, when asked, she got 4 different chances on this, refused to say that a convicted murderer should be sentenced to any jail time at all. Maybe.
Okay, so here's my take on this, okay? I don't agree with every one of Daria Liza's positions, but I understand where she's coming from. And guess what? I still will always say the truth, which is that her positions are nowhere near as insane as what is the average Democrat's perspective on how many deportations are actually possible, how many deportations are actually normal, okay? I would rather have, even with my disagreements, I would rather have every single congressional representative be replaced by someone like Daria Liza than the current makeup of Congress that we have, okay? And not only that, but also, I 100% stand on this, that saying all deportations are morally wrong is absolutely way closer to morality and the truth, and also like what the average person's sentiment should be on this matter, than the Democrats that say, yeah, sure, we should deport some people. Okay, yeah, sure, Trump goes too far, but we should deport some people. Okay? Deportations or undocumented migration is a paperwork problem. Okay? Ripping someone away from their home, from their family, on the basis that they've been here for a long time, but they haven't been able to get their paperwork fixed by a system that refused to fix their paperwork is ridiculous. Okay? It's ridiculous. And the counter argument that I have towards the whole, like, we should deport no one, okay? The counter argument to that idea, the concept is, why do you want criminals to not face due process? I want criminals to face due process. If someone is an undocumented migrant, like here, I'll give you an example. That one Israeli dude that works for cybersecurity for Benjamin Netanyahu, that dude got popped as a pedophile in Nevada. Why the fuck was he allowed back to Israel? I want that motherfucker to be in an American prison. I'm sorry. I don't think we should be just letting pedophiles go. And also on the other side, on the flip side, I do think some people are deportable. Elon Musk, for example. Okay? Just as I'm not a prison abolitionist, if we're not going to deport him, then we might as well put him in prison. If you're doing financial crimes, I'm sorry, you can be rehabilitated, but you're going to have to go to prison for a little bit. Okay? That's just my take. I know I'm not a police abolitionist either, because, you know, I think that there needs to be a democratically organized group that maintains the presence of law and order, you know, catches people that are doing stuff. Anyway, none of this stuff is even antagonistic to the abolitionist position regardless, obviously. That's just the end point, right? It's the same reason why I say, like, I don't have an issue with the term communism or being called a communist, because it's a perfectly reasonable and perfectly moral. We have 28 seconds remaining. Are we not making it out of level 5 hype train? What the fuck? We are not carrying the flame right now. 20 seconds remaining. 20 seconds. We're at 15 seconds remaining. It's over. Hype train dead. Hype train dead, dude. Hype train fucking dead. 8 seconds remaining. All the Oilers left. No flame whatsoever. It's coming. Wait a minute. At the last second. The buzzer beater. The buzzer beater. The flame is continuing. Oh my God. Hype train level 6 achieved. Oh my God. With a last second buzzer beater, we're at level 7 hype train and it's growing. We will be able to pick up the flame and carry it today as well. HasanAbi with the putback. Level 7 hype train. We're pushing through. We are pushing through. The Piker Broadcasting Service, the People's Broadcasting Service, sponsored by you, the people, for you, the people. No ads, no nothing. No copyright. Just pure hype train. Just pure carrying of the flame. Piker Broadcasting Service, the People's Broadcasting Service, support independent media for you, the people, by you, the people. Thank you. Can we do this new Kirk? I already have the IRA Kirk, but this one looks even better. Okay. Level 8 hype train. I mean, we might not be able to do it. We might not be able to do it at all because we're at level 8 hype train right now. We got to get to level 10 hype train to be able to get Kirkified. Hold on, sorry. Philly Free Palestine. Thank you for the 10 gifted. Level 8 hype train complete. We want the autoplay one. We are Charlie O'Kirk. Do you think Erica Kirk listens to these? I don't know. But what I do know is we're at level 9 hype train. And we're close. We're close to carrying the flame. I don't think Erica Kirk listens to any of this shit. I'm going to be honest. Here's why. Because I don't think she carries the flame like we do. Okay? Whether it be defending the spirit of free speech or remembering Charlie Kirk every single day. Yeah. Level 9 hype train at 19%. 4 minutes remaining. Will we actually carry the motherfucking flame or not? You can subscribe. 6 mil with 100 bones. Oh my God, at 90%. 91%. Didn't Erica Kirk remove her last name? No, she did not. 93%. 98% at level 9. Oh my God, we made it to level 10. It's over. It's happening. It's time for Charlie O'Kirk. That's right. He's carrying the fucking flame as well. We'll never forget. Don't start your car tomorrow, lad.
She seg an clonel goofs a storm go hard. Fear the chanto crew in a knavis in a crew.
What the fuck?
Dennis she an viren je ke garden Prague se vi.
This is some good crack.
She do isa gan eigle royal van Masri.
I didn't realize it was fucking Irish. It was Irish Gaelic. I didn't realize.
Charlie Kirk, young prime dan lasser. Draait femme der son and touch scale. Love almost time go versing. Listen, Charlie Kirk, avish noch mar arm dochas, lichele gan vrisse, den vimit never for review.
Okay, this is fire. This is fire. This is fire.
Fire kele sacher, a winter nach ruig god loof. Teach talk daar aan schreeuwt door haar gredel gaan Fighties na bron Renan sel yrach de chunu
This is what we battled the Brits for 700 years.
In a vakalian se Gries da Hasan Antanam.
What's the percentage of these that are genuine versus memes? Chatter. Fuck them peelers. There is literally only one that was made genuinely. Every single one after that is a meme. Like there was the first one that was made genuinely, and then ever since then. Oh wait, that's not true. There's two. There's the Israeli one that was also made sincerely. Oh my God, I forgot. Yeah, there's two. There's two.
Dem schulfe mit tov le tov goti is in a Charlie Kirk young prime dam lasse trat for me their son and tashkel le humus da im go farsi is in a Charlie Kirk abiskach marar novas le Den für mit Nerbachur Elios Es in a Charlie Kirk Kotobio Es in a Charlie Kirk
In our lifetime, Ireland will be united. I promise you, on the good name of Charlie O'Kirk, I would have wanted a united Ireland. That's right. And we have officially carried the flame for the day as well. Lads, we've carried the flame for the day. Once again, as always, you already know, every day is Charlie O'Kirk. Yeah. By the way, yeah, just so you guys understand, 4,000 plus new DSA members in the last 3 days, which is bigger than the Zoran primary win. Okay? Just remember that. New Irish character in the HasanAbi cinematic universe. Okay. Oh my God, this person has been following since 2025, so they don't know. Chatter, we got new heads in here. They don't know. The Irish accent used to be a fucking staple. Where at the top of the hour, every hour, there was a 3-minute ad break. And I would always play Come Out You Black and Tans to bring about the ad break at the top of the hour every hour. And then I would play Come Out You Black and Tans literally at the top of every hour. And this was a moment of celebration, a moment of joy in the community. It's crazy because it is the top of the hour. And then I would tell people, if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 are for free with a Twitch Prime. Which is literally the top of the hour too. The top of the fucking hour right now. Yeah. You know who was a fan of those top of the hour, every hour segments? Jackson Hinkle. Back when he was a HasanAbi head. Because everyone would spam ad break dankies. Ad break dankies. And he was one of those guys who was spamming ad break dankies before he became based and MAGA communism pilled. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, he called me Hossy, bro. He was a parasocialist. And then he became a federal agent for likely the Russian government. All right. All right. So yeah. Where was I? Okay. Here is our favorite khaki boy talking about DSA. After a surprising Democratic primary in New York City, NBC News chief data analyst Steve Kornacki explains why DSA-style progressivism could signal a broader national political shift on the latest episode of You Decide with Errol Lewis.
We're talking here about there's already limits within New York City where Richie Torres was fine last night, where the 12th district looked a lot different than the 7th district. So there's variations there. Yeah. And we've seen, we were covering 4 states last night. Out in Utah, there's a newly created congressional district in Salt Lake City that's a Democratic district, believe it or not. Bernie Sanders went out there, endorsed a candidate who lost by 40 points in that primary. So it's not everywhere, but it's also, I think I'm hearing a lot of folks who are saying this is just a New York City phenomenon. And it's not just a New York City phenomenon. Because I saw this in Philadelphia. I saw it in Maine. Saw it in the suburbs of New Jersey. A district in Morris County and West Essex County, New Jersey, elected an AOC Sanders-backed progressive in a special election this year. So it is broader than that. I think a test to me that's coming up this year is Michigan. So in about a month, there's going to be a Democratic Senate primary in Michigan. And there's, I think the front runner there on the Democratic side is very much in the mold of the sort of Mamdani-backed candidates here in New York. El Sayed is the candidate. If he does win that primary, that's going to be different than all these other races we're talking about because he's going to be the nominee in a swing state. He's going to be the nominee.
Khaki Boy's doing Hamawi erasure. Yeah, that's true. To be fair, though, Adam Hamawi is not DSA affiliated, and neither is Abdul, technically. I guess Abdul's a little bit more DSA affiliated than Hamawi because of, because of his affiliation with me from like day one, as opposed to, I guess I was there day one for Adam Hamawi as well, but I don't know. It just feels more DSA adjacent.
In a state that Donald Trump carried to his...
Get the spotlight on Hong. Okay, Francesca Hong enjoyers, Francesca Hong supporters, rejoice. This Monday, Francesca Hong will be live and alive in the building here in Los Angeles, California, headquarters of the HasanAbi broadcast. This Monday, Francesca Hong will be here in the flesh. Many of you have asked for months on end. Promises made, promises kept. I will be delivering. And then maybe we get even more active. Who knows? Later down the line, maybe I head to Wisconsin. Okay. Francesca Hong, for those of you who don't know, is a DSA candidate who is running and has a really good chance of winning the Wisconsin gubernatorial race. Okay. I've been a Hong head for a minute. I think she's wonderful. You made her fly out to your house is crazy. No, I think she's already here. She's not flying just for me. Don't be ridiculous. Fanatics in. Maylot's race, Maylot Kiros's race is this Tuesday alongside Julie Gonzalez running against Hicken Pooper. Okay? Julie Gonzalez is running for Senate. Maylot Kiros is running for Denver 1, Colorado 1, which is Denver, Colorado. Okay? Imagine being like Hamawi or Rab or Quiroz in any other cycle. You'd be the leftmost member of Congress and Dari comes in and commie-mogs you. Yes. The Milwaukee canvassers could do with some moral support like that. Fuck Madison. Okay. I mean, that's crazy. Both are important. I'm in the Northeast Wisconsin DSA co-chair. I am the Northeast Wisconsin DSA co-chair because of you. I hope to meet you in Green Bay or MKE. Hell yeah. Hold on. Oh, shit. One second. God damn it. There's so much going on. Will you be wearing a cheesehead? Sure. Medicinites, rise up. We door knock thousands of doors, but yeah, fair. Go visit that guy. I'm the best chatter, NA. Hope to meet you. Best chatter, NA. Madison chapter is bigger and better. Fuck Milwaukee. What is happening? Why is there fucking like inter-Wisconsin beef between DSA chapters? You know, Francesca Hong is for all of you, right? The fuck? She's running for governor. I'm literally in the chapter in the middle and I don't like it. Okay, judging purely anecdotally by how many people are from fucking Wisconsin in my goddamn chat, I think that's also going to be a shock the world style situation. It is actually kind of shocking how many Wisconsinites, how many fucking cheeseheads are DSA in my chat. What do you, I mean, I guess it makes sense. You got nothing else going on, so you're like, might as well fucking join the DSA. Bro, there's nothing else to do. Cheese me up, daddy, DSA. I just joined our campaign. There's a desperate need for boots on the ground. Milwaukee versus Madison is the only interesting thing we have in this state, man. That's crazy. Yeah. One of the more socialist states. Birthplace of sewer socialism. Obviously, Packers are the communist NFL team. Right? It's kind of funny because it's like weirdly a lot of socialist motion in Wisconsin, and then also a fuck ton of drunk driving. Wisconsin was a huge political pivot point like 15 years ago. Something crazy went down with a Republican leader doing something horrible to the state, and I can't remember the details, but there was pushback. Correlated. So much drunk driving and so much socialism. I guess it's just, if that was the case, Ohio would be a socialist bastion too, by the way, and it's not. So, Aaron Rodgers, famously communist, nice man. Okay, calm down. The players, no, but the team, yes. Sewer socialism literally comes from Milwaukee, so there's a shitload of Wisconsin socialists.
In 2 of his 3 presidential bids. If he is the nominee in Michigan in 2026, in a climate that I think nationally is pretty favorable to Democrats, how does he do?
Right.
Is he able to win Michigan as a sort of Mamdani style candidate?
Yes. Specifically with Scott Walker gutting teachers' pensions in like 2014 and 2015. All right. We're gonna put another fucking W on the board in Wisconsin as well with Francesca Hong. And also, but before we get there, we're obviously still talking about Daria Lisa.
She turns over a new leaf in Congress and like her voting record doesn't match some of these more extreme positions.
Okay, first of all, I hope her voting record matches those extreme positions, because that would mean that she's anti-fucking mass deportations and pro-amnesty, which is literally good. It is popular and it's good. Okay? Between mass amnesty and mass deportations, what do I always say? Which one is more popular? Always. Which one has the majority popularity between the two? Which one is the choice of every single American between the two, or at least the majority of Americans? It's mass amnesty. Okay? So yeah. You got to fucking pull this goddamn Congress to a less reactionary position. And sometimes you're going to have some radicals. Okay? This is how it works. So yeah, I think Daria Lisa is wonderful. Okay? I think she's great. Even if I personally am appreciative of the concept of prisons in general, because there's a lot of people that I want to put in there. Okay? I still think that her position as an abolitionist is still far better than the overwhelming majority of congressional representatives that trade stocks on fucking private prisons, for example. That's it.
I hope so. But I think the reason I bring this up is because when Democrats get questions about this, I think the answer is easy and important to give, which is that she currently holds a range of views that go from moronic to abhorrent. And not only are those views not aligned with most Democrats in the country, nearly all Democrats in the country, actually most elected Democratic socialists, but like, I don't even think they align with like a lot of the people who probably voted for her. So like, I think people should you just got to say that.
I don't think we have to say that at all. Also, why are they scared of one abolitionist? Since when does one person get policies implemented? Yeah, that's always the funniest thing for me is like, this notion that like one prison abolitionist is going to magically single-handedly abolish prisons tomorrow as though that's her policy position anyway. It's not. I've never met an abolitionist. Maybe they're out there, but I've never met an abolitionist that was like, tomorrow, no more prisons. Like, that's not how this works. It's an end goal, okay? It's an end goal. It's one that it's even one that I disagree with as an end goal, but it doesn't matter. That's not like happening tomorrow. And I've never met someone who's like, no, it should happen tomorrow. It's so funny. It's like, oh no, we accidentally elected a prison abolitionist in the Congress. We're so fucked, guys. All it takes is one person. All it takes is one person and it's over. She's going to single-handedly flip the switch. There's a switch in Congress that destroys all prisons, and she's going to hit it. I really hope she doesn't hit the empty out every prison button, dude. Anyway, Mike Johnson is doing another promo, cutting another promo video for DSA. Let's see.
The insurgent left is taking over. Now, listen, I don't know if you've seen this and if anybody shared it from the podium, and if they have, Forgive me for repeating it. But the DSA, the Democrat Socialists of America, it sounds so innocuous, doesn't it? No, it doesn't. Don't say that.
No, it doesn't.
This is their platform. Listen, this is actually quotes from their platform that they published, I think, about a day or two ago. You can find this on the internet. Okay, here's just a sample of what they're about. They put this on paper. They're saying the quiet things out loud. Abolish the Electoral College, replace the two-party system with a multi-party democracy. Expand the House of Representatives, implement proportional representation, and ranked choice voting in all elections.
Wait, why is that? Wait, dude, my favorite thing is when they start talking about like national DSA policies or whatever, and they're not even like fucked up things at all. They're just good things. Like they're not even doing the decency to like frame it negatively, where it'll be like, they want to tax billionaires. Can you believe it? And it's like, yeah, no, that's awesome. Wait, what do you mean? Ranked choice voting in all elections, as though that's a fucking bad thing. Why? Why would that be a bad thing? Giving people the option to rank who they think would be better is a good thing. It's not a bad thing.
Abolish the Electoral College, replace the two-party system with...
Again, abolish the Electoral College, replace the two-party system is fucking awesome. Again, like, it's funny because, like, these guys, like, the average Republican has unbelievably extremist views that are directly at odds with the Constitution, right? Like, fucking, I don't know, banning abortions. Like, and they get that across, ironically enough. And it's so fucked up and so bad that once they do implement it, they go, oops, we fucked up. We should maybe dial this back a little bit. Meanwhile, on the other hand, these are all good policies.
Multi-party democracy. Expand the House of Representatives. Implement proportional representation and ranked choice voting.
Wow, that's terrifying. Implement proportional representation. Implement ranked choice voting across all elections. Wow, I can't. It's too much. It's too much. Lobster too buttery, steak too juicy type shit. Smoke too loud type shit.
All elections. Establish public ownership of the largest corporations and essential industries to ensure democratic control and accountability to the people.
Yeah. Oh, dude, can you imagine? Can you imagine? Dude, you can sell this to every fucking red state, okay? You can literally explain this to a guy in a red state. I'll do it real quick. Okay. Have you ever been on a fucking plane? Have you ever traveled by plane? Okay. Think about how much those guys get. Think about how much federal funding those companies get. All of that goes to the fucking CEOs. Okay? These liberal elite dipshits that went to Harvard, that went to Yale, that went and learned about finance, okay? So they can sit on these fucking corporate thrones and take all of your tax dollars and fund their lifestyle, their gay-ass lifestyles, okay, in these liberal elite cities. Imagine if we had accountability so those guys couldn't do whatever the fuck they want with the money, and they wouldn't be able to cancel your fucking flight randomly, for example, or overcharge you, for example. Imagine a world like that. There you go. Yeah, John Deere. The government is telling you only John Deere can fix your tractor. It's my fucking tractor. It's my fucking tractor. I should be able to fix it. Yep.
Abolish ICE and grant amnesty for all. End sanctions on Cuba, Venezuela, and Iran. Free.
Why the fuck? Why the fuck would anybody be like, no, we got to keep our sanctions on Cuba? I live in Alabama, and the one thing I care about is maintaining sanctions pressure on Cuba, Venezuela, and Iran. That's the only thing I care about. Like, it's like, dude, why?
Palestine. Quote, for a free Palestine with Jerusalem as its capital, end all military and economic aid to Israel, prosecute U.S. and Israeli leaders responsible for the genocide.
Yeah, Joe Biden. Dude, telling Republicans this means Joe Biden goes to prison and Kamala Harris too? Are you fucking kidding me? Dude, I'm telling you, there is a very funny and very cool way of selling everything that he just explained to Republicans in a way that they would be like, yeah, fuck yeah. Also, many Republicans also don't fuck with Israel. You'd be like, why are we giving $380 billion in your tax dollars to this fucking random ass country over there that's fucking everything up and is directly responsible for gas prices going up? Don't you want to punish those guys? Don't you want to punish those guys? Don't you want to punish the guys who made this happen? Okay? Including Joe Biden, LeBron numbers.
Gaza. Abolish the carceral state. Listen, quote, redirect police and prison funding to public services as steps towards abolishing the carceral forces of the capitalist state. Y'all.
This is the only part that's hard to sell. This is Americans are unbelievably draconian, unbelievably reactionary when it comes to criminal justice. That's the only part. I like it, obviously, and I agree because I know that crime is a direct consequence of material conditions, socioeconomic factors socioeconomic factors in which crime manifests need to be eradicated, obviously, but that would be a little bit of a tougher sell, I think.
It goes on and on and on. Defund the Department of War, replace the president and
the way you just said 2 minutes ago that you want prisons, yeah, I mean, I still do. I still want to put people in prison, okay? I need you to understand. I think there are a lot of people that should be going to prison. It's just the people that should be going to prison are the ones who are never going to prison, okay? To rehabilitate.
Supreme Court with an executive and judiciary chosen and subordinate to Congress.
Wait, what was this one? I missed it.
With an executive and judiciary forces of the capitalist state. Y'all, it goes on and on and on. Defund the Department of War, replace the president and the Supreme Court with an executive and judiciary chosen and subordinate to Congress.
Okay, I love that. Oh my God. Yeah. Parliamentary system. Fuck yeah. Yeah, this was the Canary Mission promo that they cut for DSA. Look.
DSA is taking over the Democratic Party in New York, winning primaries in safe blue districts.
We're going to make sure that we are undeniable as a force in not only New York politics, but politics across the entire country.
All DSA candidates follow the same pipeline. They start with campus radicalism, then move to street organizing, then they run for office backed by the DSA machine.
New York City DSA built from the ground up. They built a political machine.
We need to turn DSA into a factory.
Moving from outside agitators to people with real power.
Step one.
It's so funny because like there's just like there's you know, like scary music, right? But everything that's being said is like perfectly innocent. There's nothing even remotely scary about this. And it's so dumb. Like this attack ad is so fucking stupid that like even an average person that doesn't know anything about DSA, if they heard this, they'd be like, okay, what's the problem? Yeah, okay, these are people who are like organizing, you know, they're protesting, and then they literally turn around and run for office. That's kind of the whole point. That's literally the method. That's what you learn in fucking school. Exercise your First Amendment rights. Protest. When you see something that you don't like, you protest against it. And then you take it one step further. You run for office. You vote, and then you run for office. That's literally the fucking point. They just copy-pasted Civics 101, and they're like, yeah, this is terrifying. What are you, fucking stupid? I guess in their world, it's just like, it's dumb because the way it's supposed to work is you go to Yale, or you go to Harvard, or you go to fucking Brown, or you go to one of these goddamn colleges, Dartmouth, Cornell, okay? And then you graduate, and then you go and work for a financial firm, or you go and work for a consulting firm, right? And then afterwards, after you got your licks in the corporate world, in the corporate universe, you then run for office, and you do that by going to a bunch of Zionist groups, Zionist advocacy groups, and you beg them for money, and you tell them you will literally suck Benjamin Netanyahu's dick every day of the fucking week, and then they give you like $7 trillion, and then you just sit there and you make sure that all of Israel's best wishes become your desires, and that's how it goes. That's the only way. That's the only way to do it right. What is all this other shit? Like, you're an average American with serious problems about the way things are run in this country, and then you go out, you vote, you recognize that things aren't changing, so then you literally run for office? How dare you do that? That's really fucked up.
1. Campus radicalism. Like Mamdani, several candidates began their radicalization through campus activism groups like Students for Justice in Palestine, or SJP, founded around the idea of inciting a violent uprising in America. Step 2. Street organizing.
Hell yeah.
After college, these candidates took to the streets, organizing protests connected to the Black Lives Matter riots, pro-Hamas rallies, and extremist labor unions. Many DSA prospects have been repeatedly arrested for trespassing.
By the way, this is not Jabari Brisport. They were like random black guy getting arrested. Must be Jabari Brisport. He doesn't look anything like Jabari, which, you know, is expected. It's a fucking obviously pro-Israel group. Is a Zionist doxing network. So obviously they're also anti-black. But yeah, it's exceptionally funny that they're like, oh, they get arrested for trespassing. Oh no, I can't believe they got arrested for fucking trespassing while they were protesting.
On private property and traffic blockades staged for arrest.
Getting arrested organizing with people I've organized with for over a decade. We just occupied Hochul's office.
Radical activism is the gateway to DSA backing. Once identified, radical...
By the way, those are like there's Orkin, there's Claire, there's Ian, there's Samantha, there's Ian. It's just like, by the way, oh my God, he's so fucking drippy. Look at this shit. Can't they sue for defamation? Why? Why would they sue the Canary Mission for defamation? This looks awesome. Your Honor, they made me look like a bad bitch? Like, what do you mean? What are they being defamed for? This is literally, they cut like a wrestling promo for them. This is, if DSA wanted to make, if New York City DSA wanted to make pro-DSA propaganda, this is what they would cut.
Radical activism is the gateway to DSA backing. Once identified, radical organizers are recruited by DSA.
By the way, just probably not the best footage to interlace here when you're saying radical organizers are activated with the DSA when there's a fucking priest right there. You know what I mean? Like, because these guys go back and forth between trying to figure out if they should say DSA is a scary organization or a bunch of nerds. Like a bunch of wholesome nerds. And let's be real, it is a bunch of fucking wholesome nerds, okay? Like, literally, that's just what DSA really is. But it is funny where they're like, look at all of these wholesome nerds that are like, you know, downwardly mobile college graduates with PhDs and shit. That's you too. I mean, I guess that is true. Yeah.
Where they are groomed, trained, endorsed, and handed the resources they need to enter politics.
A friend of mine who I'd grown close to over the course of our organizing asked me to run. It was at a Queens DSA electoral working group meeting.
Julia was recruited.
I had the pleasure of being recruited to run for office.
So I joined DSA actually because I was recruited to run for this position.
Yeah, scary. I can't believe that people are like, what do you mean? Why is that wrong? Only Israel gets to recruit hand-selected candidates, dude. Why would you allow Americans who are living in America, who have the best interest of Americans, to be recruited to run for office. Obviously, you either have to have a genuine sociopathic lust for power, and then, of course, immediately seek out the donations of Israel, or you can only be recruited by a pro-Israel advocacy organization. All roads lead back to being pro-Israel, by the way. Weirdly enough.
I got recruited by DSA. The Democratic Socialist machine comes at a
Queen.
price. Once a candidate earns DSA's endorsement, their loyalty is not to the voters or the Democratic.
Wait, what? Their loyalty is not to the voters or the Democratic Party. Yeah, it's not to the Democratic Party. Oh, look. Dropsite News' very own. Their loyalty is not to the voters of the Democratic Party. Their loyalty is to the Quran. That's right. No, their loyalty is only to the voters. Is only to the masses. Is only to the fucking to the working class. That's it. That's what it's supposed to be about.
Party only to DSA.
Every component of our campaign is being run as a shared project of our Broward DSA and of the larger Democratic Socialists of America. This is who I'm accountable to 100,000 members plus nationwide.
We must make sure that they remember they are a member of this organization, and this organization stands with them.
We made you.
Yeah. Just, sometimes it's okay to remind Zoran of that too. I'm talking shit. He's done a great job. This is his month.
Stands with them.
We made you happen, and we can, if you do break with us enough, we can withhold that.
DSA handpicks street agitators, turns them into political candidates, and backs them into office, where they can be controlled to push DSA's extremist agenda.
As an organizer, I tell people to organize me. We bring in a movement with us.
As an organizer, I tell people to organize me. No matter which way you cut it, is not going to be scary. Okay? She's literally saying, I'm accountable. I'm accountable to my constituents. I'm accountable to the people around me. Also, they wrote candidate. They did this thing where I guess they're so used to just people being backed by pro-Israel advocacy organizations or billionaires only, hand-selected blood boys of billionaires like fucking J.D. Vance with Peter Thiel, that they're wow, it's really shocking that these guys are acting like a real political party. A real political party with a real political movement. A real political party with a real political movement that centers the working class in its goals, that seeks out to improve the material conditions of the working class. How dare they? Don't you know you're not supposed to do that? You're supposed to only be accountable to Exxon Valdez, not Claire Valdez. You're shadow banned from my following tab. What is Twitch doing? Being blacklisted. Scary communism, dude.
Is about a movement.
DSA politicians are not Democrats. They are part of a machine built to subvert American democracy. Learn more.
Dude, it's so funny that a fucking an organization that has literally gotten funds, is a doxing organization, Canary Mission, that has gotten funds from the Israeli Knesset, is talking about an American political organization seeking out to subvert American democracy.
About DSA's plans to overthrow America at canarymission.org.
Anyway, I said they're cutting promos for us now. And then I said, not me, of course. I'm independent media. What is this new edit?
Hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad.
This TikToker laid out why
The thing
Dems
is,
hate
establishment
DSA.
Democrats don't believe in democracy. They view the election as a formality, and to them, these roles are appointed. In their minds, the way a political career should work is if you're a kid from a well-connected, wealthy family, you get a job as a...
What is this? I hate white people. I hate white people. Austin Show. Mr. Show is not fit to serve. Of course, radical Hasan Piker is endorsing people like this. Austin No Show. Oh my God, the slander is crazy already.
staffer, because only kids who are supported by their parents financially can afford to live in DC and work as a staffer for little to no pay. And while working as a staffer, you schmooze and you make connections and you network and you get other politically related jobs and you move up the ladder and you do your time schmoozing until eventually the establishment decides that it's your turn to have like a congressional seat or a Senate seat, and they pick you as their candidate and give you the endorsement. And sure, there's a primary election, but that's really just a formality that they have to get out of the way. They weren't mad about third-party voters because it would split the vote. They were mad about third-party voters because to them, their endorsements are essentially appointments. If they endorse a candidate, in their minds, they're giving the seat to that candidate. And
it's true. This is actually very good. I mean, this is very clear and correct analysis. Straight up. No notes. Yeah. You're rocking the boat. You're rocking the boat. You're ruining our thing. This is not how it's supposed to work. It's medieval nobility.
the actual election is this annoying formality they have to go through. Part of the reason they're so mad about DSA members winning so many seats, aside from the fact that they're afraid of politics that will actually support the working class, is because those seats were supposed to go to somebody's nephew. You know, there was a whole squad of nephews and grandsons who had kissed the right butts and shaken the right hands and had been promised a congressional or Senate seat. But dumb old democracy got in the way and they weren't able to just appoint people to the seats they wanted to. All the literature they send out about registering to vote to make your voice heard is actually about having more people register to vote the way they want them to so that their ability to appoint people to positions will be more powerful. All of these people actually getting out and making their voices heard really irritated them. The thing is, establishment Democrats don't...
Great take. Olivia Reingold exposed and reported on a very scary tactic that the DSA does. This is a classic DSA tactic that they've been building on in recent years, using URLs to track user activity and gather data. An organizer just discussed how using a DSA voting guide link, they were able to track where people showed interest in their movement. That data will help them figure out where to canvass next, especially as they try to oust Hakeem Jeffries, which they said is their next target. Wow. What? URLs? Tracking user activity to gather data? Cookies? Not the kind of cookies that your mother baked for you, okay? You mean the thing that every website does since the beginning of the invention of the internet? Everything that these guys are complaining about can be explained as they're doing it, but they're doing it socialist style. That Claire Valdez voter from TikTok noticed you.
Chicken dinner because Miss Valdez won. Gra gra boom, big New York. Felicidades, mamita. Y'all, this is crazy. Like, Afghanistan is up. Alhamdulillah. Inshallah. Allah. Gra gra. Okay, I guess I'll keep voting. Oh, and to all the haters who was in the comments, y'all, Claire, this is crazy. The Republicans were attacking me on Twitter. I saw Hasan saw my video. Hi, Hasan. To all the naysayers in the comments, because I think I got some Republicans in my followers. How does it feel to lose?
Yeah, sure.
Olivia is the perfect reporter. She's learning on the job. No, it's awesome. Olivia Reingold maintains her childlike curiosity about just like normal things that happen in the world. Okay? And you got to have that. You got to maintain that childlike curiosity all the time. Okay? Otherwise, you become You become too guarded. You become too cynical. And it's awesome. Basic facts dupe Olivia Reingold all the time, and she learns. Look how many times Olivia Reingold has tweeted about Palantir, huh? Well, maybe she'll learn about it, and then she'll be really scared about this mass surveillance apparatus that's using artificial intelligence to collect data on every single person, and not by tracking URLs like a website normally would. And God knows what they're doing with that information. Reingold, HasanAbi collab when? I don't know. Next time I go outside. She's probably sitting outside my house right now. The fuck do you mean Reingold, HasanAbi collab when? I'm actually shocked that she wasn't at the Claire Valdez election night party. She literally stalks me physically. She followed me to Michigan. Anyway.
Communism is very easy to sell. It destroys everything, but it's very easy. I'll be honest, I think I'd be the greatest communist in history.
Okay, we got to put that as a soundbite. I'm sorry.
I think I'd be the greatest communist in history.
That's perfect.
I'd give free rent. Ladies and gentlemen, from now on, you don't have to pay any rent. From now on, anybody wants a house, don't worry about it. Just pick the house you want.
Okay, that sounds awesome, though. You can't. What? Trump? Oh, Trump has some thoughts on the rent freeze? Of course he does. Oh, my God. Oh, he's going to fucking hate the rent freeze. I mean, he's literally a New York real estate developer, a New York landlord. Obviously, he's going to fucking, he's going to hate the Zoran rent freeze. He's going to be like, I love Zoran. He's so handsome. I want to kiss him. I want to kiss him in his mouth. I might have kissed him already in my dreams. But Zoran, what he's doing on this rent freeze is no good. No good. Anyway, let's get to the rent freeze. Actually, before we do that, let's look at Josh Buttheimer.
Buttheimer of New Jersey. Congressman, what's your overall response to what we just heard from Sheikh Sadiq?
Well, it seems pretty clear. The first thing,
Olivia just wants you to convert her from an October 8th Jewish woman to a September 11th socialist. I'm not even kidding. I think she would.
you asked, are you part of the Democratic Party? It sounds like he was doing everything he could to avoid answering that question. And to the point that some have made, I think the socialists are just using the Democrats as a vehicle right now. And he seemed to confirm that. This is my bigger concern. And I think the point here that socialists aren't Democrats. I think they're not interested in actually seeing the success of the Democratic Party, and they've attacked our leadership. And as you just quoted, Jake, right? I mean, some of the positions, many of the positions are.
If Hakeem Jeffries was not one of the biggest dick riders of Israel, do you think Josh Gottheimer would be talking about how fucked up it is to attack our leader? Because I know how Josh Gottheimer attacks other Democrats that he's supposed to be caucusing with. Like Rashida Tlaib, for example. He has, with an earshot of Rashida Tlaib, blamed all Muslims for October 7. So I know the only reason why Josh Gottheimer is defending Hakeem is because Josh Gottheimer is an Israel First Democrat. I can say that. I don't have an issue saying that. And if someone were to turn around and act as though I'm saying that because Josh Gottheimer is Jewish, you'd be fucking delusional. I'm saying that because Josh Gottheimer is objectively Israel First. He's also unbelievably racist. Unbelievably Islamophobic.
Are nowhere near what we believe, right? I mean, no police, no borders, no prisons. It's that kind of rhetoric which obviously belongs in, and again, that's okay. That's their views, but it's in the Socialist Party, not in the Democratic Party.
But what's your response to the other point that he made, which was that you know, they are trying to argue for more popular policies than have been delivered by the Democratic Party, universal child care in New York, for example, increasing the minimum wage, and that they just don't think that one can take money from multimillionaires and corporations and billionaires and such and also represent the working class. I mean, that is...
I think if you look at the Democratic Party agenda, and if you look at what Leader Jeffries is pushing, along with so many of us here in Congress, is exactly...
Yeah, I don't get it. Does socialism mean prison abolition, or does it mean gulags? Why not both? We contain multitudes.
Issues related to affordability, about child care costs, you're getting your utility bills down.
I'm a little bit confused because, like, for the longest time, everybody was like, oh, dude, you need to shut the fuck up and vote for the Democrats. So then we were like, sure, we'll run the Democrats we want to vote for. And now they're like, go start your own party. It went from no third parties to, hold on, not like that. They were like, never vote for a third party. What are you doing to, why don't you build your own third party to vote for if you want to vote for a socialist? Huh. That's just, it's interesting to me. It's interesting. It's just odd.
Your taxes down, making life more affordable for you. The cost of food, going after the Trump taxes and tariffs that he's put on people, which are working class people, which are brutal, and fighting back against those, and healthcare costs, which we worked so hard to get down, which of course got rejected by the administration. So obviously the Trump administration's in charge, and we've got a very clear agenda. But what's very clear also is we're Democrats. We're proud of being a common sense Democrat. And I'm not interested in bomb throwing and those who don't want to solve problems but want to sow chaos. And part of my concern with the socialist agenda is just sowing chaos and bomb throwing, not actually solving problems and getting things done.
Guy who is a consistent bomb thrower at the behest of, Israeli bomb throwers, talking about fucking bomb throwing from the left flank. There will be an attempted purge, as was successfully done in the UK Labour under Corbyn. Hopefully DSA has a way to deal with this. Yes, there will be a way to deal with it. What you're describing, there's numerous theories on how this will go. What you're describing is a dirty break. Okay? That's already something that I don't know. I'm not affiliated with the organization. I'm just a random guy, but something that has been thought about for many, many years. Did you ever get Sir? What the fuck happened with that story? Nothing.
You worried about this impacting the midterms? I mean, I just listed off some provocative, now deleted posts by Daria-Liza Villa-Chevalier, who's likely to be a congresswoman. I mean, in New York City, in that district, like winning the primary is basically it.
Do you think we are hijacking the party? No, there is no hijacking the Democratic Party, man. It's not going to happen. Like, no one accounts for entryism of that sort. Okay, or at least maybe some people are, especially with like the new makeup of a lot of people who are joining the Democratic Socialists of America. But like, the reality of the matter is that most likely will not happen. Okay, there's no hijacking of the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party is just a brand. At that point, it would not be the Democratic Party. You might as well fucking call it something else. You know what I mean?
called for those things you just talked about, abolishing the police, the border, et cetera, et cetera. Do you think that's going to be held against, not you per se, but Democrats in really tough battleground districts?
Well, listen, I think if you look at the majority of my colleagues, what they talk about is what I was just talking about. Common sense ideas to get things done for people and to get costs down for folks. They're not talking about the things that, were just being pushed in New York City, and that's not necessarily representative of a lot of the districts around the country. These are splinter views and...
Fuck, how many fucking times? Why am I so autistic, so fucking spacey it hurts? Do it, don't worry, it's just a joke. Why are you spamming songs? Fucking cult, I don't even fucking belong here, to be honest. Chatter. Take a deep breath. Maybe calm down. You know? You might have skipped your meds or something. Or you might have just be drunk. But maybe don't drunk post.
Views, and by the way, you always have some of those, but it's not broadly representative of our party. It's certainly not representative of what Leader Jeffries has been pushing all over the country as part of our broad democratic agenda, which is all about getting things done and solving problems for people and standing up to extremism. And let me just say, like, those views that...
Shut up, he's right, asshole. No, I totally get him, dude. Josh Buttheimer? Or the other chatter who's clearly going through something. Funny to build a segment around how unpopular DSA is with the broader electorate without noting the same Marquette poll finds Democratic Party favorability at -25, so basically the same. Should Dems distance themselves from the Democratic Party brand as well? If a dirty break happens, will the Ultras join us or will we still be sheepdogs? Buddy, what are you talking about? The Ultras are like 12 total people. Okay? And they're all on Twitter. Who gives a fuck if they join or not? What do you mean? You think they have a principled fucking disagreement? Or you think all their output is just posting on Twitter? Please, stop. That in and of itself is utterly irrelevant. I spend way too much time on a marginal group of people whose only output is to like come in here and be annoying in here and nowhere else, because nowhere else will they be listened to. I really got to stop doing that. I really got to stop like paying any attention to these guys. They are very loud though. Yes, they're very loud because Twitter algorithm breeds hostility. And these guys are always in here breeding that hostility. My anger and resentment does stem from a bunch of dummies in my community that have fallen for it, okay? And there are. It sucks. It's unfortunate, but there are some who fall for the engagement bait.
You just heard that from those tweets that were posts are extremist views, and it's really a declaration of war out of there on common sense instead of getting things done for people. And okay, those are those views, but I'll tell you where the majority of us are, and that's not there.
Almost like there are left reactionaries. Yes, there have always been opportunists of different sorts. Anyway, I would encourage Iglesias to keep talking this way about Gaza loudly and often because it will greatly diminish his political influence and that of his faction.
It's Hamas's fault.
By the way, Edinger Mentum made the lock of his life recently, where he compared him to the Norwegian man stuck in India. He looks exactly like the Norwegian man with the perfect Indian accent who grew up in India. Like, it's ridiculous. I can't even unsee it any longer. Once you see it, you're like, oh my God. Oh my fucking God. The Lost Between Borders guy. Wait, someone send the link. Come on. I met that guy yesterday here in Norway, Lamau. Torbis. That story is fake, isn't it? Like AI generated? No.
Between borders. Norwegian citizen born in Norway, stuck in India, living on the streets, surviving, being a tourist guide, smoking on the fucking roads. Don't you think I want to get some kind of injustment against the government when I'm 33 years old, have zero schooling, they haven't done the shit that they were supposed to do? The Finnish embassy, when they helped me out of the country, they were supposed to report me to the children's services because I was under 18. Did they do their job? No, they didn't do their job. Thanks to them, I don't have fucking nothing. I even told the Norwegian government once they came back to Norway, I have no school. Then they should have fucking done some kind of research, find out, why don't I have school? What's the reason? No fucking European, at least from a fucking one of the richest countries in the world, don't have fucking schooling. There must.
Have you guys not seen this man? No, it's not fake. He's a real guy. He is a real guy. His name is Matty Iglesias. I mean, dude, right there. What do you mean? Yes. A lot of people don't realize this, but Matty Iglesias was stuck in India. Although he's Norway born and Norwegian, he was stuck in India, no schooling. And he wants justice. He was stuck between borders. Dude, come on. Come on. Come on.
There's be a reason to it.
Yeah, I met him in India. He's part of like urban lore. Yeah, this is the Israel Epstein, but for India instead of China.
Why they don't do fucking their background check? Because they know they are in the wrong. I was lost between.
There is, wait, what? Erling, it would be very good PR for you if you collaborated with that Norwegian man who got lost between borders special episode.
Double effect. You get the warm, and it's not only warm, but it's humid. So you get a double effect. You get the warm, and then you start sweating right away because it's so humid. It's right next to the sea.
This guy's actual name is Lasse Lund. Doesn't that mean like yogurt penis in Hindi? I don't know. Yeah, for chatters who think he's doing a racist bit, he speaks perfect Hindi.
अभी वही बात चल रहा था पहले मैं अभी वही अम्मा को लिए राजू के घर में खाता था मालूम है जब मराठी बोलता था तो वो मैं सोची मैं फिर वो ध्यान सोची मैं क्या मालूम है अम्मा बोली मेरे लड़के के पास 18 साल के बाद में आया अच्छा लगा
उस टाइम में छोटा था ना लेकिन जो पुराना दोस्त है कभी भूलेगा नहीं मैं हमको कितना हेल्प किया घर दिया कपड़ा दिया खाना दिया
Bro, dude, even the head nod, like, come on, dude. The only thing that hasn't assimilated is his white boy body. His Norwegian white boy body cannot deal with the delicious Indian food in the same way that it, like, I guess, metabolizes through Indian bodies. That's it. Like, outside of that, everything else is authentic. That is an Indian man.
इधर दे अब इन लोगों लेके साथ में घूमने के लिए आएंगे
मैं डॉक्यूमेंट्री बना रहा मेरा लाइफ का बारे में इसके लिए आज भी
Wait, no, he went back to Norway and that's when he got fat? I don't know, man. That's kind of racist. Wait, what? How does this even happen? Guy who sees that, like, cultural assimilation or borders are just like a fucking social construct and that a person can live anywhere and become very much a native and goes, that's racist.
Dude, cut the thing, no? Wait.
What?
मेरा जीरो स्कूलिंग है कुछ नहीं है गवर्नमेंट ने मेरा बजा दिया
Yeah, Freda met the guy. Punish Freda. I respect that even in the rain, he's sticking to the brand and just wearing a t-shirt. People who don't get that that guy can exist definitely tell some black people they're so eloquent when they talk about it, when they talk a certain way. They're making him aura edits.
Surviving. Lost between borders.
That's Matty Iglesias. Bro, I'm sorry. That's motherfucking Matty Iglesias. Oh my God. Vox.com's very own Matty Iglesias. This is literally Matty Iglesias. You will never convince me this is not Matty Iglesias.
Exactly.
Yeah, no, Edinger Manton was right. I was lost between borders, Norwegian citizen, born in Norway, stuck in India, surviving being a tourist guide, smoking on the fucking roads. Don't you think I want to get some kind injustice against the government when I'm 33 years old, zero schooling? They haven't done shit. That's what dude, I mean, come on. It's the greatest. Look, this is the greatest lock for Edinger Mentum. Nothing comes close to this, okay? Because ever since I read that tweet, it's just been stuck in my mind that Matt Iglesias is the Lost Between Borders guy. Okay. Now let's take a look at what the Lost Between Borders guy, also known as Matt Iglesias, is saying.
It's Hamas's fault. They could have surrendered at any time and ended this war. If your concern was with the human welfare of the people of Gaza,
It's so funny to do this in 2026. Just release the Hamastages in the big 226. Just release the Hamastages and the war will end in the big 226 when the war hasn't ended and they released all the Hamastages.
Should be like concerned that the people who created this military conflict were insisting on fighting to the last civilian and not taking this view that it's like outrageous that Israel would fight back in a defensive war.
I think the majority opinion is that it's very, very bad to witness a government killing children. And then you have Joe Biden getting up there and saying, Israel is a state that has been America's partner for a long time, and we're going to stand with them. I'm not like denying that there was this pressure campaign behind the scenes to push Netanyahu to do different things, but like, why is your public posture this way about a government that's enacting these kinds of policies?
They were fighting a war.
I think war's bad, especially ones that have like no clear end game. At no point did Netanyahu articulate an actual strategy for like ending the war in a way that would lead to peace.
Yes, I agree with that. But like Hamas also didn't.
Yeah, and Hamas is an awful terrorist organization.
The argument, and they're just agreeing on the argument, and they're just both to varying degrees agreeing on how bad Hamas is. Where's the argument, man? Check logs. It's important. Held him by the tummy, rubbed belly. This is the worst kind of bald representation of all time. Hasan, I'm so sick to death of your instances of platforming bad bald representation on your stream. I mean, I showed you the good one, the good bald representation.
Borders. Norwegian citizen born in Norway.
And then I showed you the bad version of it, okay? Which is Matty Iglesias. I gave you the both the good and the bad. Jeremy Kaplan, can you argue that literally any war in human history is one side's fault if they could have just ended it by surrendering? Thank you, Hasan, for showing the spectrum of baldness. You're welcome, chatter. This is who I am. I call balds and strikes. Anyway, I would encourage Iglesias to keep talking this way about Gaza loudly and often because it will greatly diminish his political influence and that of his faction. Well, he doesn't really have a faction. His faction is like collapsing. Matt Iglesias in 2026. Biden's decision to run for a second term and then drop out too late to avoid an open primary was fine. And I'm also a defender of Biden's approach to the Israel-Palestine conflict. Any Dem taking advice from Iglesias should ask if these are hills that they want to die on. All right. Now, one last thing I want to show you about, Westmore wants to do more redistricting, which is good. I'm in support of that always. What is this? Imagine if they put you in as the host of the creator debate. At least 28er campaigners are talking about circumventing DNC debates. DNC discussing potential creator debate. I'm sorry. What? DNC? Are you looking for a creator debate? Who will host the creator debate? Who is the creator? No, they're not going to. They would never. It would be fucking Midas Touch, 100%. It's going to be Midas Touch. It'll be Midas Touch, Brian Tyler Cohen, and like Jamie Harrison, who's now acting as a creator or something. Like, that's what they would do. They wouldn't even have Dean Withers on. Dean Withers is too radical for them. Not in a million years would they ever. Yeah, David Pacman, maybe. Yeah. In reality, it would be some party guy asking what their favorite ice cream flavor is. Exactly. Jack Cocherella? No, Jack Cocherella holds too many positions that they find to be unfavorable. The most that they will play ball with is Adam Mockler, okay? The Democratic Party's level of comfort at that stage will be Adam Mockler, who is a party man, but he also will every now and then criticize Israel, things like that, and is not... And he isn't like outwardly hostile to people like myself. Okay? It will not be the Podjons. You're out of your fucking mind. It will not be the Podjons at all. The Podjons have been successful at running candidates, like, or at least showing support to certain candidates that they do not like at all, like Abdul al-Sayed. You think Adam is less radical than Dean? I don't know about that, to be honest, but maybe I'm wrong. No, I think Adam Mockler and Dean are the same level of like don't rock the boat liberals. But they do every now and then criticize the Democratic Party a little bit lightly, and they're not outwardly hostile or antagonistic to people like myself. Adam is definitely openly hostile to you. No, I mean, we have our disagreements, but I think the conversation that we had was not, unbelievably antagonistic or anything like that. Will King Kyle Kalinske? That's so funny. There's that. There was another thing. Oh, Jules Nader crunched the numbers and tried to figure out. Hasan has been saying this for a while, that he isn't a kingmaker on his own, and his endorsements is most powerful when it's paired with leftist leaders and local support. I graphed the 6 main endorsements he's made, and it's clear the results align with this hypothesis. Yeah. Kat lost by 4 points. Stroika lost by 12. Okay. And the ones that won, tracking with Zohran Mamdani, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Bernie Sanders, and local DSA, okay, show that when there's the Hasan Piker nod There's the local DSA and Bernard Sanders or AOC or Zohran Mamdani if it's New York. And you arrive at exactly the point that I was making. With Daria Liza, you got the Zoran nod, you got local DSA, you got me. She won. With Adam Hamawi, you got Bernie, you got AOC. He won. With Chris Rabb, it was the fucking quadfecta, right? And then with Claire Valdez, it was the quadfecta as well, but this time instead of AOC, it was Zoran. Everyone who you've left the state to campaign for has won, unless you count Effie. I mean, I didn't do a rally with Effie or anything like that. There's a correction further down. This absolutely doesn't mean that Hasan can't make an impact on his own, like he did in the Abdul race and driving volunteers and news cycle. It just emphasizes his power is greatest when he isn't alone in endorsing. Whoops, error here. Bernie didn't endorse Rab. I'll edit that in the future version. Corrected version with no Bernie Rab endorsement. My bad. Yeah. I can make it work. If I'm working with a candidate and then I get like an AOC or a Bernie nod, you know, but then also the local DSA, because like Nate Bluen is a great example of someone who didn't get the local DSA. It was just me and Bernie, and it didn't work, right? So it's got to be local DSA. I think the best, most effective one is local DSA that's like robust enough too. That's another thing, because I feel like there are some places where like local DSA can't do it, but local DSA that's like big enough, Bernie Sanders or AOC endorsement, and then I work with them. That's where we make magic happen. Ultimately, though, I think the most consequential element here is usually the local DSA and how big the organization is, how many volunteers they have, and how much they can draw turnout. What is this? Do you think is not a causation correlation, but rather candidates that can gather all those endorsements are more successful inherently? Yes, of course. At the end of the day, we can't make magic happen. Of course. First and foremost, these candidates are all they're all advancing like a similar agenda. Obviously, the policies are what matter the most. Candidates matter the most. I'm just saying, once there is a candidate that has that, because all these candidates are pretty good. I do think that if AOC had endorsed Shoykot, though, he would have probably fucking even defeated what's his face in the first round. I think so. There is no candidate Shoykot could have been that won that race. It was built for him to lose. Yeah. No, I mean, if AOC had endorsed Shoykot, it would have happened. I think 100%. Out of 6, who is most aligned with your views? Out of these? Probably Claire and Daria Liza and Chris Rabb, who are the 3 DSA candidates. The others are not DSA. I mean, Adam Hamawi's worldview is aligned with me, especially when it comes to foreign policy, and his policies are in line, but he's not a DSA candidate and he's not a socialist. I don't think. The Sunni Muslim one, of course. Okay. That could be Daria Liza or that could be Adam Hamawi. But Adam is endorsing the shit out of every DSA candidate, by the way. He's dope. By the way, speaking of a DSA candidate that we're going to be pushing for and phone banking for, Melot Kiros. Daria is Shia? Wait, she is? I actually don't know, but I would assume Sunni. I don't think she is. I've never met someone who is converted to Shia Islam. Not that it fucking matters, obviously. Question about Islam. Is there an alternative to Sunni Shia? A secret third thing? Yeah, there is like a bunch. Oh, by the way, Scott Wiener must be fucking panicking. Okay? A rule I generally follow. The candidate asking for more debates is losing, and Wiener is asking for 15 debates. For the record, I've already said that I would work with Connie Chen if she wants me to work with her. I don't think she does. So, you know, it is what it is. But maybe she doesn't even need my help in any way, shape, or form because holy fuck, Scott Wiener came in with like 40% of the vote. And now he is begging for 15 debates. That is unbelievable.
Today, I am challenging Connie Chan to debate me not once, but 15 times. 10 times in the 10 supervisor districts that are contained within the congressional district, and then 5 debates on different specific policy areas that are critically important: housing, healthcare, foreign policy, technology, and the environment and climate. This is the first time in almost 40 years that this congressional seat has been open with no incumbent running. This is so important for San Francisco, and San Franciscans deserve to see up close and personal what the candidates are about and what we agree on, what we disagree on, what our visions are for the future. And having 15 debates will allow voters to really understand that and to have it be unfiltered. So Supervisor Chan, I hope you will join me in 15 debates between now and November.
Kat has been helpful, helping Abdullah, and the RNC is just advertising it. Failed socialist candidate Kat Al-Baghzali campaigning for fellow socialist Abdul El Sayed. I do not think Mallory McGraw will stand up.
I do not think that Mallory McGraw will stand up. And I do not think that Haley Stevens will fight back.
Overconfidence? She thinks you're racist for some reason? Connie Chen? No, she said I'm anti-Asian racist because I said the token Asians that the white supremacist organization hired to make the face of the anti-DEI and anti-affirmative action movement were being dogs to white people. I should be the one offended by her calling me a racist, and I'm saying I don't give a shit that she did that. I just don't want Scott Wiener to win. And no, she's not a socialist. No, she's not. She's not a socialist at all. She's a fucking regular ass cookie cutter progressive. Like, but I don't give a shit because Scott Wiener is horrible. I'm from the Bay. SF is not progressive. It is Lib Central. An SF supervisor for the progressive got defeated by Lurie Maud by 70% after a ranked choice voting. Hot take, if Democrats punch harder on their most extreme left fringes like Daria Lisa Avila Chevalier, we'd win more elections and get more done for the people who want to help. I know, dude. I know. These guys here, these guys are annoying. And then there's also these guys as well. My interests center black people in America. My representatives align with my interests, in which turn which in turn benefits larger society. Motherfuckers can't even be bothered to vote to end depression right here, but expect us to sacrifice the progress it took us 400 years to achieve. Get the fuck out of here. I don't understand it. I have never met black ultra-Zionists in the real world. I've never met them. They are all on Twitter, okay? I don't know where this comes from. I don't know what it is. I've talked to my friends about this. I feel like they don't go outside. They only exist online, or maybe they do and I just haven't met them because, you know, I don't know. I just don't know enough black people, I guess. It's also hilarious because like most of the candidates that the DSA and also I have pushed even outside of the DSA have been black. So I don't even understand what the fuck, like where this is coming from. They literally, I don't know what it is, but they straight up see, they pull the classic like white guy take and they'll go, I see no color when it comes to people like Daria Liza or, you know, numerous members of the DSA slate. It's so funny. They'll literally just be like, no, these people are, they're not really black because they're not fucking pro-Israel for some reason. It's very strange. New York Post tried to interview Espaillat Daria Liza voters. What is this?
Did you vote yesterday?
Yeah.
And who did you support?
Espaillat.
Okay, and why was that?
He's just a long time rep, and I think he understands the mix, the really diverse mix of people. So we do have like the whole new immigration, the immigrants, like the new people. We have like the long-time residents, which are like the...
Is she trying to wokely say that there's too many of the wrong kind of people coming into the district? My mom is exactly like this person and it sucks.
Orthodox Jews.
I was on audio only, but came in chat to tell you, one, I'm black and I've never met a black Zionist IRL. And yes, you do need more black friends. Okay, I have a bunch of black friends, okay? Normie friends. I'm not gonna fucking, you know.
And the Irish. Then like kind of like the emergent population, the Dominican population, which is kind of capped out and moving out to like the Bronx, further and further out. And then we're having like young people, like just American people actually like just moving out of Brooklyn.
Sure.
Here, because they're like starting like new families or just moving out, right? Like, so it's like a confluence of stuff, right?
Okay. And what about the woman Daria Liza? Do you think that her lack of experience was an issue?
I just think that he has a pretty good understanding of the mix, and that's kind of a big deal. Like, this neighborhood doesn't need very much change. What it needs is integration.
What about the fact that she wants to block weapons to Israel?
What do you think? I think she should be. Israel is our only ally, and if Israel hadn't at least with Trump attacked Iran, and Iran is going to be put together a nuclear missile, not just Israel is in danger. The whole world is in danger.
She also wants to block weapons going to Israel. What's your opinion on that?
Yes.
Okay.
I agree with that.
She wants to implement a 4-day work week, which would be like 32 hours for equivalent pay. Do you agree with that?
30. I would love that. Yes, I would love that.
There we go. Thank God. I was worried because this is the type of shit that breaks my brain when like someone who is clearly working class will immediately assume the role of a manager for no reason and be like, well, I don't think we deserve better things. She didn't do that, which is, you know, awesome. I'm glad she didn't do that. I was a little bit worried because Americans will always pull through on that stuff.
I'm okay with the 5-day work week.
She also wants to cancel $1.7 trillion in student debt. Another policy is universal basic income, which would basically be like a check to every New Yorker every month.
I don't agree with that.
And why not?
Because I feel like everybody should work. Like, if we're a community, we should all be able to put...
Base, she's Chinese. She's a Chinese communist. Based. You guys don't understand what wavelength she's on, okay? She said everybody's got to get to work. She said she's building a steel mill in her backyard right now. Rapid industrialization.
Something towards our community, and work for and earn our money, earn our pay like everyone else does. I feel like you shouldn't get a check just to get a check.
Anyway. Now let's get to the rent freeze.
A rent freeze on 1- and 2-year leases.
And the move impacts about 1 million rent-stabilized apartments across the city and is a big political victory for Mayor Mamdani. Christina Fan is live outside City Hall in Lower Manhattan.
Yeah, you know what else is a big political victory for? The fucking millions of renters that will be impacted by this. Not just Mayor Mamdani.
Christina.
Well, Cindy and Mary, while this vote is a huge win for both the mayor and tenants, it also comes with a lot of controversy. Critics are slamming the decision to freeze rent, saying that while it may be politically popular, it is going to hurt the city's housing crisis in the long run. You can hear the room erupting in applause following last night's historic 7-1 vote. For the first time ever, the Rent Guidelines Board approved a 0% increase on both 1- and 2-year leases. Renters say the freeze was necessary as they struggle to combat inflation, ICE escalations, and federal cuts to Medicaid and SNAP. But landlords called the whole process a sham. Just hours before the vote, Christina Smith, a member of the board who represented landlords, resigned from her post, accusing the panel of ignoring data because it was required to deliver a freeze. Building owners say the decision means there will be less investment in maintenance and repairs, ultimately hurting renters.
Yeah. And if you're a bad landlord, Zoran has said they'll take the apartment complex. Just saying. Carrot and the stick. I guess no carrot, just stick for the landlords, but you know. I like it.
We'll have to lay off some of the supers. Only choice. It's a business. People don't get it.
I'm so proud of people my age and young people getting together and forming coalitions, because when we do that, we can make an impact.
Mayor Mamdani, who campaigned on freezing the rent, insisted the board's decision would be fair and impartial and based on the merits. He responded to the outcome last night, saying in part, quote, "This is the relief that working people across our city deserve." The freeze will impact more than 2 million rent-stabilized tenants throughout the city and affects leases that begin after October 1st of this year. Reporting live from Lower Manhattan, Christina Fan, CBS News, New York.
Tuesday was a big night for the DSA and candidates backed by that group.
We haven't just won an election.
Let's get to what Trump had to say.
Mayor Mamdani over the rent freeze using some pretty harsh language.
Political reporter Marcia Kramer joins us now with more on this latest political battle. Marcia.
Yes, Justin, let me just tell you, the president's attack was not unexpected. Ever since Mayor Mamdani's primary election successes, Republicans have been playing the red card. But the rent freeze may have hit closer to home since at one time the Trump family...
Wait, what is this? I haven't seen anyone mention how the timing of this sets up perfectly to make do you support or oppose extending Mayor Mamdani's rent freeze a question every 2028 candidate will have to take a stance on right before the New York primary? Ooh. Daring Newsom and Buttigieg to set up to see how many delegates they pick up on a "It's time to raise your rent" New York platform. Ooh, that is actually pretty good. The good kind of tequila, all kinds of tequila is good, brother. We must lie to the infidel. Let's watch it.
New York, the Independent Rent Guidelines Board just froze the rent. That means if you're one of the more than 2 million New Yorkers who lives in a rent-stabilized apartment, your rent's going to be frozen next year. New York.
Owned 14,000 rent-stabilized apartments. And as a man whose favorite color is gold, he's trying to spin the two events into political gold.
But what the mayor doesn't say is that these buildings will soon turn into ghettos and slums and that everybody will continue leaving New York. And as this spreads throughout the country, very much like an uncontrollable form of cancer, the country itself will be taken down. It will be third world, strictly third world.
President Trump may have welcomed Mayor Mamdani to the Oval Office twice, but that bromance is definitely over. With the midterm elections looming, the president apparently sees the combination of the mayor's success in backing 3 left-of-center congressional candidates and the rent freeze as an opportunity to mobilize his base, not only in New York, but all over the country.
Everyone needs to get...
He literally loves him. Like, personally loves him. So, he does this thing that he never does with anyone else, where he's like, well, you know, I really like him, but I don't agree with him on this. He seems crazy. There are numerous Republican congresspersons that Trump clearly hates a lot more than Zohran Mamdani.
Get out and vote in the midterms. We have to win this election. This election is very vital.
Political experts see the president's speech as a calculated political move, saying that voters can expect to hear more of the red menace rhetoric as Republicans and Democrats duke it out over control of Congress.
He may be onto something. I'm talking to Purple District Republicans who are telling me that they're concerned about this idea of socialism growing into their neighborhoods. And they may be voting Republican, where otherwise they wouldn't.
But the mayor's team was having none of it, choosing not to engage the president. Instead, the mayor's team continued to bask in the victory of making good on a campaign promise to freeze the rent. Asked for a comment, his spokesman referred CBS News New York to the mayor's statement after the Rent Guidelines Board voted to freeze rents for 2 years. The mayor said, quote, "This is a historic victory for New York City tenants. This is the relief that working people across our city deserve. I'll continue working to deliver a more affordable city by building and preserving affordable housing, lowering building operating costs like insurance, and ensuring tenants know their rights." Now, already the president's strategy is worrying Democrats in swing districts like Tom Suozzi and Lower Gillen on Long Island. They're banding together to call themselves centrist Democrats because they want voters to know that not all Democrats adhere to left-of-center views.
Getting a lot of that spinning from here till November.
Yeah.
A lot of spinning.
Yeah.
By the way, they set that shit up. The 700th caucus, basically, that they set up because it's a money pit. Like, there is no real... Why do you hate Polish people? There's another video in Poland that shows every interaction you have with anything that's covered a Polish topic, you act like Polish Slavs are subhumans. Dude, I love that every couple of months, someone will make a compilation to be like, Hasan hates Polish people. And every couple of months, there's always a guy that comes in here and is like, dude, I fucking hate you, man. Why do you hate Polish people? That's really fucked up. I love Polish people. Okay? Kurwa. It's so funny though. Like, there's every couple of months, there's another guy that comes in here and be like, dude, I saw a video of you being so fucking mean with being so mean about Polish people. Like, why are you so hateful? I feel so bad. I feel so bad for like the Polish communists and shit. There was dead ass complications that you were looking at Slavs like that. Wait, what? Looking at Slavs like what? Dog, I'm Turkish. I'm literally lower than you on the fucking racialized rankings in Europe. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, if there's a race rankings in Western Europe, if we're thinking about like the race Olympics here, I'm literally at the fucking bottom, maybe a little bit better off than fucking Syrians. And you're over here trying to be like, oh, dude, you're fucking being racist to me as a Slav. Shut the fuck up, dumbass. Albanians? No, Turks are lower than Albanians even. The fuck do you mean? It's one of the funniest things that I've seen of people just being like, yeah, man, you're making Polish jokes really fucked up. I thought you were white. I am white. Not in fucking Europe, though. Have you ever been in a fucking European server, bro? They got ranked choice racism. EU servers are no joke when it comes to different tiers of racism.
We have declared that this movement is durable.
Crowds cheering as Clara Valdez declared victory in the Democratic primary in the 7th Congressional District. She was part of a slate of progressive candidates who won races for Congress. And,
I meant competitive rank racism, sorry.
The wins also gave Mayor Mamdani a political boost after he had endorsed several of the candidates.
And what I see these results as a reflection of are the fact that New Yorkers are hungry for a new kind of politics. They are hungry for a politics that understands working people should be at the heart of it.
Here to talk about what the DSA's wins mean for the city and for the Democratic Socialists is Grace Mauser, who's the NYC DSA co-chair. Thank you for coming in this morning.
Thanks for having me.
A lot to process in the last 48 hours. What happens next?
Well, next we have to get them ready to govern, to be in office. So we have a very extensive and I think quite impressive Socialists in Office co-governance program We're going to be building that out more at the federal level alongside Representative Ocasio-Cortez, and of course integrating the new state legislative representatives into our existing program.
The candidates you supported broadly are in safe Democratic districts, so the general election is not something that's a major concern?
Yes, in New York City, we mostly run in areas where the primary is the main contest, so we're feeling pretty okay about the general election, but of course, we'll be watching closely and rooting for people that are running against fascists in the general throughout the country and the state.
So, I mean, let's talk about the difference of opinion within the Democratic Party. There, we saw comments from Hakeem Jeffries yesterday saying he and the mayor have agreed to disagree, and we've seen this in the time that Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez has been in office, that she has chosen her battles. There are some things where she has gone along with establishment Democrats, other things where she has chosen to make some of her democratic principles a priority and move in that direction. Do you have guidance for these candidates? Is everything going to be a fight in the next few years?
No, we're very serious about winning key battles, both electorally and also legislatively and in terms of governing. You can't fight every single fight. You have to fight the ones you think you're going to win. I think AOC has led in a lot of ways on doing this, and we also do it at a smaller level in the city and the state. We don't fight hard battles on every single possible priority that we have. We focus instead. For example, this year, we ran a really impressive and I think somewhat successful campaign to tax the rich. We didn't fight across all areas that we care about. We focused on that one. We'll see what happens with the Rent Guidelines Board tonight. But yes.
Clearly, I mean, another issue that your candidates have brought up repeatedly.
That was another phone bank that I was a part of.
Yeah, we're very excited to see what the Rent Guidelines Board does. It's been something that we've been, I mean, freezing the rent, making the housing more affordable has been something that socialists have been talking about for many, many years at this point. So we're excited to see that hopefully culminate tonight.
I'm going to play a moment here from Derelicia Villa-Chevalier's Victory Party. Here's the clip from 2 nights ago. For those who can't make it out, there was a chant of Free Palestine in the room. For a long time in New York politics, it has been a baseline for candidates that they should offer some support to Israel, and as part of that, they were expressing their support for Jewish New Yorkers. There has clearly been a turn where support for the Palestinian people is something that is happening openly. How long do you think that change has been developing?
That change has been in the works for many, many years. I think after Hamas attacked on October 7th and Israel responded by increasing its efforts to genocide, frankly, the Palestinians.
But have we reached a tipping point where now somebody's not afraid to express that view in the way they might have been before?
Absolutely. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, this is actually a kind of nice interview for the record. Like, this is not a contentious interview at all. But it is still very funny that he's like, you know, these people are saying Free Palestine. Don't you feel like that's strange?
You not only see socialists doing that, but more progressive candidates like Brad Lander expressing a lot more support for Palestinians. And I think it's part of a larger anti-war sentiment. Americans are tired of going to war. President Trump said he wouldn't. He lied, surprising. But we're in not only supporting wars in Israel and Palestine, but in Iran, in Venezuela. We're talking about invading Cuba. People are so tired of that. They want to see those billions of dollars invested into a government and public services that help them.
For the second morning in a row, there's a headline on the front page of the Post to this effect this morning. The young and the clueless Israel-hating radicals to represent Democrats. Are you troubled by attracting the attention of the New York Post in that way?
It's not new.
Telling the New York City DSA co-chair, asking the New York City DSA co-chair if they're troubled by being noticed by the New York Post is the funniest thing you can ask. Honestly, I'd be troubled if the New York Post wasn't constantly fucking talking about DSA. It's the New York Post. There's literally never a day that goes by where the New York Post is like, yeah, today we're just not going to do the anti-communism, anti-socialism beat.
I'll have to buy that one later. I have a couple framed, so it does not concern me that a right-wing tabloid like the Post is not on our side.
From here, the focus, if not on the general election, will be on what?
Well, I think from here, it's about, of course, tonight we have the rent freeze, so that's a short-term goal. And we need to start thinking about our goals for 2027 and 2028. Mayor Mamdani said in a recent speech that the race, that 2028 starts on Tuesday. And it did. We have a lot more to win across the country, across the state, and we're not stopping here.
I feel like we all deserve a break of a week after a big election, but I understand the sentiment of already looking ahead to the next one. Thank you for coming in this morning.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
The Bolsheviks are coming.
What is going on all over this country is progressives are on the march, and I was just before I left the office, I saw Fox Television in their headlines.
Oh my God, the audio is so bad. Burn dog.
The end of the world is coming. Progressives are winning elections. Socialism is taking over the world. Real panic.
Bernie watches Fox. What's up, Bernie?
Why is that shocking? We all love Fox News, man. That's our favorite shit. I enjoy watching Fox News more than I enjoy watching CNN. Because at least, like, they're both... They're unhinged, but at least one is more entertaining than the other one. I think in most circumstances, the reason why I enjoy watching Fox News more than, like, I don't know, Dana Bash is because in polite company, there is still a little bit of prestige associated with CNN, whereas there is no such thing for Fox News. And Fox News doesn't take itself as seriously, or even if they are, I can't see them as taking themselves seriously, whereas CNN takes itself unbelievably seriously.
Come on the show. Finally, Sanders has an army, but Mamdani's commies are a whole new breed, and the establishment can't see it coming.
We talk a lot about the party being a big tent party, and we should be.
We are a big tent party. That's who we are.
One of the things that makes the Democratic Party great is it's a big tent party. We need to stay that way.
These people are fools. The tent's not big enough for both of them. When the commies come in, they're not going to share it. They're there to take you out. The communists are like parasites. They're going to use the Democratic Party to get ballot access, get elected, caucus with them when it works, and then suck them dry until they die. The party did it to themselves. They screwed up so badly and didn't deliver a damn thing when they had power that they had to play footsie with the commies to shore up their base. And now they're completely out of power. They're weak, brands in the toilet, and they opened the door just a crack, and danger walked right in. These people are cold-blooded revolutionaries who want to bury America. Bury it. Some Democrats get it.
Lady, I ain't in the same party as you. I'm sorry. I just not. Everybody's always said, no, we're coalition, we're big tent. And there's just some that I can't be in the same tent with. These people do not like Democrats. Not only are they not Democrats, they wish Democrats poorly. But I'm done. I'm not in that political party.
The Cajun Paul Revere. But the commie wave is creating a lot of cowards. Anonymous D.C. executives are calling it an earthquake.
Oh, cooking them. Cook them. Oh, my God. I can't believe it. This is one of the funniest parts about the inside, like the actual chaos taking place within the Democratic Party, is that for Republicans, they're like, who do we dunk on? You know what I mean? They're like, do we shit on the cowardly the cowardly institutionalist liberals who are too afraid to put their name on a criticism of the socialist wing of the party? Do we just, greatly overemphasize how terrifying the socialists are? They're like, why not both? Let's do both. Random question, but what do you think the future of NA in Egypt will be? I think Egypt before the next decade ends will have a revolution. Puff piece from Jewish Insider for Nira, who was brought back to axe Cap's first black president at the behest of wealthy pro-Israel donors who wanted to punish the previous president's sympathy for Palestinians. Yeah, Nira Tandon reemerges at Cap's, draws red lines at extremists in Dem Party. You said collapse in 2 years? Yeah, I mean like the current government. It's gonna happen. Reasonable Democrats are going to have to get off their couches, roll up their sleeves, and start organizing real voters on the ground. We can no longer rely on only TV ads, digital spend, and endorsements. Just donating from afar and complaining about the DSA won't cut it. The DSA, Democratic Socialists of America, can beat moderates in a growing number of blue strongholds. Why? Because the DSA has patiently built an army of on-the-ground organizers. How are you going to get the Barbaras and the Deborahs to go out and door knock for a reasonable amount of criticism for Trump, but not too much? That's not what draws the attention of the activist base of the party. This is what I have explained over and over again. If you remember, I was like, look, I don't have the biggest audience, but I have the biggest army of motivated door knockers. What are you going to do? Knock on doors and be like, guys, our opponent is anti-Semitic? Is that what you're going to do? You'll be shocked to find out how people respond if you say that. I don't think you will like that answer that you will get from old people and young people alike if you went out door knocking and be like, my opponent is too critical of Israel. Anyway, he says, why? Because the DSA has patiently built an army of on-the-ground organizers who go to meetings, help each other, and study together, then work to turn out voters on election day. That army grows every day, election or no election. Their investment in real people grows and compounds with each election cycle. The DSA is a bigger army every time, win or lose. But at the end of any election, all moderate Dems have for their efforts a bunch of ads that nobody will ever see again. That's not going to work anymore. If you're a Democrat who believes in opportunity, dignity, and democracy for all, but you don't hate rich people, cops, free enterprise, the West, Israel, and the United States of America, I'm talking to you.
Look, I used to be on the left side of Pluto, but to have somebody who,
Don't even fucking bring that up. You used to be a Maoist third worldist.
Their main qualification for being in our party is they were celebrating after October 8th the murder of innocent Israelis. To have
Dog, you rapped in the 90s about Israel's apartheid. You are such a bitch, dude. God damn it. Also, you went to a pro-genocide rally.
have somebody in our party get the nomination whose main qualification is saying that there should be no police, no prisons, Israel shouldn't exist. It's a red flashing light. And I think people who have more reasonable ideas in this party are going to have to start working. Because what's happening is the establishment thinks that you can just buy ads and that's going to get endorsements. That's going to somehow help you win. Trump figured out the hard way, you can't win in Iran with just bombers if you have nothing on the ground. Moderates cannot win in these blue districts if they have nothing on the ground. If all they have are ads and endorsements, and they don't have the door-knocking army of the DSA, you're going to see more and more of these candidates. The Democratic Socialists of America, they've got ground troops, and passion matters, and a mobilized base matters, and moderates keep thinking that they can just say shame on you and sign another check. You're going to have to put people on these doors. Otherwise, you're going to have people like this and worse taking over this party.
Come on, man. Door knock for pro-Israel, dude. Anyway, let's get back to this.
Public. Phones are ringing off the hook with people asking, are we going to let them take over the party? Or are we going to stand up and fight back? That right there is the question. And can the Democrats fight commies and Trump? They've been fighting Trump so hard they got a blind spot. Ask any general. When you're fighting someone on the left and on the right, that means you're surrounded. That means you better have a big old gun and a big old bunker. Guerrilla warfare on the left, conventional warfare on the right. The Democratic Party, as it stands today, can't win that battle. They can't beat Trump, and they're afraid of their own base. And Democrats, they don't know who to trust. Like AOC. Whose side is she on? Well, I think we know.
I feel like it's deja vu all over again. There was so much fear around that when I was elected.
The phone bank is about to start in 7 minutes. 7 minutes.
And none of it bore out to be true.
None of it bore out to be true? The squad defunded the police and gave us riots, crime, and DEI. And AOC's little friend Omar, her Somali buddies cost us $18 billion. And
you'd be shocked to learn his primary challenger wasn't DSA. Yeah, I mean, his primary challenger was literally a Laroshite.
This new crew is to the left of them. These people want taxpayer-funded sex.
Dude, I love when these guys live in their own universe. He said the Democrats already defunded the police, and these guys want to do something more than that. It's like, what? They want to, arrest the police or something? Like, what does the DSA want? Taxpayer-funded sex? Just taxpayer-funded sex. It's not even government-owned brothels like they have in Turkey, by the way. Literally woker than America, I guess. But they want taxes to fund the brothels so that people can go to the brothels for free. They want to nationalize sex.
Change surgeries. No borders, no prisons, no police. You know how you start a revolution? Same playbook. You raid the Treasury, empty the prisons, and take out the cops. These people said we deserve 9/11, and they got elected in New York. Matt Taibbi writes this, quote, the Zoran Revolution is a whole hog, F-it, real thing version of Marxian socialism, instantly recognizable.
God, Matt Taibbi, ugh, I can't. So fucking sad.
Well, to anyone who's ever lived in a socialist country. This movement's young, it's ethnic, media savvy, with a real desire to overthrow the American system. Whole thing. Chevalier, one of the Bandani extremists, called Manhattan occupied Lenape land and says we need to become.
It's true. It's true. What? Who cares? Why are you so butthurt about it?
Bad bitches and seize the means of production. Yeah. This is the woman who says she wants to eradicate Western civilization. She's never had a job. She's been a grad student for 7 years. Pocahontas was asked about her, and she played dumb.
A world without borders and a world without prisons or police is possible if necessary, the only moral way forward. She said abolish the border, all deportation is wrong. I mean, are those sentiments that you think Democratic candidates should hold?
Look, I don't know her. I'm not familiar with what she's written.
They pulled the same thing with Plattner. Oh, I'm not familiar with these allegations that he's abusing women. He's abusing women? I don't know him. Well, does the communist admit she's a communist on live cable TV?
All sorts of Republicans ads to say, this is what you're going to get if you vote for the Democrats, a communist.
For far too long, this reactive conversation of what we should be afraid of has prevented us from being able to have a politics of hope and a politics of life that Democrats can actually identify with.
That wasn't an answer. She's a communist, and she's slick. And we told you last night, these commies have friends in high places.
They're not afraid of the term democratic socialism. I'm not scared of the term. I think they're scared of the term in this country. But Social Security is a democratic socialism. Partly unemployment insurance is. The people who pick up your garbage, the people who take the fire out at your house, all of these things.
Hold on. I'm trying to figure out the Zoom link real quick for this campaign, for this rally, for this phone bank rally. Okay. Thank God for Jesse Waters, champion of all women everywhere. Is this it? Wait, why wouldn't it? Hold on. Is this the right link? Oh, that's the fuck? Okay. Chatter, you shouldn't be dropping links like that in the chat. You're crazy. Wait, maybe I'm in the wrong. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on, everybody. Hold on. Should I join DSA right now? Yes. Yes, you should. Hold on. I'm getting a Zoom. I'm getting a Zoom link to click on. 1 second. Is that okay? Wait. Host has turned off the audio for this. Okay. Okay.
Recording in progress.
Is Hasan here now?
I think so.
Whoa, there he is.
Hello.
Hey.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, perfect. I wanted to spam the link real quick for everybody to join. Right? I can show this on stream.
You can show this on stream.
Okay.
So yeah, you can show this on stream. There's no restrictions there.
All right, good.
Yeah. Stumpy, do you want to go full screen?
Yeah, let me go full screen. Hasan, do you want to what we were gonna do is I was gonna give a little DSA spiel thing, and then we want to do a group picture quickly just to show how many people showed out.
Yeah.
Then I can pass it to you. You can say some stuff. Then to Milat. I did have Q&A with Malat, but if you just want to do that, it's up to you.
No. You guys do your thing. I just wanted to, I wanted to lend as much help as possible and fire up the troops and tell them about the importance of phone banking and how much impact we actually had in the Daria Lisa race specifically as well, in the last couple of days right before the election. So that's what I thought I could talk about. But yeah, no, I'm very excited. I see my man Vincent over there as well. The bird dog himself. Anyway.
Oh wait,
yeah.
if this is getting streamed, we have music playing that's not
It's fine, I don't care. But also it's not, I can't hear the music right now.
It's
not playing right now.
Oh, okay.
Is everybody ready to go?
Can we real quick just like repeat the speaking order of the introduction, Champri?
Me? Yeah. Pass it off to Hasan. Hasan to Malat, and then I do Q&A with Malat, and then we do training.
And you guys are still letting people in right now, right? Because like there are people asking in the chat. Is there like a direct Zoom call that I can just spam in the chat so people can join it?
Yes, let me put the Zoom link in the chat for you. Give me one moment.
Or is it better to go through the sign up sheet? It might take some. Yeah. Let's do it through the sign up sheet. Let's do it so that people can put their information down.
Track of everybody too.
Yeah.
All right, I put the short link in the chat for you.
And
in the Zoom chat?
Right before the music starts, I'm gonna voice of God the press thing. So I'll say that and then cue the music.
Okay.
Yeah, the only press allowed is Hasan.
Independent media.
Independent media, not affiliated with DSA, as I like to tell people. I'm just a outsider.
The hack can mean anything.
Yeah.
All right. Are we ready to open the floodgates?
Yeah.
All right,
also,
let's
you
do
guys
it.
are not letting. They're saying tell them to let people in. I don't know why. They're.
Yeah, let's open the gates.
Oh.
Vincent, are you going to start admitting non-journalists?
Hello, if you are a member of the press, this is a closed press call for volunteers only. Please identify yourself now or leave the Zoom call. This is a closed press call for volunteers only.
Also, if you are just here to phone bank, please introduce yourself in the chat. Tell us your name, your pronouns, your chapter if you're a DSA member. Give us your self-imposed deadline of when you will join DSA if you're not a DSA member. Let us know why you're excited to be here, and we will get going in just a couple of minutes.
Chat, I want to see more movement. We only got 217 participants right now. We got to get it to 300, and at 500, I will carry the flame. You understand? Join the link right now. I want to see more than 216 participants right now. Get in there. We got to make a serious impact here, just like we did. win.kirosforco.com/mass call.
All right, as more people are coming in, we're going to be starting up very shortly. Give us your name, your pronouns, your home DSA chapter. And if you are not a DSA member, all good. Just let us know why you're here. We'll be getting started very shortly.
At 500, we carry the flame? Yeah, just like last time. There we go. Now we're getting in more numbers. I want to see the number. I know you like the number, and I want to see the number. You can join even if you don't have an American phone number. That's not true. You can join online.
All right, everybody, we are going to be getting started just now. Thank you, everyone, for being here today. Can I get a quick check? Can everybody see my screen? Okay, I'm seeing thumbs up. Let's get going. Hi, comrades. My name is Chunpreet. I'm a member of Seattle DSA, and I serve on DSA's National Electoral Commission's Steering Committee. Many of you know that DSA just had 2 very successful primary cycles with 8 of our nationally endorsed candidates in May, including Rep. Rabb, winning their races or advancing to a runoff. Rep. Rabb will be Philadelphia's next congressman as an open socialist. And more recently, and one of the reasons many of you are here today, is that Daria Liza and Claire Valdez won their congressional races in New York. We need another socialist in office to help out our comrades on the East Coast. It is a lonely place in DC for socialists, and we need to make it a little bit less lonely by sending Milok heroes to Congress. That is where the NEC comes in. For those of you who don't know, DSA's National Electoral Commission is a democratic mass body in national DSA that supports chapters' electoral work through trainings, fundraising, if you've heard of socialist cash takes out capitalist trash, grants, and GOTV phone banking just like this. When it comes to fighting capitalism and building towards socialism in our lifetimes, one of the most important things we have to remind ourselves is that capitalism has to be contested at a national level. The systems that makes our lives unaffordable, perpetuate genocides overseas, deport our immigrant neighbors are not organized at a local scale. They are organized at a national and global scale. And that is why we do this work on DSA's National Electoral Commission. It is our job to make sure that we have our comrades' backs from coast to coast and that we're building a political project that is capable of meeting the scale of the enemy that we're facing. It's also why we're so thankful for all of you here today. Many of you are supporting a socialist and a chapter on the other side of the country, even though it's not even in your own district. Okay, before we get going, because we have 2 very special guests today, and we will get to the dialer eventually, there are 2 main asks we have of everybody here. Other ways that they can help send more socialists to office besides just being on the dialer.
Okay, you can't join if you don't have an American phone number.
Join
I was wrong.
DSA. We need you. These campaigns are not just about
I was
the
wrong.
candidates,
Just the
they're about
US
the
only.
volunteers and the members powering them from behind the scenes. We are building a party of organizers and working people to fight back against capitalism, and we want you to join the party. We will be sending that link in the chat. If you're not a member, please join or get another friend to join. And if you're already a DSA member who is active in our electoral work, come join the NEC. We are building
Canada
the machine
and Puerto Rico
at the
also
national
works.
level to fundraise, GOTV phone bank, and much more. This work would not be possible without the NEC. We would love to have you on there, and it's a great way to help out if you're already in DSA. Okay. Before we go to our special guests, we want to take a quick group picture. Vincent, are you ready for the picture?
I am ready. So
Okay.
we're going to take a minute to do this, folks, because there are over 387 of you who want to defeat fascism with socialism. So please smile and stay smiling. I'm going to count numbers and just stay smiling, starting now.
Wait, Vincent, one second. If you don't want to be in the picture because you don't want it on socials, let's give them like 15 seconds to turn off their camera. Your names will not show. We're getting rid of the names. But if you don't want to be in the picture, turn off your camera right now. Okay, sorry. Go ahead, Vincent.
All right. I'll count to 10 for you to turn off your cameras. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay.
There's
All
more
right.
than 5,000
Here we go.
people in
Stay
here
where
from
you are.
America.
Start smiling. Picture 1. Screen 2. Screen 3. Screen 4. Screen 5. Screen 6. Screen 7. Screen 8. Screen 9. Screen 10. All right, we're through everybody with their cameras on. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, everybody. And now, without further ado, I would like to introduce our favorite socialist streamer, HasanAbi, to take it away.
What's going on, everybody? I'm Hasan. Pronouns he, him, unaffiliated with the DSA, just a sympathetic figure who's not involved in any way, shape, or form with the organization. You guys should join the DSA, though, if you do want to fight fascism and you know that the only way to successfully build a resilient working class movement and defeat fascism once and for all is by becoming a socialist. But I wanted to come in and rally the troops a little bit. We've had a couple successful initiatives in phone banking, and I caught the bug. First, I did a rally with Abdul El-Sayed in Michigan, and I caught the rally bug. And now I'm all in on phone banking. So I'll tell you exactly why. You guys already talked about it earlier, but there were two very successful congressional runs that DSA New York City put down this past week. I'm sure many of you heard about it, or at least your parents might have told you about it when they saw it on Fox News as Jesse Waters was basically having an aneurysm, which is, fun in and of itself. And if you want to replicate that, one of the things that we saw a lot of success with was phone banking. A lot of people ask me all the time, how can I help out with these candidates? How can I help out with these campaigns? I find these brave and bold fighters to be perfect for this national position that is going to have a lot of significance, but I don't live in the district. Many of you don't live in Denver, Colorado. Maybe you get altitude sickness. Maybe you think the food in Denver, Colorado is not that good. Now, I personally thought the food in Denver was fine, even though many people in Denver say that it's not. I don't know where that comes from. But if you're not in Denver, Colorado, you can still participate. You can still aid this campaign. And you can do that through phone banking. Now, this is probably the most bang for your buck that you can get. Door knocking is great. Canvassing is obviously great. It's very important. But smiling and dialing and phone banking is one of the best possible ways that you can not only promote candidates like Maylon Quiros, but also ensure that you can combat that misinformation. Remind people that there's midterms happening, or the primaries are happening. Obviously, there's always going to be lower turnout in the primaries, especially for the midterms. But outside of that, it's a really important and really successful way to combat all the misinformation that's out there. These primaries have gotten very vicious. And one that I was closely involved with was the Dari Liza one, where Dari Liza, 32-year-old organizer, was able to unseat the head of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, the 5-term incumbent, Adriana Espaillat. And that race was very close. Okay? That race was unbelievably close. She won by approximately 2,300 votes. And on election night, when the ballots were being cast, I talked to one of the co-chairs of New York City DSA, Gustavo, and he told me that on the eve of the election, this community, my community, and New York City DSA had 600 people on a phone bank operation. And those 600 people burned through the first list. They thought it was going to be a smaller event overall. They thought they were gonna barely go through one list potentially. We burned through that list in like 10 minutes. And we called 90,000 people. And by the end of the additional phone banks that were conducted on the day of, on the day of the election, we had called every single person that had voted for a Democrat in that district in the last 6 years. Okay? And through that process, we were able to get 2,000 new voters, which is very close to the margin of victory for Dari Liza. So if you're feeling a little anxious, and it's normal, there's a lot of uncertainty here. We're up against very powerful forces, a lot of outside spending, vicious smears, and the rest of the Democratic Party, the establishment, is very frustrated with the impact that the Democratic Socialists have had so far because they are terrified of representative democracy. They're terrified of having to elect real fighters like Maylon Quiros. If you're worried about that, if you're anxious, one way to soothe that anxiety is to smile and dial. If you're nervous, if you have social anxiety, it's really easy to do it. It's basically a turnkey solution. They do everything for you. You get the talking points. They're going to walk you through it. They're going to give you the orientation. And I personally am not the biggest fan of making phone conversations. I'm not very good at phone calls. It's probably my most like Zoomer adjacent trait, even though I'm 34 years old. I'm an old man. And it's gamified. It's basically like a video game. And you can work through that social anxiety through the process of phone banking and by calling the wonderful people of Denver, Colorado to spread the good word and hopefully elect another progressive socialist fighter into Congress. Sorry, I yapped too much. That's all I got. So do I bring up Maylot Kiros now?
Go for it.
It's a great honor to be on the stage with so many wonderful people and Maylot Kiros, everybody.
Thank you so much, Hasan. I really appreciate it. I genuinely am so grateful to see all of you guys. Oh my God, my face just like blew up on my screen, and that was a lot. Wow. Hi, everybody. I'm so excited to be here with you guys. There are over 400 people on this call right now. That's fucking insane. You guys are all incredible and amazing. And we're about to carry all the momentum that just brought Claire and Daria Lisa to a win in New York here to Denver. This is the next stop where we're going to get a socialist into Congress. We're going to finally get the coalition that we need to pressure the Democratic Party to get things like Medicare for all and social housing and universal child care and elder care, all of the basic things that we know that working people need to be able to not just get by, but to be able to thrive. And we know for a fact that the people already support it. The only thing standing in our way are the corporations and the billionaires and the special interests, of whom have poured in $3 million into this race, literally $1 million just yesterday. That's how we know that we are making a massive difference right now. That's how we know we have them scared. And when she is putting out these ridiculous attack ads that are incredibly ridiculous and people are seeing right through it, we can see the desperation that's coming out from there right now. And that's because we are actually on track to win. We have some polling that shows us up at 5 points right now.
No, you muted your. Uh-oh.
Maylot, you're muted.
Maylot, you muted yourself.
You muted yourself.
Yo, I'm like boomer energy today. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, fantastic. We are up 5 in the polls right now, and that was before we got the endorsement from the one and only Senator Bernie Sanders, who, by the way, is really freaking popular here in Colorado. People like to talk about Colorado being a purplish
Chat,
state.
430,
We went
70
for Bernie
more.
twice. We didn't vote for Biden. We didn't vote for Hillary.
432.
This is a state and this is a city
28 more and I
that
carry the flame.
literally has pulled socialism 4 points higher than capitalism, has voted for Bernie twice. This is a city that has universal pre-K. We have publicly financed elections. We have term limits. We have all of these issues that we really care about. We just don't have leadership that's actually reflecting these values. And that's why these calls that you're going to make are going to be so important, because the voters of Denver are aligned with us. The voters of Denver want to have leadership that's unbought and unafraid to stand up to the billionaires and the corporations that are keeping our prices high, burning our planet, and profiting from genocide. They just need to know that there is a real progressive, that there is a socialist on the ballot that's going to be fighting for those things in Congress for them and for every single working family in this city. And I'm so, so grateful for y'all being in this fight with us. This is the only way we get it done. I always tell folks that Bernie doesn't endorse people, he endorses movements. And right now, y'all are a part of this movement to get this done. And I'm so honored to be in this fight alongside y'all. And I'm excited now to answer some questions.
All right. Yeah, thanks so much, Maylot. We have we want to do a little bit of Q&A. I know last time we did Roses and Thorns, which was a game where you said rose and thorn, but we're going to ask for some more detailed answers today, if that's okay. So first of all, actually you answered my first question, and we've been keeping it really focused on the politics. So one of the first things I wanted to ask was your experience as a lawyer and being fired for expressing Palestine solidarity. I'm sure many of these people on the call know about this, but I wanted to just know, like, what was that like? How exactly did it go down? And how did that maybe change your own politics or maybe even motivate you to get involved with DSA or running for office?
Yeah. So for folks who don't know, I immigrated to Denver in '98 when I was a baby from Ethiopia. And there was a genocide, just a few years ago in the northern region, which is where I'm from, where my family's from. And anywhere from 600,000 to 1 million innocent people were killed. We still don't know exactly how many because the government refuses to let people in to investigate. And I was in law school when that happened. I protested, I advocated, I called representatives trying to get some kind of relief for the innocent people that were being killed in Ethiopia. And at the very least, people expressed sympathy, right? Of course, they couldn't do anything because no one can ever do anything for countries like Ethiopia when they're going through war like that. But I got sympathy at the very least. And, I remember while I was in law school, I tell everybody, Bernie, law school is where I learned that the system's not broken. It's actually working exactly as it was designed. So to be totally honest, like it just broke my spirit. I was in classrooms arguing with classmates about whether or not a contract was unconscionable when it was charging a single mom 300% interest rate for a fridge, and realizing like, oh, this is like fundamentally broken, and I didn't feel like any one person could make a real difference. And so I
40
decided
more.
to just go to a big law firm where I would pay off all my loans, help my parents retire, and call it a day. I would always joke around like, we're cooked, the planet's burning, the government's corrupt, we can't fix any of this. And then after October 7th, I saw the students protesting what was quickly developing into a genocide in Palestine. And I saw them doing it in the face of getting fired, getting threatened by getting blackballed in their industries. And, remembering the treatment that I got versus the treatment that they were getting right now, where you couldn't even get sympathy sometimes. You were getting people that were celebrating even the genocide that was happening in Palestine. And I just remembered thinking, what the hell is my excuse, right? Like the despair of believing that things are already broken is just, that's the only way to guarantee that nothing changes, right? And the only way things get better is if we are actively working towards it and actively fighting for it. And so seeing these students, putting their jobs on the line is what called me to writing the article defending their right to protest, defending their right to free speech, but also speaking to the legitimacy of why they were protesting in the first place, and why ethnocracies devolve into systems of apartheid and then into systems of genocide, and understanding the context in which violence happens, and making sure that we are committing ourselves to peace building in the way that is necessary to like understand what the conflict is. And my firm asked me to take it down within like 3 hours of it getting posted. I said no. As someone who lost family in a genocide, I can't just stay silent right now. And then the next
Almost
day,
500.
I was told I was let go. And, in like the immediate aftermath, I was getting all of these messages from lawyers across the country and legal staff and just people who'd seen it on LinkedIn and were saying, I wish I could have spoken out too, but I can't afford to lose this childcare that I have. I'm about to have a baby, or my partner just lost his health insurance. I'm the only one providing that health insurance now. And realizing that, all of these people actively want to hold their government accountable, hold power accountable, but can't because we've organized our economy in a way where our jobs are holding our basic needs hostage and preventing people from actively participating in our democracy and holding power accountable. And so that's really what pivoted me away from practicing law and being much more interested in the actual act of writing law and creating laws that would support a real functioning democracy and making sure that our most basic needs are being met.
That makes a ton of sense. And I think it's, fingers crossed, I'm a very superstitious person. You win on Tuesday. The irony is that your voice would only get louder and the voice of this movement would only get louder for Palestine. And I think kind of moving off of that, what do you think is the most important piece of legislation to help fight for a free Palestine?
Well, above everything, we just have to block the bombs. So immediately signing up to co-sponsor for the Block the Bombs Act, to make sure that we are putting an immediate end to the violence that we are seeing there right now. But then I also think we have to really reevaluate our relationship with any country that operates as an ethnocracy. Understanding, the systems that lead to violence, I think is our responsibility as a country that, claims to be a democracy. We're not. We're in an oligarchy right now. But if our claim is to be a democracy, our claim is to support and fight for liberation and democracy everywhere else, our responsibility is to make sure that any country that is receiving our aid is committed to those same principles too. And you simply can't do that as an ethnocracy. So we have to be really serious about reevaluating our relationship with Israel to begin with.
Makes a lot of sense. I think pivoting a little bit, we've talked a lot about Palestine, we've talked about a lot about legislation. I want to talk a little bit, just ask you a bit about how the campaign is going, but zoom in on the canvassing. There's been a ton of canvassing happening, and I was curious if you had like
Chat,
a
almost at
favorite
500.
canvassing story or anecdote that you think might like represent the campaign or like really speak to like what's being built on the ground.
Yeah, totally. Yes, Bryn just put the shout out in the chat. We are at over 70,000 doors right now, which is freaking insane. I literally just walked off of a Bernie endorsed canvas that we just did with a local state house candidate as well, who's also endorsed by Bernie. We're having canvases all across the city right now. We have over 1,000 canvassers that are signed up with the campaign, and over 5,000 volunteers that are helping in all other facets of the campaign, including phone banking and text banking, which is freaking amazing. It's the biggest field program that we think Colorado's ever seen. And that's all DSA because we're that freaking great. I'll say probably my favorite story was walking down a
10.
block and we saw this house that was like in full Halloween
11.
decor. And it's like,
What the hell is
it's
going
May.
up? Numbers
So
going
we're
up, not
like,
down.
oh, okay, these people are cool. And we saved it for the end because we were like, I have a feeling these are gonna be cool people. And we knock on the door, and lo and behold, it's a younger guy. He's super cool. He never voted before in Denver. He moved here recently. And at least in like the last few years, and they never voted because they didn't think it mattered, right? They were fully on the same page as I was, right? As far as like, we're living in an oligarchy, the corruption is just ridiculous and rampant, the climate is being destroyed right now and there's nothing we can do. And I'm like, I agree with you on all of those things. And actually there are so many things that we can do. All we have to do is send in leaders that are committed to those values. And so we got to meet him. We got to meet his wife, who does all of the Halloween decor and keeps it up all year long. This is a Halloween house. So that was really cool.
That is funny. I don't really see much of that around here in May, but that would be a fun house to door knock. We only have you till 5:30, or that's PT, 6:30, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Well, then I actually just kind of want to give you 2 minutes to just give some closing remarks, anything that you feel like you want a phone banker to know heading into that dialer to make them more confident, feel better going into those conversations.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I think one of the things that I always remember when I'm having conversations with voters,
Oh my God, one more.
you know, especially for the
One
folks
more.
that you might interact with that aren't totally
One
aligned
more.
with where we're at, remembering why we're doing this,
2 more.
right?
3
Like,
more.
we're
4
doing this
more.
because
5
we
more.
fundamentally believe that
Join now.
every single human being has certain rights to housing, to healthcare, to nutritional foods, public education, you know, to fair labor protections and all of these things. And, you know, remembering that you would want someone to fight for your rights in a really meaningful way, and committing yourself to fighting for others' rights in
6
that same
more.
way.
Fuck.
Even if you come up against somebody that might not be getting it immediately or might not be on the same page immediately, remembering that the only way that we get to this better world is when we do it hand in hand and shoulder to shoulder in solidarity together. And that takes conversations like these, face to face, or in this case, ear to ear, where we get to talk about not just the
Wait,
policies
does
that we
Zoom
care
reach
about,
capacity?
but you know, the world that we want to live in, the values that we want to live by, and the kind of country that, you know, we want to live in so that we could
No
potentially
shot.
actually be proud of it. And you know, that's the kind of thing that I think voters are really hungry for right now. And nothing beats getting a call from a volunteer who's donating their time, donating their energy to a cause that's bigger than them, and talking about the world that they want to live in together. And
Scammer?
so I just
Nope.
can't thank y'all enough for being
$4.99.
here, for
No
doing this, for
500.
talking to the incredible people in our district about the good work that we're trying to do, and about the good work that we have to do together in order to bring out this better world. So I appreciate y'all so much. Thank you so much, Chanpreet. Thank you so much, Hasan, for hopping on here with us last minute. And happy dialing, everybody.
Of course. I have a question for you guys, by the way. If we can't reach past the point of 500 participants, is there a limit?
Yes, there is a limit, but hold up. Does someone have, can someone make another Zoom? I'm looking at Bryn and campaign folks. I can't believe we maxed out. That's a very good problem to have. Yes.
Well,
The
yeah,
last time this happened was uncommitted. So, been a while.
Shit. Yeah, Rebecca's not here. Fuck.
Well, anyway,
it's dipping a little. So if you're just spectating,
no, it's because people were trying to. People from my stream have been trying to join because I told them I would carry the flame at 500, and it just kept stopping at 499, and then people kept complaining that they can't get into the Zoom call. But it's fine. I mean,
I have an idea. What we can do is if they can just sit tight, we can send a trainer to another Zoom link on the National Electoral Commission Zoom because it's on a campaign Zoom. And then let me find out. Let's see if we can just get another link going or something like that, and we can get that to you.
All right.
Sweet. Yeah. Does that sound good?
Sure. I mean, it's fine. It's also not a big deal. It's you know.
Okay, cool. We'll see what we can do about the extra folks and if we can get another Zoom. In the meanwhile, because I know a lot of folks are waiting to get on the dialer, we are going to get started on dialing very soon. Just waiting for Bryn to get back so we can get into that. Bryn, are you good to start the dialing?
Yes, I am. Let me get my screen shared real quick. Whoa. All right. We looking at my web browser now. Great. So hello everyone. My name is Bryn, she, her pronouns. I am currently co-chair of Denver DSA. Very excited to be here with y'all. So we're gonna go over phone banking, how to do it. So we're gonna before we click any buttons, I want to go over like what we're doing here, like what type of phone banking, right? Because
I will carry the flame afterwards.
So primarily we're going to be
yes, I can show
voters,
this.
right? We're going to be doing voter contact, talking to them about the election because it's coming up on Tuesday, making sure they get those ballots in. But if you are an elite phone banker, if you are a phones maxer, then we're going to open up a breakout room for volunteer recruitment. So that's a bit,
oh my God.
bit more
Is this
higher
a
level
Linux
phone
browser?
banking in terms of like, you know, you're not just selling a candidate, right? You're not just talking about Maylot and making a case for, you know, her campaign, talking about, you know, what kind of world do we want to live in? But instead you're talking to people on our volunteer list, trying to get them to take a canvassing shift because, you know, we've got 4 days until election day. And in Colorado, you can carry, I think, up to 10 ballots. So we're going to be sending out canvassers not just to knock people's doors, but if they have ballots that need to be returned, then we're going to help them out with that.
Can you just generally talk about how easy it is to phone bank? Yes, it's very easy.
Right? Because you're asking someone to give up their afternoon.
She's explaining it right now. She's explaining why it's easy.
So most of us are going to be on voter contact, talking directly to voters. So with that, what we're going to do is you're going to click the bottom button, call with this device plus phone for audio. This link of maylot.call.scalethewin should be dropped in the chat now, and it will open up this menu. You'll click that bottom button, and it will have 2 boxes for your name and phone number. I would rather not share my phone number with 500 people, so I've already done that part in this tab. It says, please call this 970 number. I populated it in my phone, as you can see here. I'll hit the button, and then we're gonna start calling.
It's super simple. See,
on my phone, it will be actually dialing.
Yeah, there's more than that. There's 22,000 people in here.
It's just calling people's numbers over and over and over again. And yeah, eventually we'll get a voter, and you'll talk to them. And then after the call, you'll keep going. So to go through the script. When you get a call, this menu is going to pop up on your computer, right? You'll start with, hey, is this Bryn? Is this Sean Preet? Is this Hasan? And then ideally you're talking to the correct person. Then you're going to have the script right in front of you telling you everything you need to know. Great. My name is Bryn. I'm a volunteer with the Mail-Out Cures for Congress campaign.
Link's not working.
Maylot is running to on abolishing ICE, passing Medicare for all, universal child care, and an arms embargo. Do you have a quick minute to chat about it? And if they're available, then you'll say yes, and you'll get some copy in front of you with some talking points. Unfortunately, this doesn't mention that she's Bernie Sanders endorsed, but people really love Bernie in this city. So throw him in there, tell people her story, right? Why is she running? Because she understands our struggle. She's an immigrant, a barista, a student who knows how much rent and groceries in this ridiculously overpriced city cost, and knows she knows what it's like, and she's running to give that struggle a voice. She's been endorsed by us in DSA. She's been endorsed by Sunrise, Justice Democrats, and Senator Bernie Sanders, and she is not taking any corporate PAC money. Then we're going to ask, like, you know, what do you think? Can we count on your vote? And if they say yes, then we label them as a strong Maylot or a lean Maylot, depending on how enthusiastic they are. Obviously, if they're backing other candidates, we'll denote that as well, or if they're undecided. But ideally, we want to get these undecideds into to become voters, right? So we're gonna listen to their arguments, right? Why haven't you made a decision yet? You know, what have you been thinking about? What have you heard about the race? What have you heard about Maylot, right? We want to ask questions to get to the bottom of why someone hasn't made a decision yet.
Everyone's
Or
spamming
if
We
they're
Carry the
leaning
Flame
towards
in the
DeGette or
fucking
Wanda.
chat. Y'all are
We want
so
to know
dumb.
why, right? We want to have a conversation with these people, ask them what their reasons are. And then if they bring up some of these points, right, that we're hearing a lot on doors, we're hearing a lot in calls, they say, oh, she just moved here. That's really easy to refute, right? Just very kindly be like, well, you know, I've seen that ad too. I've heard that as well, but actually it's not really true, right? Maylot grew up here and she went off to college and law school and had a job for a year and a half and then was fired. And what else are you gonna do but come back home,
okay,
right?
this works
Like,
now.
she
New
was
link
born and
works.
raised here. This is a racist talking point, but we still want to meet people halfway, right? Just by, you know, providing this information to them, being like, oh, I've heard that attack. It's actually not the case. And or, you know, ask them like, well, why do you think that that would be in an advertisement? Why are they saying that about her, right? And then you get an opportunity to drill down into their reasons and hopefully flip some undecided voters into enthusiastic Maylot supporters. So you'll have the talking points here in front of you to help you do that. We've got points about her policy, and we've got some rebuttals to this, these common attack lines we're seeing around, the false accusations that she just moved here or is anti-Semitic or what have you. It's really easy to cut through that in just a little conversation. So we'll, after going through our talking points, having a discussion with a voter, we've moved them from undecided to supporting Maylot. Yay! So we'll hit supports Maylot, and then this is a preview, but you will be put back on the dialer. You'll hear the ringing noises, and hopefully you'll get another voter in a couple minutes. So yeah, if we
It's
can
literally like a game.
open up some breakout rooms for the voter contact and for
When it's
volunteer
gamified,
recruitment, I think most of us
it
are
actually
probably
takes
gonna
away
go
the
into that
anxiety.
voter
I
contact
swear.
one again, just because that's the easiest.
No, you don't have to download Linux to join the call, you fucking weirdo.
You know a little bit about Maylot, you can speak on it, right? And you've got all these talking points for you. But if you're, again, if
think
you're an
about it like
advanced
a
phone banker,
debate
you're a
game.
phones maxer, then please do hop in that volunteer recruitment.
There's literally a
with the
dialogue
user.
tree. It's so
Well,
simple.
if we could get the link to the script repasted in the chat, link to the dialer repasted in the chat, we're gonna hop on the dialer here all together, and then we're gonna come back in approximately an hour at 7:45 Mountain Time. For you West Coasters, that's 6:45. For you coastal elites in the East, that's 9:45. So yeah, let's get dialing, y'all.
And if you're unable to join this Zoom and you are on Hasan's stream, folks should put the scale. If you're in this Zoom and you're in his chat, you should put the voter contact scale to win link in the stream chat, and you just watch the whole training so you could just start making calls.
Here, I'm spamming it. Yeah, we're spamming it on our end as well. Wait, what? I can't hear him anymore.
Recording stopped.
Okay. All right. Update required. Permaban. Can you legally join the queue? Holy shit, as a communist with the RCA, I wish the best of luck, and I'm rooting for you guys. I'm currently working on our make calls as well. Banned from Zoom. Anyway, that's funny. Not an IP ban. So, like I said, everybody, it's actually very simple. Go out, make some fucking calls, smile and dial. I want to hear I want to hear about your experiences overall. I want to hear like the funniest stories that you got from people. And I want to hear the not so funny stories. Okay. And yeah, you can hear the smile in your voice. But like I said, dude, this race is very important. They're all very important. But this one is also exceptionally important. And here's the thing. Here's the thing. If you're feeling worried, especially because of the things that we looked at yesterday, or not yesterday, earlier today, if you're feeling worried because, you know, there's opinion editorials coming out from the Denver Post and that there is additional money being dumped into the race at the final hour, $1 million or more than $1 million coming from potentially pro-Israel advocacy groups, but outside spending. Okay? And you're like, how the fuck do we combat this misinformation? Melot Kuros is awesome. And I want the people of Denver to know this is a very young district normally. Okay? The youngest district in the entire country. Okay? And if you're like, how do I do this? How do I combat my fears? Well, in my experience, going out and canvassing and also going out and phone banking, it helps quite a bit. It helps take away some of that anxiety when you actually play a role in it and you're like, damn, especially many of you that played a role in the Daria Eliza phone banks and the Claire Valdez phone banks and the canvas operations, you saw that happen in real time, okay? You saw that change take place, right? We were able to out-organize unbelievable amounts of money. And we're also talking about Denver, Colorado. Denver, Colorado is woke as hell. It's not even like liberal woke in the way that San Francisco is. Denver, Colorado is like straight up woke. Okay? And if you can't do it for me, if you don't want to do it for Melot, do it for Turby Durden, who's running for governor of South Dakota. That's right. You know who would never be able to pull this off? Dusty Johnson. That's right. Don't be a yellow belly coward. Be like Turby. Do it for Turby. Yes, there will be more phone banks in the next couple of days, all the way until the election day. I will also be in Denver, Colorado on Tuesday. Okay? And last but not least, I didn't forget, we did technically hit 500, so
He stood unshaken, a voice in the storm, a man of conviction, a heart reborn.
we did get to 500.
When the cost was high, he lived for Jesus, unafraid to die. We are Charlie Cat, we carry the flame, we'll fight for the gospel, we'll honor his name. We are Charlie Cat, his courage our own, together unbroken, we'll make heaven known. A husband, a father, his family held near.
HasanAbi, you're not a good dancer. Shut the fuck up. I know.
Scripture, on faith without fear. The world tried to silence, but his voice remains. Innocent echoes in Christ it sustains. We carry the flame, we'll fight for the gospel, we'll honor his name. We are Charlie Cat.
Woo!
His courage our own. Together unbroken, we'll make heaven known. The battle is raging. The darkness will fall. We'll rise with its spirit. We answer the call. The truth is eternal. The cross is our guide. With God as our captain, we march side by side. We are Charlie Kirk. We carry the flame. We'll fight for the gospel. We'll honor his name. We are Charlie Kirk. His courage our own. Together unbroken, we'll make heaven known. We are Charlie Kirk. We are Charlie
This is fire. This was fire. This is actually fire. Wow. We carried that freaking flame, huh, folks? All right. God damn. You're amazing dancing. Don't listen to the haters. Thank you. That's an instant classic. That's an instant banger. That's an instant classic. Respect, respect, respect. Glad we carried the flame. Now, here's one of the beautiful parts about not only owning the libs, owning the cons, you already know, but what is this? Oh, Megan Romer. I think that I think that they are really excited to see a bright spot of hope and a spot where they can actually have some control over what happens next. Megan Romer says, in a world where it feels like so many things have almost kind of been decided for you by generations ahead of you, this is a place to see it. So, obviously, one of the fun aspects of victories, putting numbers on the board, getting Democratic Socialists elected, is, conservatives mauling. But another very fun thing that you can point to is centrist, corporate soulless husks that are neoliberals trying to fucking manage the new momentum. Because once again, as I always like to stress, these guys, obviously they're capitalists, they're beholden to corporate interests, but like they also still have jobs to preserve. They have jobs to protect. Part of that is getting reelected or getting elected to higher office. So they have to turn around and advocate for all of the popular things that they have spent their entire careers arguing against. This is yet another one of those examples. Gavin Newsom releases a video after a sequence of major socialist victories. And he comes out and he's now a socialist. Gavin should have come on my stream.
It's time for a national billionaires tax and a new social contract.
Mr. Gav, gruesome Gav, who obviously advocated against the billionaire tax in his own state, coming out and saying it's time for a billionaire's tax. Gabriel Zuckman says, Dear Governor Gavin Newsom, if you really support a national billionaire's tax as you now claim, why don't you endorse Bernie Sanders and Ro Khanna's federal 5% wealth tax bill? Over the last few weeks, you've devoted all your energy to preventing the California billionaire tax ballot from taking place. You have now failed. The people will vote November 3rd on a pioneering tax of 5% on all wealth of California's billionaires. but you are continuing your crusade against the California billionaire tax while simultaneously demanding a national one. Yeah, bro saw what happened Tuesday and it hit him like the ghost visiting Scrooge. We like to call guys like this a windsock. Okay? The misdirect here is that Gavin Newsom is opposing a wealth tax on billionaires in his own state and insisting he supports a new national income tax on billionaires, but billionaires make money off of non-income sources. Read his Substack post carefully. He's talking about income tax and closing a few loopholes, but not a national version of the wealth tax on the ballot in California. So this is Newsom thinking he can fool everyone and going to bat for billionaire donors who could fund his presidential campaign. The problem is when Gavin Newsom behaves like a windsock in this way, billionaires still get mad. Okay? They still get mad because he's all but endorsing the billionaire tax. Also, my other governor goat, Josh Shapiro. Josh Shapiro chose to stand firm on his centrist principles because he definitely doesn't want to win higher office, like for sure.
Democratic voters in New York chose 3 candidates backed by Zohran Mamdani, far left and Democratic Socialist candidates. What message do you take from that about where your party is?
Well, you know, those were races in individual districts in a whole other state. I think you're seeing very different looking congressional races and certainly different Democratic candidates here in Pennsylvania. I think what is
yeah, like Chris Rabb.
Important are the people who are making a lot of noise, who are engaging in these performative politics, have to now figure out how to deliver results. It's one thing to speak in platitudes during a campaign. It's a whole other thing to actually deliver for people who are genuinely hurting, who genuinely need to see cost of living go down, meaning their ability to make ends meet, go up, fixing a broken healthcare system, reining in excesses, being able to, give people the promise of liberty that we've talked about. And I think we as a party need to find our way toward candidates who actually can deliver for people and make their lives better. I think what our party has to go through that will be very healthy and something we've not really done since the 1992 election cycle is to have a battle over what we believe in, to have a battle over the ideas that we are going to hold on to and campaign on and then deliver.
Yeah, more platitudes. More platitudes. More of the same. More telling you better things are not possible.
As a way to
read the Patrick Bet David quote post. Oh, hell yeah. 1 minute, you're a Democrat. Next minute, you're a socialist. Did the DSA break you? I know you like the number, but let me tell you why these numbers are not adding up. You know the billionaire tax is a bad idea. Why not stand your ground as a Democrat instead of joining the socialist camp? Terrible strategy. I know you like the number, and the number you like is a billion. You're not even a billionaire, Patrick. Get your money up. Hashtag valuetainment. No. Hashtag we are valuetained. Don't tweet that, bro. You're not even a billionaire, Patrick. Get your money up. Hashtag Grocket. What the fuck, dude? Yo, where did you guys get this photo? This is supposed to be private. Stop. It's just me and Gav. Fuck. That was a different life. That was from a different time, okay? I saw Chris's response. He said, you're seeing a different kind of Democratic candidates here in Pennsylvania. Instead of assimilating the DSA into the Democratic Party, just like the neolib European socialist, Democrats try to resist it and fail hilariously. You do understand that you made mortal enemies with the next ruler of Iran? Fuck. Can I delete it? Is it too late? Shit. I might be cooked. For the love of everything holy, Nick Fuentes and Myron Gaines on a live podcast right now. Why the fuck would I watch that? I did see and take great pleasure. I have taken great pleasure because Twitter serves me Nick Fuentes videos all the time because it's fucking neo-Nazi shithole. And sometimes I do watch them, especially because he's mauling all the fucking time. And it did give me great pleasure to see one of his clips where he's like so fucking worried about DSA's rise and is trying to make the same thing happen, but instead for Nazis, right? He's like, we got to do the same thing. Like, we got to move to different places. And there's this like weird thing that he keeps repeating over and over again. I guess like there was that one fake poll of like, 8% of America are groypers or something. And what's really funny about that is he keeps saying like, there's a million of us or something. And it's like, I don't think that's the case, man. I don't think 8% of America are like self-identifying groypers. But he just keeps repeating that number. And he's like, well, there's this many groypers in the United States of America. Like we could make these, we could organize and we could door knock like the DSA. So that was funny. Yeah, racist guys love doing that about people not being openly racist. I like the one where he was shitting on Oklahoma City in comparison to Naperville. He hates his audience. Oh, yeah, those guys will never. It's funny? Those guys will never live in a red state or in a red neighborhood. Okay? They love living it up in liberal enclaves. What is this? Groyper complaining showed up on my timeline. Hasan Piker is getting his guys in Congress while Nick and the Groypers post cringe hype edits. And boosting Sophie Rain's OnlyFans. Can't forget that. Doomerism becomes more appealing by the day. Wrong. Nick Fuentes is getting his guys in Congress. The Jew-bot Republicans are his guys. Oh my God. Is there a schism happening amongst the neo-Nazi movement in America? Oh my God, they do infighting too? I didn't realize. I thought that was a left thing. I genuinely only thought the left did this. Okay? I did not realize that there were ultras for groypers. I guess it took them long enough to realize that the Republicans are the biggest dick riders of Israel of all time. Look at this reply. Hasan Piker sells you communism while getting checks from Uncle Bezos. And while you can't afford rent, Goy, I'm more right-wing than you. You are both right. No, I'm rich. And then this guy also calls me a Mexican. Accuses me of being Mexican, which is, by the way, true. I am. Turks are Flexican. So, there is that. I don't know why this would be. I don't know why he would think that this would be a negative association. It's one that I wear proudly. As I like to say, I'm an honorary member of La Raza. Yes, I'm Latina. So I'm Latinx. You probably only became anti-Semitic after the COVID pandemic, you fucking poser. Oh my God. Oh my God, they're doing They're doing sectarian infighting. What the fuck is going on? I didn't even realize the Groypers had ultras. How does... Bro, we bricked the Groypers so hard, they're gatekeeping it. Groypers door knocking. Why are your window shades down? Yeah, they went in the opposite direction. They have anti-woke 2.0. We have woke 2.0. They have anti-woke 2.0. That Cole guy has identified you correctly as a Mexican? Yes, that's what I said. What is this? It's kind of sweet how Groypers will go along with Nick pretending not to be gay and make up imaginary ships for him. They're the most supportive fan base of any political streamer. That is kind of true. That is kind of true. They are far more ride or die for Nick Fuentes than my community is for me. Let's be real. You guys literally do the exact opposite. You guys constantly cook me. Meanwhile, the Groypers have basically dropped all of the tradcath aesthetics that they used to have. For Sophie Rain. Dr. Groyper follows you? Yes. What the fuck? Sophie Rain and Nick Fuentes are trending. See, they're excited. Nick Fuentes simping for Sophie Rain. Aren't Groypers allergic to pussy or something like that? Thank you for the compliment, Nick. Nick Fuentes, honestly, fuck all Goyim. Sophie Rain is obviously hot. Brave take. Brave take by Nick Fuentes. Woman who's professionally attractive is attractive. Wow. That's cool. Anyway, brilliant observation. This guy's did it again, you know? Most of the Groypers never leave their rooms, so they're likely vampires, likely cannot survive UV rays or outdoors. And she's like mid 7 out of 10 at best. Dude, what are you saying? What are you even... Like, this is literally a person who is professionally attractive. First of all, we don't see... Just got done with a phone call on the phone bank, and I'm pretty sure I got a lady who doesn't go vote for Maylot. I was pumped from that success. I was running my house yelling for joy. I was super depressed this week, so this is definitely a win for me. Hell yeah. You too can make that win happen for yourself. I don't know if you guys also log those. You got to let, I think you let the Canvas lead know, right? Or I don't know if this one is they're doing that too. Also, yeah, going back to... going back to what I was saying about these right-wingers like despising living in like red states and shit and red districts. Here's Cam Paxton.
I love like Jackson Hole.
Okay.
I like Park City. I like the mountains, and I also like beaches. I like places.
God, he's so chopped. I think Republicans can't be this. Like Republicans have to have a little bit more self-respect, right? They can't. It's not because you don't like her that rating women is magically not sexist, by the way. Can we stop rating women? Okay, yes, I got it covered. Okay, I already mentioned that. It's also silly to do that regardless. Like, dude I didn't do that. A chatter did. But it's also objectively silly to do that. Across the board, it's mean to do that. It's fucked up to do that. But it's also objectively stupid to do that to a person who is professionally attractive. Like, literally. Like, their job that generates millions of fucking dollars a year, if not a month, is about their perceived physical attractiveness. So it's like doubly stupid. Anyway, going back to looks though. If there's a motherfucker, Yes, we already hit 35K dials, but that's not good enough. Keep dialing. Yeah. Phone bank for Maylot. Use your dialogue tree. Let's get 90K calls like last time. 1 hour left. This is like being on Fox and then mockingly asking Jessica if she finds you attractive is sort of a given. Let's not be weird and maybe move forward. His eyes all fucked up because someone threw a berry at him. What kind of berry can do that to someone? Wait, what? Wait, that's what happened? How? What? Like, is it like a berry in the Mario universe? You know, like how you throw the fucking shells? Like, is it like that? Bro got hit with a devil fruit. Yeah, he got the chop fruit that made him chop.
Places in Florida, I like places in California, even though I don't like to admit that I go to California, but it's beautiful. They have some just Laguna Beach, that area. I love going there during the summer when it's 108 here in Texas. Yeah. I love.
No, it seems a game of hide and seek and nearly how a berry in a game of hide and seek nearly blinded Ken Paxton. The droop, according to Paxton, was caused by an injury he received as a child. The lazy eye, he said, was caused by an injury. Oh, so he got injured in his... Wait. Why does he appear to have a lazy eye or a drooping eyelid on the right side of his face? The droop, according to Paxton, was caused by an injury he received as a child. The lazy eye, he said, was caused by an injury in college. At the age of 12, another boy threw a berry at him during a game of hide and seek. In a fluke, the errant berry left the would-be attorney general virtually blind and forced him to spend weeks immobile to save his vision. I lost 30 or 40 pounds, so I couldn't walk when I got out of the hospital, so I had to learn to walk again. I had to fight my way back to staying in that grade, he said. What? And then when he was a freshman at Baylor, Paxton said he suffered another injury during an intense game of basketball. Someone elbowed him in the right eye. The blow shattered facial bones, and doctors needed to wire his skull back together. What the fuck? The injuries and treatments left Paxton with two different colored eyes, the left one green and the right one brown, shaded by an eyelid that droops, and permanent changes to his facial expressions. The left eye remains his good eye. Bro, what the... I don't want to say anything. I mean, but that's crazy. Don't get banned again for talking about Texans and their eyes. Texans losing their eyes. True. Last time I talked about a Texan losing his eye. Well, he's no longer in Congress. So who won that fucking round? Who won that one?
We've got to have a Big Ten if we want a majority. And the reality is that while the media and a lot of talking heads like to try to point out all the differences here, there are a lot of things that we're united on. Like let's make sure that we stop ICE from terrorizing our cities. I've said ICE not only needs to be abolished, they need to be prosecuted. I think there's a lot of Democrats who would agree on that. There's a lot is made in the media about, the divisions in the Democratic Party over exactly how we want to deliver healthcare. But Democrats are united that everybody in America deserves healthcare. And meanwhile, we're trying to oppose a party that's trying.
Dude, Seth Moulton is so funny because like right after the Kamala defeat, he was like, we should blame trans people. Okay. And now after the DSA victories, he's like, we actually love socialism. it turns out I love socialism. Das Kapital just flew right off my shelf. Did you see that? It's because I was reading it and in a panic tried to put it right at the tip of the shelf, and it just flew. It just fell down. You see? Oh God, because I love reading. Yeah, Spine Check. Spine Check. I love. I have a pocket. You have a pocket Constitution. I have a pocket Communist Manifesto.
To take away healthcare from millions of Americans, maybe 25 millions of Americans under Trump and MAGA's plan. So there's a lot more that unites us than divides us.
This was part of the reason why I said, if there is a powerful enough force within the Democratic Party that is basically undeniable, like a powerful enough, large enough force of elected Democratic socialists, which is also why, and we've already passed 50,000 dials, by the way, and I need you to keep fucking smiling and keep dialing. Holy shit. Okay? For Maylock Heroes. But what I'm saying is, if there is a large enough force to be reckoned with, a large enough force that is undeniable within the Democratic Party, you'll see all these other people start slowly being like, I'm a bit of a socialist myself. Okay? Because these guys are devoid of some of these guys are obviously first and foremost always going to defend capital, right? Many of them are. But some of them at least understand that, you know, things are changing and they're more malleable. And they recognize that in order to save their seats, in order not to get cast aside, they'll have to caucus with these socialists. They'll have to lean into these forces. Yeah.
Think about this. Just 10% of people in this country own 2/3 of the wealth.
Being a Hasan viewing chud living in Mississippi, am I cooked as a DSA member? Do you think we will see an increase in momentum in deep red states locally anytime soon? I worry about wolves in sheep's clothing down here. Dude, don't worry about wolves in sheep's clothing down there. Fucking keep pushing. I think that's the next wave. I genuinely think, I mean, look, I think the route to socialist politics in the South has to be black radical politics, black revolutionary politics. That's my assessment. Okay. I think that there's definitely a lot of opportunity because there is already there's pre-existing history with the working class movement in the South. But outside of that, you also need to go and organize in black neighborhoods and speak to their needs. And I do think that there is an opportunity to do so. I'm going to try my very best. But the South is next for sure. HasanAbi, what would say about Israel? What? The South and Appalachia is more likely to go socialist before California. That's not true. Some guy on Reddit is using your trip to Taiwan as a blueprint for a foreign legion in defense of Taiwan. They're trying to organize a private flotilla of Westerners to sail to Taiwan. My trip to Taiwan? You mean my trip to Cuba? They want to organize a private flotilla of Westerners to sail to Taiwan and defend it from China? What? Do they know that Taiwan is not under like a Chinese blockade? What? Where would they be sailing from? Mainland China? The distance between Taiwan, Chinese Taipei, and mainland China is the same distance between the United States of America and Cuba. Tenant unions are fighting and winning big in Missouri, Kentucky, and Montana. Organized on material conditions, and the red states are easy. Yes, for sure. I hope Maylot takes you to Aurora for some good Denver food. Okay, dude. I'm in North Carolina. Did you cover the centrist Democrat Promise to America pledge today? Jamie Agger is signed in this pledge, and he's the demo representative running for my district. I feel so hopeless. Yes, I did see it. I did see that. First, let's look at what this guy's saying.
A 30-year-old, for the first time in American history, is not doing better than his or her parents. That's a 5-alarm fire. American wages have stood still, and the costs across the spectrum, cost of living, have skyrocketed. The system is fundamentally broken. The federal tax code, the corporate tax code, and the inheritance tax code seem to be written for a different set of Americans. It's time for an economic reset, a true minimum tax on billionaires that, well, ensures the people at the very top pay at least the tax rate their own workers pay. We also should end this tax-free lifestyle loan. This is the gimmick that allows the ultra-wealthy to borrow against their stock portfolios while reporting no taxable income. We also have to rewrite those inheritance rules so that the largest intergenerational wealth transfer in human history, estimated by, well, be $124 trillion that will be changing hands, doesn't lock in a permanent American aristocracy of inherited wealth. Time as well to return to the pre-2017 corporate tax rates, and time to close those offshore loopholes once and for all. And as AI reshapes
60,000 dials. Keep smiling and keep dialing. 60,000.
the country, every American should own.
Weren't there reports of this fuck working to tank the California 5% tax? Yes. He's not on board. It's a bait and switch. It's a bait and switch for two reasons. Number one, he's still not pushing for a wealth tax in California. Number two, he's still not pushing for a wealth tax at all. David Sirota, another Denver native, by the way. Hopefully I'll see him next time I'm out there this Tuesday, of Lever News, actually called it out. He read the fine print. He's not actually advocating for a wealth tax at all. He wants to do a billionaire tax on income, which is really funny because there is not a single billionaire that actually makes $1 billion off of income. That's literally physically impossible, with the exception of LeBron James or, like, I don't know, 3 fucking top professional athletes on the planet that have gotten a contract that's like almost their lifetime contract is like $1 billion in earnings. So, yeah.
A piece of the future it builds to a national public equity fund. Trickle-down economics, it's been a, well, nearly 50-year experiment that has failed. Record corporate profits flowed into stock.
Was this not why he was against the California billionaire tax? Yes, he's against the wealth tax. Yes. Yeah, he just wants to tax Shohei Ohtani, the only person.
Buyback.
But once again, it doesn't even matter because him leaning into this shit is already enough for people like Patrick Bet-David to be like, oh, you are, I know you like the number. I'm a numbers guy. I'm a numbers guy. And as a numbers guy, I hear you, I see you, I see the number, and I don't like it. I don't like the number. Okay? I don't like the number.
And executive compensation.
So, yeah.
It's time to stop pretending otherwise. We're nearing the 250th anniversary of this country's revolution. The system the American founders built, well, was designed to prevent.
You got to ChatGPT it, you got to grok it.
In a few hands. But we've allowed that concentration to happen anyway, slowly and in.
These are the only books Gavin Newsom is capable of reading because he's illiterate. Why is he sitting in front of children's books? Is that what is the particular reason why he's doing this? It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. But on that note, everybody, that'll be all from today. From your boy, we're at 7 hours. Let's see how many phone calls we got today. Last number check was 60,000 dials. Keep pumping those phones. Keep making those calls. Keep smiling and dialing. There's other opportunities to do phone banking leading into Election Day as well. Remember, Denver, Colorado is a very young district. And yet 50% of the early vote has actually come from people over the age of 65. This is a problem, okay? This is an issue. This is worrisome. So if you're worried, soothe your anxiety by phone banking, and hopefully we'll get another number on the board. Yeah, I got some fun guests coming up as well. We bombed Iran. Yes, we did, chatter. I covered it earlier. You can subscribe if you want to rewind and see in the beginning of the VOD. You lie about gaming. You lie about Jubilee. I know. I'm a bad guy. I know. I'm sorry. I was too busy trying to mobilize my community to do something that's meaningful. Apologies. Anyway, love you all, and I will see you tomorrow. Same time, same place. Bye-bye.
Lo-fi introduction, starting off the day. All the chatter's trickling in, hostile people hate. Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. Stun luck to the stun luck to the topics just begun. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There it is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing a Chinese train, telling Kaya place. Sun and Asmin chatter loves, giving grinnings grace. Zoran winning NYC, woke two back with the force. The Rogan of the left, to me a dumb himbo still of course. The Charlie Kirk assassination, the Fear and Online show. 8 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. Doing fun stuff tomorrow, throw PBS up on the screen. A man-made horror reaction brought to you by this life's dream. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Kicked out of the DNC, IRL with March the Goat. Commenting the propaganda that shoved down people's throats. CBS Israeli news, a coup, a regime falls. A full-blown fascist takeover, and still the duty calls. Total radicalization coming out to see. The system will always fail, it's up to you and me. On these daily streets, whether short or whether long, have helped millions of people keep it moving right along. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. But hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll play games real soon. Just you wait. Say, hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll move on real soon. Just you wait. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? Hey, that's PBS for you. Well, he'll pull your lungs real soon. Just you wait. Sha-da-da, sha-da-da, sha-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? Hey, that's PBS for you. But he'll do your advice real soon. Just you wait. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. Brought on by viewers like you. Just you wait. Just you wait.